zebra remains on the loose after the animal broke free in Tennessee over the weekend. Fine. Hello and welcome. I'm Leigh Ann Gerrans and you're watching W News, broadcasting live from the Al Arabiya headquarters. These are our top stories. Gaza's health ministry says 27 Palestinians are killed by Israeli fire whilst waiting for aid. Giorgia Meloni prepares to welcome Emmanuel Macron to Rome for a so-called Turning Point summit. And German and Portuguese police begin a new search for missing British toddler Madeleine McCann. Now to our top story, and according to the Gaza Health Ministry, at least 27 people have been killed and 90 others injured by Israeli fire whilst waiting for aid in Rafah. It is the third day in a row that Palestinians have died after Israeli military fired shots at crowds during aid collection. Israeli forces have confirmed the incident took place a kilometre away from the US-backed Gaza Humanitarian Foundation aid site. We can now speak to our correspondent, Trent Murray, who is in Tel Aviv. Trent, thank you so much for joining us. It seems as though these types of deadly incidents are almost daily at these aid sites. What more do we know?
That's right, Leigh Ann. I mean, we are getting, once again, conflicting reports out of Gaza surrounding this incident, but it certainly sounds like it has been a pretty serious incident by all accounts on the ground there. Now, we know, as you rightly say, this is the third day in a row that we are reporting similar stories of crowds of Palestinians being fired upon by IDF gunfire while they're collecting aid from these new distribution hubs being operated by the US-backed Gaza Humanitarian Foundation. While the Gaza Humanitarian Foundation is saying that the aid yesterday was delivered safely and without incident, the medical sources on the ground tell quite a different story. The International Red Cross is saying 184 patients required treatment after this incident at a field hospital. Of that number, 27 were pronounced dead on arrival, while another 35 required serious medical treatment. So right now, again, a huge amount of focus, international focus in particular, questioning why this is happening, why crowds of hungry people coming to collect their aid are being fired upon. As you said, the IDF is acknowledging that it did open fire in all of this, but we are still trying to get a little bit further detail surrounding that statement.
Trent, what is Israel saying about the incident this morning? As you said, they have previously denied reports of gunfire aid sites in Gaza.
Well, that's what makes this latest incident different, because, as you said, in the past, particularly the allegations yesterday, they said that they did not open fire at all, and the GHF called those claims fabricated and untrue. But this latest incident is different because the IDF by its own admission, did see its troops open fire on the crowd. I've got some of the statement which explains from their perspective what has occurred here. They said that crowds were gathering to collect their aid at the distribution point in Rafah. They were on organised routes when troops spotted what they are describing as several suspects approaching those IDF troops who were not on the pre-approved path. They say that at that point they opened fire for warning shots, but those suspects and crowds did not disperse, which is when the troops carried out additional fire next to several suspects who approached the forces. So that is an admission there that there was indeed gunfire unleashed from IDF troops on the ground towards Palestinians who were gathering. Certainly the videos from the scene suggest that there were at least hundreds of people in the vicinity when all of this occurred. The suspects that they're describing there, one would imagine they're referring to members of Hamas. They don't specifically say that, they just say suspects. But needless to say, the Red Cross is reporting 184 people were involved in this incident. You would imagine amongst them are a number, if not the majority, innocent civilians once again being caught in the crossfire of a deadly incident involving the IDF.
And Trent, are the killings near the Gaza aid centre deepening criticism of Israel's new distribution system, which we know is backed by the US?
Well, we know the UN and several of the other aid groups on the ground are refusing to cooperate with the GHF, the new US-backed group. They had been calling into question safety procedures and whether this was a safe mechanism to deliver the aid. The UN's assessment is that it wasn't, and they are now, as you would imagine, pointing at these incidents that we have seen and are calling for an international investigation to try and work out why gunfire keeps being reported at aid delivery distribution sites being operated by this US-backed group. We heard from the UN Human Rights Chief, Volker Turk, who has decried these deadly attacks, as he described them, on civilians and has called them a war crime. We also know, of course, that the UN is now calling for an international investigation to try and work out exactly why these I'm trying to avoid sneezing here, to try and work out exactly why gunfire is being reported as civilians are just coming to get their aid. And we need to remember they are being invited to do this. They're being encouraged to do this by the GHF, to come to these aid delivery sites. But it appears that in several instances now, when they arrive, upon being invited, that there is gunfire being reported. One would imagine that is not good for building trust on the ground around this new aid delivery mechanism, which both Israel and the US has been putting high hopes on as a way to try and wrestle control of aid away from Hamas warehouses.
Trent Murray in Tel Aviv, bless you for nearly sneezing there. Thank you so much for joining us. Let's bring in Adnan Abu Hazza, UNRWA media spokesman, who will join us now. Adnan, thank you for joining me on the show again. We've just been speaking to our reporter, Trent Murray, who's in Tel Aviv. Killings have been reported near a Gaza aid site for the third day. Why is this operation by the US-backed Gaza Humanitarian Foundation still in a state of chaos, and why are we still seeing bloodshed?
Yes, we have warned against that many times, and we expected, all these scenarios, actually. When you replace 400 food distribution centers, run by UNRWA, replace them by 4 food distribution points, it's, this is what will happen. These guys who are actually running the new food distribution, points in the southern part of Gaza, they are military. They don't have experience. They don't have the technical experience. Actually, they didn't have the data. They don't have the information. They just, brought, food parcel, quantities of food parcels, throw them in the ground and telling the mass, come and pick up, what had been, on the tables or in the ground. Human work or, it will not go like that, actually. How come that you are asking people to go on food for miles and miles to get the food parcels? People are exhausted. They are very, very, very tired. What we know about the international aid work, that you go to the starving people, to the hungry people, not asking them to come. Besides that, all the time people, they want, a trustful, food provider or a trustful service provider, actually. What we have been hearing from the Israeli side, that this organization had been established because they want to push the Gaza population to the southern part of Gaza Strip, and after that, they will push them to migrate outside of Gaza. Many Israeli officials are saying that on daily basis. It's unbelievable. So people are, suspicious of what's going on, but they are under the huge need. They go there trying to get some food parcels, to get water, to get whatever, they need. But unfortunately, every day we have been seeing, the killing, and nearly we are talking about more 100 people had been killed and other hundreds had been injured since the establishment of this organization in the southern part of Gaza Strip.
An extremely desperate situation, you explain there. The United Nations is demanding an investigation into the killings, saying these civilian deaths could amount to war crimes. Is Israel, in your opinion, committing war crimes? And why isn't the UN stepping in to help more, like UNRWA?
Look, I'm not in a position to determine if it is a war crime or genocide or something like that. But we have other UN bodies. We have ICG. We have, many actual legal bodies in the UN system who can determine that. But certainly there are crimes are being committed inside the Gaza Strip, because, we have been seeing, watching actually, hundreds and hundreds of people are being killed, of innocent people. When we talk about 50,000 kids that had been, 50,000 kids had been, injured and killed inside the Gaza Strip, what they call that, if there are, of course, there are, crimes, that have been committed inside the Gaza Strip, but it needs investigation, actually. We call for international investigation, to say its final word about what's going on in Gaza. And we have The Hague, we have all bodies working on that, and we hope that they reach a conclusion on that.
And I just wanted to ask your opinion, Adnan, how does the world avert mass starvation in Gaza? You said, there's The Hague, there can be an investigation, but we know investigations take many years and people in Gaza right now are desperate. So what's the answer for these people right now?
People in Gaza, they are looking for justice. They are now talking about the double standards of how the international community approach, how they approach what's going on in Ukraine, as an example, or on other, many countries where people, we are talking now about, 10% of Gaza population had been killed, injured, or disappeared, or under the rubble, and many thousands also had been, they actually died because of, they were sick, because they suffer from cancer, kidneys failure, and so many things. So 10% of any country, if Gaza, counted 10 million, as example, we will be talking now about 1 million people that had been killed and injured inside Gaza. It is the highest number, since decades, actually. We don't hear about, after the Second World War, something like that. It never happened. But people, they still hope that there will be, a real international intervention to stop all the atrocities, to stop, the unbelievable, suffering that they are facing, on daily basis. They still hope, that one day, maybe it will be very close, maybe the intervention of President Trump or the regional Arab, powers like Qatar, Egypt, and the EU, as example, are exerting huge pressure now in Israel. They hope that at the end they will succeed to get something out of that.
Adnan Abu Hamza, UNRWA media spokesperson. It's always good to have you on the show and your thoughts. Once again, thank you.
Thank you.
The USA talks between President Donald Trump and Chinese leader Xi Jinping to try and iron out simmering tensions are expected to take place this week. But there's been no confirmation from China on whether they'll actually go ahead. The two sides have traded accusations that each have violated the terms of a tariff truce, which was reached last month, fueling fears they might harden their positions once again. Patrick Falk reports.
Well, the sort of language that's being used to describe this potential call gives the suggestion that it may not in fact happen at all. White House Press Secretary Caroline Leavitt has said that she can confirm the two leaders will likely talk this week, but she hasn't said when and didn't guarantee that any call would take place either. And there's been no comment from the Chinese embassy in Washington whatsoever. It's difficult to see what might be achieved from a discussion in any case, given souring developments in recent days. Washington and Beijing have both accused one another of violating the terms of a truce, which brought down tariffs from astronomical highs previously. The main sticking point for the U.S. is critical minerals. Trump administration officials have been complaining that Beijing hasn't sped up exports needed for cutting-edge electronics. Beijing, meanwhile, has hit out at Washington for restrictions on engine parts and access to chip design software, as well as limits on chips sold to Huawei Technologies. The crackdown on student visas, though, has really taken the friction to another level, though, arguably. There's been a lot of resentment over that, in particular in China. Now, some interesting thoughts on this from former acting White House Chief of Staff Mick Mulvaney. Speaking at a forum here in Singapore today, he said there is a fundamental disconnect in negotiation style of the two leaders, and that President Trump wants to talk at the very highest levels, whereas President Xi prefers to use key advisors to iron out issues before any direct engagement takes place. Mulvaney says any deal could hinge on the two overcoming these negotiating styles. He says he does not see them being able to pull off a deal the old-fashioned way, as he put it. So that could mean a whole lot of market uncertainty in the coming days and potentially a breakdown in the 90-day truce that had been put in place.
Patrick Falk there in Singapore. Thank you so much. Now, Italian Prime Minister Giorgia Meloni will welcome French President Emmanuel Macron to Rome today in an attempt to ease tensions between the two leaders. One Italian newspaper has called the meeting a turning point summit after years of strained relations between the pair. Meloni and Macron have disagreed on sending troops to Ukraine and famously fell out during the G7 conference last year. Let's go live to Rome to speak to journalist Elena Trabattoni. Elena, thank you so much for joining us. Is this meeting a proper coordination of visions between the two sides that actually seem quite far apart at the moment? Or is it just diplomatic damage control after months of widening positions?
Well, it's a very good point. It does seem that there's going to be a lot of damage control going on, and the sides do seem very far apart for there to be a genuine reconciliation between the two sides. And I think the key point here is that both sides seem to be very intent on finding the lowest common denominator and, merging their views across this lowest common denominator in order to, set up a united front, because, of course, there's so much going on that Europe needs to draw together. Macron's coalition of the willing initiative on the Ukraine has left Italy repeatedly sidelined, local experts say, and that's created visible friction. And there was a recent meeting in Albania, in Tirana, where Meloni was reportedly left out of key crucial Ukraine discussions. So that's a bit of the background. But today, the hope is that some of these divisions will be papered over at least, or, some form of unity will be reached. But however, the fact that, according to government sources, there will be no joint press conference or public statements after the meeting, which is due to start now. It's actually started. It does seem to be a way of avoiding any further difficult moments or difficult questions.
And can Macron and Meloni actually find common ground, especially on Ukraine? Italy doesn't want to send troops, but France is pushing for military guarantees. What more do we know?
Well, it is an issue that the prospects for meaningful agreement between the two do look very slim because of these very different positions both have. France obviously wants a coalition of the willing to be ready to provide security guarantees, including possible troop deployment in the Ukraine. But Italy, of course, faces very strong domestic opposition to any military involvement. And of course, Macron comes from a very liberal political position, reform-minded political position, whilst Meloni's centre-right government has other discourses in place with its electorate. And Meloni has in the past been very, very clear: no Italian soldiers on Ukrainian soil. However, there is a lot of common ground because, of course, both leaders support Ukraine against the Russian invasion, and they want to maintain influence with Trump on any peace negotiations that take place. So they may find common ground on non-military support, financial aid, reconstruction aid, diplomatic guarantees they can provide without providing combat troops on the ground. So, of course, the challenges for Macron, the need to make concrete commitments to make his coalition of the willing, credible, whilst Meloni, of course, needs to avoid anything that looks like military escalation to her voters. So that's, in a nutshell, what the two positions are. And, of course, there are also suggestions and proposals on both sides. For example, Meloni's government appears to be suggesting, according to local government sources, giving Ukraine the protection under NATO's Article 5 collective defense agreement without actually having the Ukraine join NATO, which, of course, has been indicated as a big, big red flag by the Russian side. So this could be a way of providing security guarantees whilst bypassing both Russian and American opposition to full Ukrainian NATO membership, because, of course, the US has also stood out against this recently.
And Alina, just a quick thought before I let you go. What's really at stake here when we look at this relationship between Macron and Meloni? Is it just repairing the relationship between the two nations, or is it really about reshaping Europe's response to Donald Trump and Putin? Because you've said to me that this really needs to be firmed up in many senses.
Yes, absolutely. Well, for a start, it definitely goes a lot further than personal relations between two heads of states. It talks to, a European unity in the face of various crises that they're facing, that Europe is facing. And of course, both leaders are positioning for influence in a very Trump-dominated area where, Europe itself, its unity is suffering and is actually fracturing on some positions. And both France and Italy have limited fiscal space compared to Germany, for example, making them natural allies, making Italy and France natural allies on EU budget fights and industrial policy. But more critically, as mentioned earlier, they're competing to be Trump's preferred European interlocutor, speaker, the channel of communication between Europe and the US. And Meloni believes that with her ideological proximity to Trump, this gives her a big advantage, while Macron very much relies on his previous relationship with Trump in the previous administration. So today's meeting is really about whether they can coordinate their approach to Washington rather than undercut each other. And the winner could shape Europe's entire relationship with both America and Russia going forward. So, of course, personal chemistry and the personal relationship between the two matters, but what's really at stake here is geopolitical influence going forward.
Elena Trabatoni in Rome. It's always fascinating having you on. Thank you so much for your insights.
Thank you.
Now let's take a look at some of the other stories making the headlines today. Far-right Dutch leader Geert Wilders has withdrawn his party from government in a row over immigration. Wilders said his coalition partners were not willing to support his ideas on halting asylum migration. His exit comes months before the Netherlands holds elections and adds political uncertainty in the country. Ukraine has hit a road and rail bridge linking Russia and Crimea with underwater explosives. The blast has damaged the pillars of the Kerch Bridge, which was a flagship project for Russian President Vladimir Putin. Russian forces also used the bridge during their invasion of Ukraine in February 2022. Mohammed Salman, the main suspect in an attack on a pro-Israeli rally in Colorado, has made a brief appearance in court. He faces assault, hate crime and the use of explosives charges. The judge left Salman's bond unchanged at $10 million, cash only. And a pet zebra remains on the loose after the animal broke free in Tennessee over the weekend. The county sheriff's office says the animal escaped its enclosure less than 24 hours after the owners brought it home. Environmental Literacy Council has warned that even though zebras are not violent, they can exhibit aggressive tendencies if they are provoked. A new police search for British toddler Madeleine McCann has begun in Portugal today. Portuguese and German authorities say they are covering the town of Lagos near Praia de Luz in the Algarve. Madeleine was 3 years old when she disappeared from an apartment complex in the area during a family holiday in 2007, becoming one of the most famous unsolved missing persons cases. We can now catch up with senior global reporter for the Mail Online, Nick Pisa, who's live in Praia de Luz. Nick, an absolute pleasure to have you on the show. Why is a new search underway in the Madeleine McCann case?
Well, in essence, it's because the authorities in Germany who are investigating the prime suspect, a man called Christian Bruckner, have appealed to Portuguese authorities to carry out these searches in the area around Praia de Luz, which is where Madeleine disappeared from when she was just 3 years old, as you say, in 2007. So that's almost 18 years ago. And they've asked Portuguese police to grant them access to an area of scrubland about 3.5 miles, 5 kilometres away from Praia de Luz. And I spent the day up there and it's quite desolate and isolated. There are quite a few abandoned, derelict farmhouses and outbuildings out there. Many of them have no roof, and you can see that some of the police officers are wearing hard hats there for obvious health and safety issues. And they've been using pickaxes and shovels to dig away at the ground, and they've also been using chainsaws and strimmers to cut away at undergrowth because we expect them to bring in ground penetrating radar at some stage just to check the area around these houses to see if the earth has been disturbed and to see if possibly there is something under there that is worth investigating further.
Nick, you're on the ground, as you just mentioned to me. Is this latest search a race against time to try and charge Christian Bruckner, the main suspect in Madeleine McCann's case? Is this the feeling that you're getting while you're there?
Yeah, in essence, it is, yes, because, as I said earlier, Christian Bruckner, who police in 2020 in Germany named as the prime suspect for the abduction and murder of Madeleine McCann, he is actually serving a 7-year jail sentence for rape. He was convicted of raping an elderly US woman who lived here locally in Praia de Luz, and he was convicted in 2019. And he is eligible for release at the moment, but he's been kept in for various reasons while pending the police investigation and other crimes that he was convicted of, minor misdemeanors, while he was in jail. But now that clock is ticking, as you say, and come September, he will be freed from his sentence. There is the possibility that he could actually remain in jail until January 2026, because I spoke to the prosecutor a little earlier this afternoon, and he told me that there is the question of an outstanding €1,500 fine that has to be paid. And if that isn't paid, then he won't be released until January. But yes, in essence, they are looking for something concrete, some concrete evidence that they can use to charge Christian Bruckner with Madeleine McCann in potential murder, because they are of the firm opinion that she has been murdered. So, as I say, what is bringing them here is a lot of circumstantial evidence. We know that Christian Bruckner lived here. We know that he worked here. We know that his phone was triangulated to this area. And that's why the police are focusing their attention on this scrubland. As I say, it's about 3.5 miles away, 5 kilometres from Praia de Luz. They've looked in these outbuildings, and as I came away a little earlier, they were also looking at 2 wells. They drained those wells with water with the help of fire brigade, and they were examining them. We understand from the German authorities that they actually do have permission here to work with their Portuguese counterparts until Friday, although they are saying that they do expect these searches to be wrapped up as early as Thursday.
And Nick, Christian Bruckner has always denied any involvement in this case of Madeleine McCann. But do we know if the German police actually have any solid leads that could help them solve this case, and that's why they're back in this area?
Well, they are playing it very close to their chest. It's a question that every journalist has asked the German prosecutor. Why are you so convinced that Christian Bruckner is involved? What is it that you have on him? You know, you announced to a great fanfare in June 2020, let's not forget that, 5 years ago now, that he was the chief suspect in this case. But you have not brought any charges again. Let's see the colour of your money, if you want, for a colloquialism. But they are not releasing any evidence. We do know, as I say, that he lived here, he worked here, his phone was triangulated here. Back in 2007, when Madeleine disappeared, he also has serving 7 years for rape, and he also has convictions for paedophilia committed whilst he was a young man in Germany. So, as I said, there's a lot of circumstantial evidence. Whilst he was back in Germany a few years ago, they found CD hard disks and USB sticks on which there was paedophile material on them, and there is some suggestion that perhaps there is data on that information that links specifically to this area of scrubland near Praia de Luz where they are searching.
And Nick, many of the UK's newspapers feature the search of Madeleine on the front pages. She's been missing for 18 years. Thousands of children go missing on a daily basis. Why is there still so much public interest in this particular case?
Yeah, that's a very good question, because, as you say, hundreds of children go missing each year. And we should also say that the Metropolitan Police have a dedicated unit committed to investigating the disappearance of Madeleine McCann, which was set up more than 10 years ago at the request of the then Home Secretary Theresa May, and which has received £13 million worth of funding from the taxpayer. And questions are being asked about, why is this money being spent when, as you say, hundreds of other children go missing each year, and this amount of resources and time is not dedicated to them. But I suppose it's a story that has gripped the imagination of many people. I suppose many people think, by the grace of God go I, because let's just refresh the viewers. Madeleine was on holiday with her parents, Kate, and in a holiday complex at Praia de Luz. They went out for dinner and they were taking it in turns with friends to return and check on Madeleine, see that she was okay with her two siblings. And it's sometime in that evening, there was a gap of time, and someone managed to get in there and take Madeleine away. And I say it's maybe something that parents across the world have thought, there, by the grace of God, go I. You know, you've gone on holiday and you've nipped out for 5-10 minutes to maybe get something from the shops or from the bar, and you've left the children at home. And yeah, it's something that has gripped public attention. They just seem to be such a well-to-do couple. They're both very professional, and you can just see the desperation in their faces. About a month or so ago, they put a appeal on the Find Madeleine Facebook page, in which they said that she would never be forgotten and they would carry on searching. And you can just see that they just want some closure after 18 long years. But I have to say, whether it will come from these searches, I very much doubt it.
Nick Pisa, senior global reporter for The Mail Online. It was really great to have you on and your insights. Thank you once again for joining us. Let's take a look at the top of business news now. India's heavy industry minister has said Tesla is not interested in manufacturing in the country. The remarks were made as the Indian government issued detailed guidelines for a scheme to promote EV manufacturing. This is the first time that India has publicly admitted that it has not been able to lure investment from Elon Musk. Disney is laying off several hundred more people around the world, with workers in its film, television and finance departments all impacted. The entertainment giant has been under pressure as viewers move away from cable TV subscriptions in favour of streaming platforms. Turning to all the sports news now, when Britain is threatening to take Roman Abramovich to court to seize the proceeds of his Chelsea FC sale. Abramovich, who is sanctioned by the UK over his alleged links to Vladimir Putin, sold Chelsea for £2.5 billion to an American consortium in 2022 after Russia's invasion of Ukraine. The funds, which are frozen, are intended to help victims of Russia's war in Ukraine. An English amateur golfer, Taylor Weaver, has qualified for his first major. The 22-year-old will make his US Open debut after earning a spot in qualifying on what is known as golf's longest day. Weaver earned his place after playing 36 holes at 10 venues across the US and Canada in a bid to claim one of the 47 places available for the tournament, which does take place in the middle of June. South Koreans went to the polls today to choose a successor for the impeached former President Yoon Suk-yeol. Voters are hoping that the snap of presidential elections mark a definitive end to the months-long saga. Exit polls are projecting a win for opposition candidate Lee Jae-myung. For more on this, I'm joined from Seoul by correspondent Jan Kamsen-Broomby. Jan, great to have you on the show. So, South Korea's broadcasters are projecting the Liberal Party candidate Lee Jae-myung will win today's snap election. What more do we know?
That's right. Well, we know that there's been a high turnout today, and we know that from these polls that were taking place just after the end of the voting a few hours ago, that his vote share hovers at around 50%, and that's quite high by South Korean standards, actually. We know that the campaign itself has mirrored the last 6 months of politics here in Korea. And by that, I mean it's been a very chaotic, a very turbulent affair. This whole thing, of course, started by the imposition of martial law that was 6 months ago to this very day, when people around Seoul gathered right here where I'm standing to push back, to demonstrate against the military that had arrived to try and take away their democratic rights. And today, of course, they've really shown and they've really exercised those democratic rights in electing now the opposition party candidate from the Democratic Party, and that is, of course, Lee Jae-myung.
The new leader is going to be facing challenges of healing a polarized society, as you say, and shielding the economy from US tariffs, and of course the threat of North Korea. What will Lee's priorities be?
That's right. You've listed three things there, and those really are, I think, the big three things that he's going to be focusing on. Throughout the campaign trail, both of the main two candidates emphasized that economic growth was really going to be their number one priority. And one of the pathways to that was to be really enhancing and utilizing AI. That's something that South Korea is particularly known for and is particularly strong in. But of course, on top of that, I think this imposition of martial law really highlighted and exacerbated existing polarization and the contentions between different groups of people here within Korea. And because of that, we've seen political discourse become increasingly contentious. We've seen it become violent in some cases, with people storming buildings, protesters and counter-protesters are really engaging in these kinds of battles on the streets, mainly not physical ones, but of course it really has become a big issue here. And so bringing together the country is really going to be a big struggle. And then, of course, he's taking the presidency at a time of increased political instability on the international stage as well, with Donald Trump introducing tariffs on non-allies and allies such as Korea in the region alike. And of course, as you said, North Korea, the neighbor to the north, and China also poking and probing at Korea's maritime borders in recent months as well. All of these different things are things that he's going to have to deal with in the coming years.
And you mentioned earlier, but 78% of eligible voters actually cast ballots today. And what prompted such a high turnout of voters? And you're there in Seoul. What's the atmosphere been like?
Well, I can tell you that the party for the Democratic Party's victory, the Victory Party, essentially, is just a few hundred meters away. I was speaking to some people there who were saying they're relieved that the last 6 months they described as sad, and they said this is exciting. Another person I was speaking to had come all the way down from just next to the North Korean border. He had arrived early because of the opinion polling suggesting that Lee was going to win. He said he was going to be coming here to celebrate a victory for democracy. That's how he saw it. So a jubilant atmosphere in the air for the supporters of Lee and the supporters of the Democratic Party. Of course, the supporters of the main opposition party, the People's Power Party, much more subdued. We were listening to what they were saying in the last few days. They perhaps were not expecting to win, but I think they also weren't expecting to lose quite this badly, is what we seem to be hearing from them. I will say, of course, also that he's going to have to try and bring these people together, and he's going to have to try and find a way of bridging the gaps between those two experiences here. And turnout so high, perhaps because this really has felt like a big moment in the story of Korean democracy. Some people here, the younger generations, couldn't quite believe it when it first happened. They might remember hearing the stories from their parents who themselves fought to democratize Korea, who themselves had to live through martial law decades ago. And some of them were laughing at the time, thinking, how on earth can this be the Korea of now? And so that's perhaps why we've seen such a high turnout. People whose democratic rights were almost taken away from them now exercising those in large numbers.
Jan, and we're also just getting a breaking news line through, and it's saying opposition Lee Jae-myung wins South Korea election after months of martial law chaos. Appreciate you joining us from Seoul. Thank you so much for your insights. A reminder of our top stories. Gaza's health ministry says 27 Palestinians are killed by Israeli fire whilst waiting for aid. Giorgia Meloni welcomes Emmanuel Macron to Rome for a so-called Turning Point summit. And German and Portuguese police begin a new search for missing British toddler Madeleine McCann. And that's all from us on W News. Don't forget to subscribe to our YouTube channel and also follow us on X. Counterpoints with Melinda Nucifora is coming up next. Plus, we'll be back in just a couple of hours' time with W News Extra. Goodbye and thank you.
President Trump has accused Ukraine of not holding any of the cards. Well, it turns out President Zelensky had an ace up his sleeve. Ukraine has just pulled off an audacious drone attack on Russian air bases. But will it backfire on Kyiv at the negotiating table? That debate is coming up on Counterpoints.
Hello and welcome. I'm Rawiya Alami and this is The Dailies, where we take a look at important news stories, reports, analysis and articles published in newspapers and media outlets across the world. Most newspapers continue to cover the Ukraine drone attack on Russian air bases a couple of days ago, delving into its details and analysing its meaning and repercussions. Another story continued to attract attention, particularly by European newspapers, and that is the unexpected victory of the far-right candidate Karol Nawrocki in Poland's presidential elections, with many viewing it as a testament of the rising right-wing tide in Europe. The Financial Times, for one, published an article by Jarosław Kukiz analysing Poland's presidential election and looking at the causes of such a victory. Kukiz, who is editor-in-chief of the Polish weekly Kultura Liberalna, contends that this outcome marks a significant setback for advocates of liberal democracy, particularly following Donald Tusk's successful parliamentary campaign earlier this year. The article highlights the lack of effective communication and delivery of promised reforms by Tusk's coalition government, which contributed to voter backlash. The author goes on to say that Nawrocki's win not only threatens the rule of law, but also indicates a growing trend of popularism in Poland, reflecting broader European dynamics. Despite this defeat, the article emphasizes that the competitive democratic process remains intact, paving the way for potential liberal reforms and strategic preparations as Tusk eyes the 2027 elections. Le Monde's editorial seems to agree with Kukiz, saying that Poland's presidential election has indeed shocked Europe. The victorious far-right candidate Nawrocki, a historian with no political experience, was backed by the International or Nationalist Law and Justice Party. The editorial notes that the win highlights deep divisions in Poland, with cities voting centrists and rural areas supporting the right. The article notes that Nawrocki's victory is a blow to Prime Minister Tusk's pro-European government, which now faces a powerful president likely to use his veto. The result signals growing far-right influence in Europe, encouraged by the Trump administration. Nawrocki supports the EU and NATO, but will resist Ukraine joining NATO. The article warns that centrists are struggling as nationalism rises across the region. Yesterday, the British Strategic Defence Review was officially published, and today The Times published an in-depth report on the review, describing it as the most radical defence review we've seen for a generation, aiming to make Britain battle-ready, armour-clad and ready for war in response to a new era of threats from Russia and also China. The report highlights that the Radical Defence Review stands out as the first since 1989 not to recommend cuts, but instead it calls for significant investment development and modernization. The article also highlights how all 62 recommendations were accepted, reflecting a unified approach to new global threats. It also includes some details as to how the UK compares to other armed forces in the world. As you can see in this table here, the UK and France are indeed well behind the other countries mentioned on this table, namely the US, China and Russia, in many categories. The first category is the total active personnel, also in the main battle tanks, in the fighter and ground attack aircrafts and aircraft carriers, and also nuclear submarines, and finally also nuclear warheads. Now, with Russia and China identified as the main dangers, the review proposes more troops, better recruitment, and a focus on advanced technology like drones, AI, and cyber weapons. The commitment to build new submarines and invest in nuclear capabilities shows a serious intent to strengthen Britain's military. Overall, the article presents the review as a bold, forward-looking plan to keep the UK secure. This view was not shared by Charles Moore, who warned in the Telegraph today that despite the Strategic Defence Review published yesterday, the UK is not facing the hard military realities of the world. Moore's article reviews the challenges faced by democratic governments in preparing for war, using historic examples like Margaret Thatcher's reversal on defence cuts after the Falklands War. It argues that the leaders often avoid military spending until a direct threat appears. The author points to Ukraine's resilience and innovation against Russia as a lesson for Western nations, especially the UK. The piece suggests that Britain is not taking the Russian threat seriously enough, with low recruitment and limited readiness. It calls for learning from frontline NATO countries and warns that the UK's new defence review lacks clear solutions. The author also criticises striking NHS doctors, arguing that frequent strikes erode public respect and professional standards, worsening morale and financial prospects in the long run. The Guardian published an exclusive report describing a deliberate shift in Israeli military strategy. It reveals that recent deadly airstrikes on Gaza schools sheltering displaced Palestinians and civilians, of course, are part of a broader targeting effort following loosened controls on IDF actions at civilian sites. At least 6 schools have been struck, with over 120 reported dead, and more schools identified also as future targets. The report highlights that the IDF claims these sites are used by Hamas, but has not provided evidence. UN officials and human rights experts strongly condemn the attack as grave violations of international law and children's rights, noting that nearly all schools in Gaza have been damaged or destroyed. The report concludes that this Israeli military strategy of deliberately targeting schools leaves a generation of Palestinian children without safe education and exposing them to lasting trauma. In her foreign policy column, Emma Ashford asked whether Trump will be the president to finally break America's addiction to Middle East interventions. In her analysis, Ashford highlights the evolving approach of President Donald Trump's second administration towards foreign policy, particularly regarding Iran. Unlike his first term, characterized by hardline tactics and also a maximum pressure strategy, Trump now appears more open to diplomatic engagement. The administration's efforts also to negotiate a deal with Iran are seen as crucial for establishing a more stable U.S. foreign policy and shifting focus to challenges posed by China. The article underscores the potential for success in these negotiations despite internal Republican pressures for a harder stance. Ultimately, the piece contends that the outcome of talks with Iran may determine Trump's legacy and signify a significant pivot away from prolonged military involvement in the Middle East. And we'll end with the New York Times, where Jonathan Sumption wrote discussing the alarming trend of democratic decline in Western nations, including the US. While these countries still have democratic institutions, their political cultures are weakening, according to the author. This shift can lead to authoritarianism, as seen in other nations. The author highlights President Trump as a symptom of this decline, showing a shift from governing by laws to personal discretion. Citizens increasingly expect the government to solve all problems, leading to disillusionment and a turn towards strong leaders. The piece warns that if Americans continue to elect authoritarian figures, democracy might not survive. It calls for a restoration of democratic values to prevent history from repeating itself. That's it for today. Thanks for watching.
From the White House to Gaza, Kiev to Beijing, elections, economics and the environment compete with conflicts and other complex issues for our attention. In an age of fake news, deepfake and artificial intelligence,
they've got to have a vote and a say.
It's important to look beyond the loudest voice to understand the truth. From newsmakers to groundbreakers,
My campaign is going very well.
Presidents, prime ministers, princes and peacemakers, and cultural tastemakers.
As Arabs, as Middle Eastern, we're too emotional.
Join me on the Riz Khan Show for empowering conversation.
President Trump has accused Ukraine of not holding any of the cards. Well, it turns out President Zelensky had an ace up his sleeve. Ukraine has just pulled off an audacious drone attack on Russian air bases. But will it backfire on Kyiv at the negotiating table? That debate is coming up on Counterpoints.
Healthcare is one of the kingdom's rapidly evolving sectors. Well, one company at the forefront of all this is the Specialized Medical Company, that is a leading private healthcare provider based in Riyadh. With an IPO on the horizon and major expansion underway, SMC is positioned as a key player in the region's healthcare future. We're going to cross to Riyadh now and speak to the company's CEO, Bassam Shaheen. Dr. Shaheen, thank you very much indeed for taking the time to speak to us. Could you just first of all give us a brief overview of SMC and its role in Saudi Arabia's healthcare sector?
Hello. SMC started in 1999 in the capital of Saudi Arabia, Riyadh, as a VIP center and a same-day surgery center 25 years ago, with the idea of providing superior healthcare to the resident of the neighborhood and the suburb that it was serving. And within a few years, it received positive perception from the population, and it started expanding organically in the same campus that it was initially, up to becoming one of the largest private hospitals in Riyadh. And shortly after, another hospital was built in East Riyadh, and also it was a very successful launch during COVID-19. And it was started the operation at 2020 Q1, despite all the uncertainties, and turns out to be the right decision. The hospital became successful and led the board to take a decision to expand further and build 3 new hospitals in north of Riyadh to cover the need of the population and the big development happening in the north of the city. And few months later, the decision was taken to go public due to the quality, performance, and perception of patients. So the board took a decision to go IPO with a belief in going public that will add to the reputation of the hospital, to the exposure. It will improve the governance. It will improve the performance of the hospital on all levels. And this is why the decision was taken. The intention to float was announced in April. The institutional booking finished last week, and we have the individual subscription and the IPO after Eid. This is 15 to 16 of June, and hopefully we will be a publicly listed company before the end of June.
Okay, you make a lot of points there. I'm going to pick up on a couple of the ones, the things you just said there. Let's start with that IPO then. I mean, clearly a huge milestone for the company. What do you think it means for the next phase of growth for SMC?
We believe the IPO will give better governance practices. It will improve transparency and disclosure practices. Definitely, it will accelerate the growth, especially with the very ambitious plan to add to our capacity from the current around 600 beds to more than double, to become 1,275 beds, and from 250 clinics to 660 clinics. Being a publicly listed company, it's not only help you in the practices, the best practices of corporate companies and governance, but also it will help if you are in a growth path with a short period of time. And we are aiming to more than double our capacity in less than 5 years. So by 2030, our 5 hospitals will be fully operational in Riyadh, with a big market share in the north of Riyadh, where a lot of urban developments are happening. So we believe the IPO is a very good enabler, exposing the company and improving the performance, as I mentioned earlier.
Yeah, I want to pick up on those 5 hospitals in just a moment. But sticking with the IPO, what sort of interest are you seeing at this stage from investors?
Of course, we are in a period where we cannot announce the results, but there were a very good interest from institutional booking. The initial one, and after we issued the supplemental prospectus, and we will be able to announce the subscription and the pricing on June 3, succeeded by the individual prescription. But we have seen a very good interest, and despite all the fluctuations that are happening in the market, the demand on healthcare is still high. The interest of investors is still high, especially in sectors like healthcare that is truly supported by the government under the Saudi 2030 vision. So those sectors like healthcare are really less affected with the market fluctuations, and we were able to see that in the past few weeks.
Okay, so Dr. Shaheen, how do you think this is going to change SMC and everyone that works there? I mean, I'm talking about the IPO here. I mean, given you're going to be much more focused on profit and on the bottom line once you've listed, are you expecting a big change in the company?
It's one of the reasons when you consider going public is when you have solid performance. And SMC, since 2020, after the opening of SMC2 in east of Riyadh, has been having double-digit growth in EBITDA, in net profit, in revenue, and also in the number of patients and the quality of services that we are providing. And of course, when you become a publicly listed company, it's very important that to continue that growth, you continue delivering solid numbers to be able to satisfy the expectation of investors, and also to fuel the expansion and the growth momentum. So we believe we are in a very good condition to continue with that growth. And probably the maximum benefit that investor will get is once all our projects are completed in 2029, and then all the investor will get the maximum benefit of such a investment.
Okay, Dr. Shaheen, just before we move on from talking about the IPO, any details you're able to offer us or share with us about the pricing?
Yeah, the pricing that has been announced 1 week after the intention to float was within the range of 24 to 25 Saudi riyal. The company is selling 75 million shares out of the total 250 million shares. This is 30% of the company. And the price range has been finalized, and the subscription, as I mentioned, has been completed for the institutions and investing companies. And this will be open to the public on the 15th and 16th of June. And we believe that the price range will be probably hitting the upper category of the announced pricing range.
Okay, thanks for that. Now, we were talking just a minute ago about how your Riyadh base, you got 2 hospitals there in Riyadh, 3 more under development. Only Riyadh, or are you planning to expand perhaps to other regions of the country or even beyond Saudi Arabia?
The legacy of SMC has been well known in Riyadh since 25 years ago. Now, we are always open to any opportunity outside Riyadh, although our first priority right now is to improve our market share and footprint and presence in the capital. That's why our short-term and medium-term expansion plan focus on the capital to ensure we cover all the major districts that are underserved and underpenetrated by healthcare providers. At the same time, we are also involved in privatization that will be announced soon with the government, and this is also in Riyadh. And whenever we see there is an opportunity that will not really affect our strong expansion plan in Riyadh, out of Riyadh, we will consider it, and it's always on the table for discussion.
Okay, now, Dr. Shaheen, clearly healthcare is being transformed, like many other industries, by new technology, amazing innovations, artificial intelligence. How central is tech to your strategy at SMC?
SMC, since we started 25 years ago, we really embrace technology. We have developed our own IT team. We have developed all our software or our modules or our applications. And we kept on improving and adding and innovating since. Now, of course, the Saudi Arabia ecosystem is highly supportive for investment in technology. And we've seen the services provided by the Saudi government and many public systems are really one of the top in the world. And if you can see the effect, as one example only with the COVID-19, it was because of the use of technology and automation in Saudi Arabia that the response of Saudi Arabia were one of the best in the world. And SMC is, influenced a lot by that, and we have really prioritized investment in technology. Our mobile application, for example, has been developed in 2017. And in 2019, we were able to check in patients online virtually without having to talk to a reception or a nurse. So this online check-in was a feature 6 years ago, even 1 year before COVID was there. So the culture of innovation and using technology for patient experience improvement, having the patient in the center of the care, this also not only led to superior patient satisfaction, but also to operational efficiency. It's because of such technology and the use of some breakthrough features that we were able to see big numbers. We were able to really utilize our resources efficiently. And at the same time, we did not stop innovation. We've been adding features every few months. For example, at the beginning of the year, we have added the AI feature on the application itself after utilizing this internally in the hospital in 2024. Now, the artificial intelligence, it's a feature on our mobile application when any patient can ask AI to interpret in a very simple language what he's seeing as results, as reports. And we believe we are going into complete innovation in the coming few years where medical care is going more into predictive based on the behavior, based on the past history, with the use of artificial intelligence. Healthcare is becoming more precise, more predictive, more smart.
Okay, you paint a picture there of a competitive landscape, amongst other things, for healthcare in Saudi Arabia. Sounds like everything's going really well for SMC, but what challenges do you face? For example, do you ever struggle to find the right talent or human resources?
Probably if you ask any healthcare executive in the world and you will tell him what's your challenge number one, it will be your question. Having the right healthcare talents on board. Probably we're fortunate in Saudi Arabia that we are operating in an environment where education was supported by the government very early. Since 30 years, Saudi Arabia has been investing in education, especially of doctors, and getting them with the best training and degrees all over the world. And those Saudi doctors are coming back and working in the public sector, and they are really adding value to the healthcare in general. Now, recently we have seen with the increase in emphasis on the private sector participation, as mentioned in the healthcare transformation program, we are seeing that shift where Saudi doctors are going to the private sector as they see more opportunities to grow, and also they are seeing the major expansions and the improvement in the services happening in the private sector. So fortunately, unlike other GCC nations, Saudi Arabia have a very good medical Saudi workforce, and the private sector is benefiting from this. And this is the way we are going forward, because this is a very strategic thing, investing in Saudi doctors. And we have taken initiatives not only accepting and recruiting and retaining Saudi doctors from the public sector, but we are also running a Saudi residency program for doctors. And we've been running that program for many years in multiple specialties. And every year we have doctors graduating from that Saudi board program. Many of them are offered a job in SMC. Regarding other paramedical staff, like ancillary, lab, X-ray, the market really is well served. We have a good percentage of the national available for hiring. The challenge of nursing, this is, it's a worldwide challenge. Even the most advanced countries in the world, like US, like Germany, they are suffering from unavailability of nursing workforce, especially after COVID, when that profession is becoming less acceptable by many students who are thinking of other specialties because of the stress and the uncertainties and the risk at that time. Now, of course, the world has suffered, but at the same time, the world was able to have a contingency plan by exploring new markets in which there is a strong and acceptable and accredited nursing program where you have some graduates available and not being able to benefit needed healthcare system like GCC and like in Europe. And we have seen SMC like other private sector, and we have seen also all companies going into new markets where hiring of nurses was not available in previous years. Like we used to get a lot of nurses from the Philippines in the 2010 to 2020. After 2020, hiring from the Philippines, it became a challenge for all healthcare providers in the world. And we've seen more new markets being open to us, including some countries in Africa and some countries in Far East. And I believe this correction in the market in terms of finding the right nursing talent is very important and will continue to be a challenge of all healthcare providers in the region, especially in Saudi Arabia. One final thing, it's important to know that we've seen more and more Saudi nurses joining the workforce. And this is very important, especially with the presence of very good programs in Saudi Arabia. And also nurses are finding the private sector as a very challenging and opportunity for them to grow. And we've seen more and more Saudi nurses joining the Saudi workforce in SMC.
Again, Dr. Shaheen, just lastly, I want to ask you about health tourism. Is SMC seeing an increase in the number of people who come to Saudi Arabia from outside for medical treatment? And is SMC interested and focused on growing health tourism revenue?
Now, I've been in Riyadh for 25 years, and I remember 25 years, many of our patients used to come from GCC region, from Kuwait, from Qatar, from Emirates, from Bahrain. And all this shift of international patient was increasing with time. There are many multiple reasons for that. One of them, the very strong infrastructure of the healthcare system in Saudi Arabia. The last years, when you see Saudi Arabia opening up to the world, those mega projects entertainment, retail, residential, attractions. It's the access to Saudi Arabia that is probably the easiest one in history. A lot of people from all over the globe can now access Saudi Arabia within an instant visa system. So this is all putting a lot of opportunities for Saudi Arabia to be targeted in a location in the region where will attract a lot of patients requiring international care. The care in Saudi Arabia has been always among the top in the region. Many hospitals in Saudi Arabia are ranked among the top hospitals in the world. The specialties and the experience and the expertise that you find in Saudi Arabia is unparalleled as compared to neighboring countries. So there are a lot of opportunity that we see in the future in terms of medical tourism. And I think the infrastructure and the ecosystem existing right now and what's happening in 2030 vision in terms of all those mega projects will all help in establishing more Saudi Arabia as a reference medical destination in the region.
Okay, well, thank you very much indeed. We really appreciate you taking the time to talk to us. The CEO of SMC, that's the Specialized Medical Center, Dr. Bassam Shaheen. Thank you very much indeed.
Thank you.
It feels like decades are passing by in a matter of weeks. Seismic shifts in the world order.
Never, ever will be part of America.
With so much happening and so much noise.
Whether it's political upheaval,
Canada has been ripping us off for years.
Economic shifts or social movements.
And no one wins from tariffs.
I think America can be more friendly to the rest of the world.
For in-depth analysis and all the latest developments across the globe.
To have an inclusive policy together.
The meetings with Hamas gave me some hope.
We're in another nuclear arms race.
The most important development straight to your screen.
Welcome to the dressing room.
I'm on my own. I need backup.
And an insightful look at the issues shaping our world today.
It was not going to happen, that war, and it happened.
Join us on Arabiya News, where the world talks.
President Trump has accused Ukraine of not holding any of the cards. Well, it turns out President Zelensky had an ace up his sleeve. Ukraine has just pulled off an audacious drone attack on Russian air bases. But will it backfire on Kyiv at the negotiating table? That debate is coming up on Counterpoints. 117 drones hitting 4 separate airfields more than 4,000 kilometres away from the border. Ukraine has just pulled off an audacious attack on Russia's air fleet. The timing of the strike sends a strong message, coming on the eve of the latest round of ceasefire talks in Istanbul. Today, our panel will debate if this is a turning point in the war. You're watching Counterpoints with me, Melinda Nucifora. During that infamous White House face-off between Presidents Trump and Zelensky, the US accused Ukraine of not holding any of the cards. Well, it turns out President Zelensky had an ace up his sleeve. For 18 months, Ukraine has been planning a highly secretive, high-stakes attack deep in Russian territory. Using drones worth only about $1,000 each, Ukraine reportedly took out 40 prized Russian bombers, causing about $7 billion worth of damage.
Our Operation Spiderweb yesterday proved that Russia must feel what its losses mean. That is what will push it toward diplomacy. And when Russia takes losses in this war, it's obvious to everyone that Ukraine is the one holding the line, not just for itself, but for all of Europe.
But is it enough to give Ukraine an edge, even just in the short term, during this protracted stalemate? It will certainly have changed the dynamic around the negotiating table as talks resumed in Istanbul on Monday. Ukraine will use this show of strength as a bargaining tool, but it could backfire, giving Russia and the US more ammunition to accuse Kyiv of derailing the peace process. There's no sense that the talks will end the war anytime soon, and at the same time, Europe has turbocharged defence spending and Western allies have given Ukraine the green light to use long-range weapons. So, if anything, an expanded conflict may be on the horizon. On this episode of Counterpoints, we'll debate if Operation Spiderweb is a turning point in the war, what impact it will have on negotiations in Istanbul, and has Europe left it too late to up its own defences? Well, to discuss the prospect and potential of both conflict and peace, I'm joined by Sergei Markov, a Russian political scientist and former close advisor to Russian President Vladimir Putin. Major Jonathan Shaw, the former UK Special Forces Chief and a former Assistant Chief of the Defence Staff of the International Security Policy. And rounding out our panel, Cenk Uygur, host and CEO of the Young Turks, an independent American media organisation. Gentlemen, thanks for joining us here on Counterpoints. Well, from the long-term planning, the execution, to the timing of Ukraine's drone assault on Russia's Serbian airbase, it was shocking. It really came as such a surprise. And it certainly demonstrates a military that's much more capable and much more coordinated than many gave them credit for. But on the other side of the battlefield, there are also signs that Russia's summer offensive is about to kick off. So, Jonathan, let me ask you, first of all, you're a military man with vast experience. What do you make of the latest attack? Was it a good move? Did it make strategic sense for Ukraine to do this operation at this time?
Well, we'll get a better clue on that with the benefit of hindsight. But at the moment, it looks like it's a telling comment just before peace negotiations recommence. It sends a very strong signal to Russia, but particularly the world, and in fact, particularly to the United States, that the Ukraine is going to fight its own war for its own reasons and is not going to be dictated to by its so-called allies like the United States. And I think that's really significant. And also, to anyone who thought that the game was over, that Ukraine was finished, I think it's a very interesting development. The fact that people are saying it took 18 months to plan must have certain people thinking, well, if that one's just come to fruition, what else have they got planned there? What else is brewing? And I think it sows that little seed of doubt in people's minds. And if you're going into a negotiation, it's always useful to sow the seeds of doubt in the opponent's mind.
Cenk, I'm going to come to you with to pick up on some of the US points that Jonathan said there. But Sergei, is Russia now thinking, what else does Ukraine have up its sleeve? If this has been 18 months in the planning, as Jonathan said, is Russia preparing for something potentially even worse?
Of course, this attack was a big failure of Russian army and big success of Ukrainian army. So as British, because traffic of these drones cannot be done by Ukrainian army. The Americans already told many times that it's not Americans help Ukrainians, so who else? British. So this was a Ukrainian-British attack against Russian nuclear potential. It's from Russian point of view. And Russia didn't give a response because Russia afraid of nuclear escalation. But Russia wants to stress that leaders of Great Britain are moving all the world close to the nuclear catastrophe. And it's extremely irresponsible political behavior of British government.
Okay, Cenk, Cenk, hold fire, because Jonathan, I want to ask you, Jonathan, to respond, though. Was this Britain? Was this a British attack, not really just a Ukrainian attack?
I very much doubt it, but I don't know. I just think it's highly implausible. I think, I mean, historically, it's what Sergei says echoes comments he's made about nuclear escalation and foreign interference over many years, in fact, throughout the invasion. I think he shows a naive faith in the power of the British state, which I wish I could believe in, but I just don't think we'd do a thing like this. I think this is Ukraine actually doing what it's doing and doing it very well.
Cenk, what's your take?
Yeah, so first I've got to note the moral outrage from the aggressors is grating on the nerves. I can't stand to hear Russians who invaded Ukraine telling us that they're morally outraged they've been bombed in their own country. How many times is Russia going to do that before we laugh at their idea that they're outraged? It's like Israel kills 30,000 women and children and then claims they're against terrorism. So now that we've gotten the morality out of the way, the practicality is much more difficult. I want this war to end very badly. Already way too many people have died. And let's be honest, America has spent too much money on it. So at this point, I don't know if this helps bring the war to a closer end, because Russia's worried about lack of leverage and realize that perhaps this war is not as winnable as they thought, or it makes peace negotiations more difficult because it makes Russia dig in. But the goal of America should be peace. Make sure that we end this war no matter what.
So let me ask you then, Sergei, is this a turning point in the war for Russia? And do you think it could prompt a more serious response?
It's absolutely, from military point of view, this attack was very interesting for everybody. I think, by the way, that American and British militaries are very much concerned about possible attack of the Chinese or somebody else against their military base, because it's open, I would say, new front for the all militaries. But on the practical, it has absolutely almost zero influence on the battlefields, because few reasons. Zelensky told that 40 jets have been fired. Of course, this is a lie. As I was told that something about 10 jets have been fired, almost fired. Among them, only half of them real strategic bombers and half of them transportation jets. It's one. Secondly, Russia, it means that it's something about 3% of Russian fleet of strategic bombers. Also, these strategic bombers are not used intensively on this war. Only possible 10% of them use on the Ukrainian front. It's first of all because the main problem is not amount of bombers, strategic bombers. It's amount of the rocket missiles. It also, and it's how these rocket missiles expensive for the use. So, from military point of view, this attack, successful attack Ukrainian army, will have absolutely no any result.
Jonathan, with your military background, how would you assess this? Do you agree with Sergei, or could this have more of an impact on Russia's war machine than perhaps Russia's willing to admit?
No, I broadly agree with Sergei. I think the war will carry on. It will not prove decisive. I think the major influence is the psychological one, and militarily it will just be another response, and Russia will respond. Well, the Ukrainians must be expending Russia to respond, and my understanding is that subsequent to the attacks, Russia has mounted attacks across Ukraine. So this is to be expected.
Cenk, do you think this is going to backfire potentially on Ukraine? Is the backlash going to be worse than maybe anything that they've gained from this strike?
So, look, I don't know about that. And Sergei seems to be saying that this is an absolute outrage, but at the same time, it's no big deal. So he's probably got to make up his mind on that one. and I hope that they put it under the category of no big deal. But this going back and forth is reprehensible. And look, again, morally, it's very clear. It's all the Russians' fault. They invaded, and the invaders have the moral responsibility to end the war, to end their occupation of Ukrainian territory. That one is easy and obvious, and no amount of Russian propaganda will change that. Then the question is, yes, but what do we do now? And I think that America needs to, and Europe needs to put all of their leverage into ending the war. This is not going to help the people of Ukraine, and it's not going to help the people of Russia, who are, obviously suffering because of this war, economically, militarily. And by the way, we should all note that drones are changing the landscape of the military entirely. And now, including the U.S., we all have to be worried that drones can just nullify the trillions of dollars we all spend uselessly on defense.
Okay, before we move on to our next segment, Cenk talking about drones changing the game. Sergei, is it changing the game? Is Russia having to rethink its war strategy now when it sees what Ukraine can do with drones worth only a few $100s?
I think the thesis that drones change the game and the style of war is very important. And of course, now, as I have information from the front line, now something about 5 drones against 1 soldier on the front line. Of course, this is absolutely changed situation also, which is very important that it's on the very long distance from the front line, something about 30, 40 kilometers. It's all, in fact, front line as well. But not this exactly case. So what is this man's case? These drones have been moved by big automobile quite close to the airfield, and then they attack this airfield. It means that they, in fact, this is important information that another, for example, nuclear power station can be attacked and so on. And it means that Russia, not only Russia, I think all other countries now will need to have very big rocket missiles, anti-rocket missile system for the many thousands of different positions on the territory. Of course, it will be very costly. Now it will be extreme boom of this anti-rocket missile system in Russia and also everywhere. This is partly changed, but on the front line, it's they already used drones. All sides of this war try to produce drones as much as possible, and the style of the drones also as much as possible, because troops, armies need, dozens and possibly hundreds of different source of the drones for the specific issue. This will be very much developed, but it's not connected exactly with this accident.
Okay.
I want to say.
I'm going to move on to our next segment because I've got a question for you on that, Sergei. The latest round of talks have just wrapped up on Monday in Istanbul. They lasted less than 2 hours, and that's not hugely an encouraging sign. A new prisoner exchange has been agreed to, but nothing else concrete seems to have come out of this second round of Istanbul talks. Sergei, you've been speaking with members of the Russian delegation that were in Istanbul. They offered a 2 to 3 day temporary ceasefire, which was rejected. Is that fair? And what sense were you getting from them about the talks?
It's very simple. I'm really just told with members of the delegation just before this, a couple of them very good friend of mine, and Russia agree with temporary ceasefire. Fully agree, but Russia against unconditional ceasefire. temporary ceasefire because Russia believes that this ceasefire will be used by Ukrainian army, who is failing this war step by step. It will be used for a few things. First of all, moving a lot of arms of Western countries. That's why Russia conditioned no arms from Western countries to Ukrainian army. Then it will be used for mobilization. You should understand that Ukrainian men, they don't want to go to this war, and more than a million of them hide away in the different places. It will be ceasefire.
It could be argued that the same could be said for Russian fighters. Cenk, you're shaking your head there. What have you got to say to that?
Yeah, this brother's talking about how the Ukrainian men are hiding. Are you kidding me? You guys had to bring in North Koreans because you didn't even want to fight the war that you started. So it seems to me that the Russians are the ones that are running from the war, and I don't blame the citizens of Russia. I support the citizens of Russia. I blame the leadership who dragged them into this war and got them killed for no reason at all. What are you trying to reconstitute an empire? And this is all about Vladimir Putin's ridiculous ego, and you're here supporting it. And what I'm hearing from Sergei makes me believe the Ukrainians did the right thing, because he's just said, oh, the Ukrainians have no ability to continue the war. Well, they just showed you that they do have an ability to continue this war. So you better get to the peace table. And he's saying that he doesn't want a ceasefire. So again, it appears to be completely the Russians' fault. I desperately want a ceasefire. I want citizens and even soldiers on both sides to stop dying. I don't want any more deaths or violence or war. And I can assure you that the American voters do not want more war. So look, if he's serious about it and Russia is serious about it, they should get to the peace table right now. And I'm on the opposite party from Donald Trump, and I voted against Donald Trump. I worked against Donald Trump, but he does seem like he wants to drive towards a peace deal here, and he does seem to have realized that the real people blocking it are the Russians and Vladimir Putin.
Maybe I say a very important thing. I think you disinform. It's not Russians ask North Koreans to come to the Kursk regions. It's North Koreans ask Russia possibility to take on this war because they want to be trained very much during the modern war. They want to be more prepared to this war. And as you may know, Russians have no mobilization. Russians take only volunteers. Of course, they pay good money to those volunteers, but nevertheless, it's only volunteers. And also one of the reasons Zelensky wants to use this period of ceasefire for inviting British and French troops to Ukrainian territory with possibility of the anti-rocket missiles, which should close the sky above the Ukraine. What's the reason for Russia to agree with this? Russian politicians maybe think that they are bad, but they are not crazy for sure.
Jonathan, you were shaking your head and smiling there during that exchange. What's your take on that?
The mobilization issue is an interesting one. I mean, Sergei is of course right that Vladimir Putin has not mobilized Russian society because that would affect his key base in Moscow and St. Petersburg, which is why if you look at the videos of the people who are actually doing the fighting for the Russians and who are dying for the Russians, they tend to be people from the Russian Empire. And let's be quite clear, Russia is not a country, it is an empire. It grew over about 400 years when it grew, starting with Peter the Great and working all the way through. And it took a long time to conquer the landmass that we now call Russia. But Russia is not a unitary state. And most of the people who are doing the fighting are from the Far East and to the uninitiated Westerner like me, look more like Chinese than they do like Russians. And that's the reason that Vladimir Putin has not mobilized Russian society, because he doesn't want to mobilize his own key supporters in Moscow and St. Petersburg.
At the conclusion of the talks in Istanbul, President Zelensky, who's in Vilnius in Lithuania, not in Istanbul, Turkey, renewed his calls for additional and tougher sanctions on Russia. But it seems that the current sanctions aren't even working. Recent analysis found EU member states have paid Russia 209 billion euros for energy imports since the war began. So, Jonathan, you're in the European security context. Are Ukraine's Western allies, particularly in Europe, letting Ukraine down?
Yes, very much so. Yeah, I was appalled when I read those statistics. You're absolutely right. We are still paying Russia to keep its war going against us. So I think that is a very serious point. And it is interesting that this far into the war, we can still talk about hardening sanctions and how we actually do it. One of the interesting side effects of that is that the Chinese will have noticed how mealy-mouthed the West are in imposing sanctions, which means that the threat of Western sanctions on China for invading Taiwan, that threat has now been reduced because I think the Chinese have seen the Russians as being the masters at evading sanctions.
Cenk, there's all this talk about maybe Trump will impose this new sanction package that Lindsey Graham is pushing for in the US. It's like all this stick and carrot game, but the stick never comes out. Do you think that Russia has no concern about tariffs? About sanctions?
Yeah, I'm worried about it because we all have to get serious about peace. And so if you're going to do that, you have to sanction the country that is causing the great majority of the violence. We should, by the way, again, do that for Israel as well. We should take away all their funding and actually sanction them. And we should do likewise for Russia. And there's no reason not to do it. And by the way, Europe has a greater responsibility here. We are helping to defend Europe. So Europe continuing to buy energy from Russia and not seeking other sources, well, is greatly counterproductive. So do you mean it or don't you mean it? Is this a horrible moral crisis, which I think it is? I think what the Russians did is terrible. But if the European countries are claiming that it is, they should help to finance this war in an even greater way, and they should stop buying from the Russians, obviously.
Sergei, have the sanctions pinched at all, or is Russia not fazed?
Of course, sanctions is the best thing. Sanctions stolen my money, my personal money. I lost because of them, because of sanctions. And there's a lot of people also in Russia, including, first of all, in the high class and the middle class, they lost all money because of this. Also, they want to go to the Paris, to the, Greece, to travel, and the fact that they cannot do it, it's a bad thing. But at the same time, we're proud that because of geopolitical sanctions, our economic growth is 3%, American economic growth 2%, and European growth is 0%. It will be continued. It's big stupidity of Western countries. And I think Donald Trump understands very well that anti-Russian sanctions in the United States move Russian economy close to the Chinese economy. And Chinese economy, its main strategic challenge to the United States of America now and for the next years and decades. That's why anti-Russian sanctions against the United States, it's stupidity of Joe Biden team, and Donald Trump repeated it many times, he says this. And if it's difficult for me to imagine that by having such idea, Donald Trump can start new sanctions against Russia. It's just to continue stupidity of Joe Biden.
Cenk, Russia has reiterated its red line that Ukraine should never be allowed to join NATO. And the US Special Envoy, Keith Kellogg, said again recently that Ukraine's membership is not on the table. But that seems to go against what we've just heard from the Alliance's Secretary General, who said all 32 members are in consensus about Ukraine's path. So who's playing politics here? Who's not telling the truth?
Yeah, well, this situation is incredibly difficult because on the one hand, we told the Ukrainians that we would protect them if they gave up their nuclear weapons after the Soviet Union fell apart. And so here we are protecting them. So I'm glad that we're keeping our promise. On the other hand, this can't be a war that continues indefinitely. And And I know that bringing NATO close to Russia's borders does aggravate Russia, and I don't think that that's a wise policy. So if there's a peace deal to be made here where Ukraine does not go into NATO and Russia withdraws from some of the territory, I could certainly live with that if both sides can live with that. Look, obviously this should be stated that the war could end immediately and we could have complete peace if Russia withdraws. But Russia doesn't want to withdraw from their invasion. They want to grab more land. So again, they're clearly the guilty party here. That's not in question. The question is how to end it when Russia wants to keep more land and the Ukrainians don't want to give it up. And it's a very, very difficult question. Would I have pushed for Ukraine to enter NATO before the war? No, I didn't think it was a good idea to do that. Does that mean that it's the Ukrainians' fault or the West's fault? No, it's always the fault of the aggressor, which in this case is clearly Russia.
Jonathan, what do you think? Would you have pushed for Ukraine to enter NATO before the conflict, and has that changed now? What's your take on what Cenk has been saying?
You mean before 2014?
Yeah.
You're talking about? I think I was more interested in getting them into the European Union. You see, I think if you look at what Vladimir Putin says about Ukraine, I think the NATO issue is in part a red herring. I think he would even object to Ukraine joining the European Union. Why is that? Because if Ukraine managed to join the European Union, became a successful Slavic state, like a lot of the other East European countries have done, then it forms a competing political model for the Soviet model, the Russian model, which has fundamentally failed. I mean, the Russian model is a disaster economically and socially and culturally. I just think it's a disaster. And what they can't stand is someone showing them up for being that. So that's why they don't want Ukraine to be part of the European Union, because it would lead to the improved politics, the improved social life, the improved living conditions of the people, and form an absolute unflattering comparator with Russia, which is, I think, a basket case.
Sergei, should Ukraine ever be allowed? It doesn't seem like NATO have much consensus here, but maybe they will enter.
Of course, Russia not against membership of Ukraine in NATO, not against occupation of Ukraine by NATO. Why? Because NATO used as a military force for consolidation, clear, undemocratic, criminal, and terroristic regime in Ukraine. And its main goal to change identity of Ukrainians by using terror against it. It's exactly what Russia demands to stop, first of all. That's why stop political repression against Russian language. Stop political repression against Orthodox Church, which combine identity. Stop political repression against Russian culture. Russia say, we believe that there should be no restoring of monumentum to the Lev Tolstoy and Fyodor Dostoevsky in Ukraine. It's what we fight it for. And you fight it for, as your country's gentlemen support absolutely clear and democratic regime. I know that your government are lying that Ukraine is a democratic country now. They know that they are lying. You know that they are lying. Everybody knows that it's absolutely clear, not democratic regime. And from our point of view, most important, not exactly Ukraine, most important that Europe already not democracy. If they can support absolutely clear repressive regime, they are ready to continue. It means that they are ready to.
Cenk, what's your take on that?
I actually want to ask Sergei a question. Sergei, do you see that NATO keeps expanding, at least partly because Russia keeps invading its neighbors, and that the invasion of your neighbors is deeply counterproductive because it makes everyone want to seek NATO protection?
we know that Finland and Sweden, they joined NATO after this Russian-Ukraine war started. At the same time, you should understand that from our point of view, it means almost nothing from security point of view, because being a member of European Union and based on the agreement between NATO and European Union, Finland and Sweden already been part of the military machine of the NATO and Western coalition. So it's not so big problem. And
well, if it's not such a big point, why did Russia make such a stink about it?
Yeah, not NATO itself, the threat to Russia, but the idea of NATO leaders to make Ukraine anti-Russia by using terror against people in Ukraine, and to make the conflict between Russia and Ukraine endless, as between India and Pakistan, as between Israel and Palestinians. It's what Russia wants to take as a threat.
Jonathan, is NATO trying to make Ukraine anti-Russian?
I don't think. I think that would be one of the easiest sells if it was required. I actually don't think it's required at all. For most of the Ukraine, in all the censuses taken before 2014, showed that Ukraine was split. There was a small section on the eastern edge, which had been traditionally part of the Russian Empire, but the western part, all the way of Ukraine, which had been part of the Polish-Lithuanian Empire or Commonwealth for 400 years, until Peter the Great was given Ukraine by the Polish state back in sort of the late 17th century. That's the sort of split in the country. So it was already the case that most of the country was Western looking, and there was a slip on the eastern side that was Eastern looking. But once the invasion happened, what we find is that the majority of, in fact, the vast majority, almost complete, even the Russian speakers on the east of Ukraine suddenly rebelled against the Russians. And as Sergei himself has admitted in an interview, he said the Ukraine was expected to switch sides, but Ukraine did not switch sides. And that's a direct quote from you, Sergei. So you would agree that the Russian attack was based on a false premise, i.e. that the Ukrainians all wants to be liberated and that you'd be greeted as heroes. Completely the opposite has happened. You've been rejected as terrorists, as infiltrators, and it just feeds back to, if you're talking history, the Holodomor, when Stalin starved to death. Is it something like 20 million people in Ukraine before World War II? Horrific. So I think there's no need for NATO to sell anti-Russian feeling to the Ukrainians. They have that in spades.
Sergei?
I told many times that a lot of Ukrainians like Russian, but of course nobody like Russian rocket missiles with striking your city, and from which you have to hide away in the base. But same time, I want to stress there are now it's impossible to say about preference of Ukrainians, because look at the Germans, they fight for Adolf Hitler when Adolf Hitler already killed himself in Berlin and so on. Same Ukrainians, they live under the now totalitarian, new modern totalitarian neo-Nazi regime. So they have no freedom to express their opinion. It's exactly one of the things which Russia demands. And you can compare, for example, how free Russia and Ukraine. It's very easily. I'm quite active in different media. And before this Ukrainian war, during 8 years on Russian TV, I took part in different shows. Every day on every Russian TV channel, you could see some Ukrainians who express opinion of the Ukrainian government. Every day, many times. On Ukrainian TV during 8 years, no one person can express Russian opinion. Of course, you should accept it's most difficult for you that Ukraine is not democratic country. If democracy and freedom come back to Ukraine, you will see they will like Russia again.
Well, what do you think about that? Cenk, I feel like by the look on your face, you have an opinion.
Yeah, I mean, it's hilarious to see someone supporting the Russian government talking about freedom. Putin has totally ended democracy in Russia. It's now unofficially a dictatorship, and he seized all power. And if you question him, you wind up tripping out of your window or having a bathtub fall on top of you. So the idea that Russia is free is preposterous, run by the dictator Vladimir Putin. So he denies freedom to his own people. He denies freedom to the people he invades. So, brother, you got no leg to stand on there at all. So, look, these two warring sides have to come to a conclusion. Do they want peace or don't they want peace? So, for example, in Israel, Israel is saying, no, we don't want peace. We want Gaza. We want to take that land. And they reject every peace deal. And in this case, look, I think both sides are intransigent. I don't want Ukraine bombing deep into Russia. I don't want to escalate this war. I don't want to get dragged more into the war. And I don't want to keep financing it. I speak on behalf of, honestly, a majority of Americans, right? At the same time, Russia keeps being more and more aggressive, and they keep dragging us back into the war. So Russia has the ability to end all of this by simply getting to the peace table and executing a peace deal so that both the Russian people and the Ukrainian people can have peace.
Jonathan Shaw has had to depart our panel, so we thank him for his contribution. Staying with us, of course, is Sergei Markov. You were just wanting to respond to a few points, Sergei, that Jonathan and that Cenk had raised before we had to lose Jonathan from our panel. Go ahead.
Yeah, I think you're demonizing Russia and Vladimir Putin. I told you specific facts why Russia, we're talking about before, so why Russia was much more free than Ukraine. You just used very demonizing words. So let's talk using facts if we want not just to go military propaganda. We should explain people. And democracy, I think, is the main solution for Ukraine now and the main security guarantee. When Ukraine was a democratic country before 2014, Ukraine has absolutely no problem or security problem with Russia. So the solution is to stop a repressive regime in Ukraine, which is supported by Western countries, and move it to the democracy. You support a neo-Nazi in Ukraine as exactly Western countries supported Franco regime, Salazar regime in Portugal, Franco regime in Spain, Pinochet regime in Chile. It's your responsibility.
Cenk, I'm going to let you respond before we move on to our final segment.
Yeah, I mean, they do this absurd talking point about how the Ukrainian people led by a Jewish leader, Zelensky, are neo-Nazis. Yeah, I don't think so.
Yeah, he's neo-Nazi.
Okay, now, yeah, sure. So look, Sergey, let me ask you a question back. I'm very happy to have independently verified by international organization elections in Ukraine and in Russia. So would you allow for independently verified elections in Russia as well as Ukraine?
Of course. But independence, it's not those who from Western countries. Western country taking part in the war against us, as you know. Independent is Brazilian, Indonesian, Indian, and so on. We invited them on all our elections. And, as a member of Council of Europe, I've been part of the different monitoring election team. I'm sorry, they are not independent. They fully depend on, so-called Western coalitions. Is the problem that no independent international organizations.
Okay, I'm going to move it on to our final segment here before we get too bogged down in elections. Germany's chief of defence has warned NATO members to prepare for a Russian attack within the next 4 years. Germany has already upped its defence spending, reversing years of neglect, but as have other European countries. But you can't just flick a switch. That kind of military ramp-up takes time. Cenk, do you think this is just fear-mongering, or is this a very real possibility? And is it then something that the US is going to have to foot the bill on once again?
Again, we're in a difficult position here because I don't want any more military-industrial complexes in the world. They have a financial incentive to drive all of us into wars. So the idea of Germany rebuilding their military is a frightening one. On the other hand, I understand why Europe wants to defend itself, especially as America grows very tired of the wars. And so it puts us in a difficult situation, and there are no easy answers. But if I'm the Germans, do I want to protect myself against the Russians? Of course I do. I mean, the Russians show an insatiable appetite for conquest. And every time they have an excuse, just like Israel, they made us do it. They made us take their territory. It's the Ukrainians' fault that we had to invade them and kill them and take their land. No, it's not the Ukrainians' fault. It's your fault. And so if I'm the Germans, I start to get a little nervous about my, historic adversary, Russia, which has always had expansionist dreams and now has put them into effect. So, I mean, Sergei, I think you'd have to agree, the Germans and the others would be crazy not to be worried about your imperial expansion.
First of all, she had no imperial intention. But at the same time, I think the war between Russia and NATO could be very easily, and not in the 3 or 6 years, but even this year. But it's because aggression from NATO. If NATO countries will send the troops to the Ukraine to take part in the war against Russia, this war will be started. And it's exactly the plan of Zelensky and Papi Macron and Starmer. They want to use ceasefire for sending their troops to the Ukrainian territory, and they want to say anti-rocket missile system to set up them in Poland and Romania, saying, look, this anti-rocket missile system will defend our French and British troops. Then Zelensky provoked new kind of war, and as a result, the fighting will start between troops and French and British troops on one hand, and Russian troops on another hand, and also from Romania and Polish territories. And as a result, Russia will have to strike against a military base on the Poland and the Romania territory.
So that sort of rhetoric, then, you wouldn't think it was too far out of the realm of possibility for Europe to be preparing to be attacked by Russia?
They will be prepared, probably, for this. It could happen this summer, not in the summer yet. This summer, according to Zelensky's plan, the war between NATO and Russia should start.
You think Zelensky wants a war between NATO and Russia?
Of course, very much.
Russia doesn't. But Russia doesn't want to have a war.
Russia doesn't want to have this war, and Russia many times told to the Western countries, if you send your troops to take part in Russia, against Russia on Ukrainian territory, you will be situation in war against us. It's very dangerous. It can lead also to the nuclear war and to a total catastrophe. That's why
what do you think?
Russia repeating many times.
Is Zelensky trying to lead NATO, Cenk, into a war in broader Europe?
I don't know about Zelensky's intentions. I do know that we definitely should not use NATO against Russia. So I want to de-escalate the war. I don't want to further escalate it. And using NATO troops is totally unacceptable. Look, as you can tell throughout this interview, my heart goes out to the Ukrainian people. But bringing in NATO troops against Russia would only make things worse for Ukraine and everyone else.
Okay,
but, it's not helpful to... hold on. It's not helpful to have Sergei threaten Russia attacking Poland and Romania next, perhaps as early as this summer. Sergei, I don't understand how you can't see that people are reacting defensively towards you as Russia continues to not only take land, invade nearby countries, but to threaten Europe itself with an attack. You're making the war more dug in, and opposition against Russia more dug in. So you've got to get out of there and end this thing. It's not going to end well for Russia, Ukraine, or anyone else if this war continues to escalate.
You know, of course, it's very dangerous. But I'm saying, where I have to give you response if you will fight against me. You say, oh, you're saying very dangerous that you fight against me. I'm repeating that Russia will target Romania and Poland only if Romania and Poland will give their territory for attacking Russia.
The UK Prime Minister, we're talking about whether or not we're going to expand into Europe here. So I want to play you a part of an interview from the UK Prime Minister. The UK PM has refused to rule out the possibility that British troops could be sent into Europe to fight against Russia. Take a listen.
We are moving to warfighting readiness as the central purpose of our armed forces. When we are being directly threatened by states with advanced military forces, the most effective way to deter them is to be ready.
I'm not sure if you could hear that very clearly or not. Cenk, what do you make of the thought of UK being on a war readiness footing? Does that bring us closer to peace or further away from it?
I think all this talk leads to a rise in the escalation of the war. Both sides have to cut it out. So not only in bombing deep inside Russia, which I think, certainly can be counterproductive, and they should not use U.S. weapons to do that. And Russia with constantly trying to take more territory and threatening more wars. So I don't like it when the British or the Europeans do it. I don't like it when the Russians do it. Everybody's got to bring the rhetoric down, get to the peace table, and end this thing. So if you don't do that, if Sergei comes in here later and says, oh, NATO made Russia take more of their land. NATO made Russia invade. NATO made Russia kill all these civilians. It's not going to help anyone. And he again threatened nuclear war here. That's dangerous, insane talk. So who wins from nuclear war? No one, including the Russians. You've seen the map, right, Sergei? Ukraine's right next to Russia. So I don't know what kind of maniacal talk this is, but both sides have to bring it down, get to the table, and end this.
So just finally, Sergei, is this going to bring us closer or further away from peace? This talk from the UK that they're on a wartime footing now.
From our point of view, French and British leaders, they are making every dangerous step to escalation when they're talking about sending their troops to Ukrainian territory. It's we want them, please don't do it. And same time, I will say you that now a big discussion inside Russia, frankly speaking, we don't understand why Western leaders and Western media and Western experts just don't want to see how the awful devil they created in Ukraine. If you created this devil and if you support this devil, who are you? Why you ignore this absolutely clear fact that Ukraine not democratic country? It's awful devil now. This devil kill Ukrainian first of all, which from our point of view they are Russians, because if you may know, Ukraine been part of the Russia during 1,000 years, and Kiev was Russian capital during 3 centuries. For us, it's civil war.
Cenk, before we wrap up, it's still a war?
Yeah, this is what leads to endless war. The Turks can say, what? We had Athens for 500 years, so we should go back and get Athens. And then the Greeks could say, oh, we had Eastern Turkey or Western Turkey for thousands of years. So let's restart every war because of ancient ethnic strife and the belief that you own the land. You don't own the land, brother. Okay, Ukraine is Ukraine, Russia is Russia. Get out of Ukraine, end the war, stop attacking your neighbors. These are not difficult asks. They're the bare minimum asks. And so then when you invade your neighbors 3 times over, don't get surprised when people think you're the aggressor.
Let me ask you a very simple question. Why you, if you're pro-democratic, why you ignore political repression against Orthodox Church, political repression against Russian language? Russia, very simple information. When Ukrainians come to the banking machine to take their money, you know how many of them are choosing Russian language for the talking with banking machine? 97%. 97% prepared to use Russian language.
But to be fair, Ukraine hasn't outlawed the speaking of Russian. It hasn't outlawed it. People are allowed to continue to speak Russian in Ukraine. It's just not the national language. But we're out of time and we have to leave it there. Once again, we thank all of our panellists. It's been a very illuminating, a very robust discussion, as it always is here on Counterpoints, and that's why we appreciate having your company. Joining our panel was Major General Jonathan Shaw, former UK Special Forces Chief. He had to leave our panel earlier. And we thank our 2 remaining guests, Sergei Markov, former close advisor to Russian President Vladimir Putin, and Cenk Uygur, the host and CEO of the Young Turks, an independent American media organization. And thanks to you at home for tuning in to Counterpoints with me, Melinda Nucifora. Remember to subscribe to Al Arabiya English on YouTube to keep across all our debates and exclusive interviews. And be sure to follow us on X and TikTok. We'll see you next time.
Our allies, in many cases, are worse than our enemies.
Stay informed and connected with the latest international headlines.
There obviously is a risk.
From breaking news to in-depth analysis,
it would appear that this war is coming to an end.
Who buys this stuff? Investors, pension funds.
we deliver the most important developments straight to your screen.
Iran always wanted to deal with militia.
Join us for compelling, expert-driven conversations.
A curfew order has been established.
And an insightful look at the issues shaping our world today.
There are a lot of proposals about European architecture for security.
I'm Leigh Ann Gerrans, and this is W News.
We dealt with this when I was Chief of Staff in the first term.
Where you don't just hear the headlines, you get the full story.
So sorry, Tom. I'm late. I'm nearly there. see you all, and congrats on this very uplifting kind of dynamic, crazy action film. Let's start with that, the stunts and how great it is to work on them.
It's incredible because, you know, for this movie, we have the time to train in detail, to push ourselves, to work with the best of the best. Of course, Tom Cruise, Christopher McQuarrie, but also the stunt team, you know, with Wade Eastwood, who's the fight coordinator. We work everything in detail and with passion, and yeah, it's just I feel very lucky. We got to do some amazing fight scenes, and you know, together the fight in the cottage, and also we shoot with their real flames. You know, on a real set, it's not like CGI, so it feels very intense and very real. And I think it looks even more real when you watch the movie.
Of course,
we get a lot of bruises, but we wear them with pride.
You get a lot of bruises in this one.
For every life you tried to save, you gambled millions more. And now the fate of every living soul on Earth is your responsibility.
How much of a challenge is it for you?
I guess the challenging part would be the training aspect of it, but you're so well prepared, you know, because we've been training for so long. When you sign up for a mission film, you're kind of signing up for like this boot camp. So immediately we began training and working.
It becomes a lifestyle, basically.
It is a lifestyle. It's like a mission lifestyle. When you actually start like filming it, my character gets to do some fun fight scenes in this one. It's very intense. But once you're done, you're like, okay, I left it all on the table, and I'm happy. I'm satisfied.
Yeah, because at some point you had like to jump through glass or something, right?
Yeah.
So it was like,
doing your own stunts.
Yeah, amazing.
Why make it easy when you can make it difficult?
You make it impossible.
Yes. And Simon, obviously, you know, you're so inherent to the franchise now. You know it so well. How happy do you feel that the character has evolved so much? He's had so much of an arc, and in this one especially.
Yeah, I'm so delighted, and a lot of that is down to Christopher McQuarrie, just because he's such an artful writer. He's very clever. He's always had the journey in mind, you know, never kind of done anything too soon. Benji has grown very gradually. His experience has changed him very slowly, and yet you compare Benji in this film to Benji in the first film, and they are completely different people, and it's because of what he's been through, and that has been an absolute privilege to play, you know, 20 years. I mean, how often do you get that chance to play the same character for that long?
Yeah, that's true.
Unless you're in a soap opera.
It's true.
That's the pattern, isn't it? You refuse to sacrifice the ones you hold close.
After all this time, you know, spent together as really a family of Mission Impossible, how amazing is it for you when you watch the film together for the first time?
We watched it together in Tokyo, right?
It was kind of overwhelming. You know, we were jet lagged and we were sort of a bit sort of spacey. We'd just done the red carpet, and then suddenly 3 years of our life, you know, because we'd started shooting bits of this film when we were still shooting Dead Reckoning.
Yeah.
With Japanese subtitles.
Yeah,
too.
with Japanese subtitles
Cool.
up there on the screen, and it was a strange experience. I mean, I got up afterwards, like, feeling elated, but I couldn't quite process it, you know.
Yeah. I want to watch it again.
Yeah, I watched it again the other night with my daughter, and it was wonderful, just wonderful, because I got over that initial sort of emotional strangeness, and I could just enjoy the film like a viewer, and watch my daughter enjoying it as well. It's an incredible movie.
I think when we're watching these things, and I like looking at the different locations that we've been to, I just like, it's a lot of flashbacks, like, oh yes, we went there and we saw this, and certain scenes you're like, oh, I remember that, I remember what happened that day. That's so cool. So I'm really looking forward to watching it at Cannes with the audience, as an audience member.
Also, and I realized this the other day, the first time, if you're in a film, the first time you watch the film, you watch yourself.
Yeah, exactly.
Yes. So
you just need to check that you did the thing right.
Yeah.
Were y'all in a film?
No.
Oh, exactly.
So you're watching the other scenes. You're just thinking, when am I on again? When am I on again? When do I come back into this? And so you're not really fully engaged as an actor in the film. You're worried that have I done my job? So that's what you're looking for. Once you've done that, you can watch the movie as a whole.
Please welcome Mr. Tom Cruise.
always such a pleasure, Tom. How are you?
It's great to see you. Doing very
You
well.
too.
How are you?
Very well, very well. Enjoying watching The Final Reckoning. And I thought there's a sentimental nature to this one. Do you agree? And is it because Ethan himself has changed a bit?
I think in each one there's been a progression, and definitely, you know, when you're looking at this film, it is a culmination of the last 30 years of this storytelling. So, and everything has kind of led to this. So, and just the nature of it, it lends itself to it very much so. So we're always looking like, how do I invest the audience in this story, and how do I, you know, it's not just, you can have action, but if I don't care about the characters, if I'm not invested in the story, I'm not, as an audience, participating with it. So it has an emotion to it. It has really a breadth of the story, an amazing cast.
Yeah, as always.
Yeah.
Let's talk about safety. We do the same exit. I'll be in an accelerated spin.
Really, what do we want to see in this frame? We want to see me falling. Yes. And then I throw it. It's like, oh.
Okay, let's do it, guys.
And, you know, last time you were running in the Abu Dhabi brand new airport, and this time...
How beautiful and elegant was that? Oh my gosh, that airport is stunning.
It is. And you inaugurated it. And you're always the first one to have access to these things. So do you travel the world and think, okay, that's a landmark, I would like Ethan to run
Absolutely. If you look at the Burj Khalifa, I saw that city being built, and I was like, I want a story, and I want to climb that building. I mean, for years I was looking at it as going up, and I'm looking at countries and geography and things that I want to do. That is what I do. I spend my time studying history and looking at, you know, what people are doing and what they're building, and looking at different places and locations that I'd love to go, not just visit, but film. Like for me, I look at something, it's like I don't think just I want to visit. I'm thinking, what story can I tell there?
I was thinking, you know, Great Wall of China. That's a bit of a jog for Ethan.
Everything we're doing is underwater. We all know it's a dangerous environment. We've developed hand signals underwater, talking to understand depth, pull, frame, do it again, all of these things. There's a lot of stuff happening. Connector one. Cut. Rolling. We have different signals for performance. Close up, longer, if I'm resting.
Once we got the hand signals, it made things a lot more efficient. But shooting underwater, there's always a sense of danger.
It's a pleasure to talk to you about this. Also great fun, but a very challenging physical and mental type of role.
Yeah, I think that's part of the draw of why I wanted to do it. And when we started the screen test 5 years ago, they said that they were looking for an actor that they wanted to work with who liked that process, and that they would then build the character and the story around that actor. And so the training was very much about finding out what my natural skill set was and my own interests, and then developing a training that would enhance that. So drifting, sleight of hand, choreographed fight sequences with props, and then working in a cold climate like Svalbard. I loved it.
Oh, it must have been great to be there. I mean, those surroundings.
Yeah, it's beautiful.
Yes, but the challenge, obviously, is still there, especially in those types of climates.
Everything you've done has come to this.
You gave him an aircraft carrier?
How much do you put your own input into how, you know, the dynamic with the character of Ethan Hunt has to be?
It's instinctive to me because there isn't a set script. It's not that I'm having to hit certain beats necessarily, not initially anyway. We're still discovering it in the moment. So it's very much based on a natural chemistry and natural rapport that I have with Tom. So I got to kind of get a sense of our own natural friendship and kinship. And I think the big kind of core theme of this whole movie is friendship and the importance of self-sacrifice for the collective good.
Yeah, and I think it resonates with who Tom is in the sense that he is very protective of the people that he surrounds himself with. Is it the right impression? You know, just like the Ethan Hunt team.
Yeah, he cares tremendously about people's well-being, particularly in these intense environments like Svalbard or doing stunts that require tremendous amount of focus and training, and the stakes are high. I think he respects actors and he meets them at their level, so he gets to know what they need and actively helps them pursue it. And so I felt very safe with him. I think, you know, you can't put yourself in an environment that's as intense as this unless you trust the people that you're working with.
You've always been on the right side, brother.
It's a 3-decade franchise with the same actor. Are you able to gauge what made the success of Mission Impossible? I mean, obviously Tom, but something about it.
The particular quality that Tom has that kind of excels this franchise into why it's lasted so many years is because he's like a student. He's always looking to see how he can better himself based on what he's learned from the previous one. And Chris McQuarrie is exactly the same. I think they really understand how to develop story from studying other films and to always push themselves and to remain open to always kind of find a better way of doing something.
This was your calling, your destiny. I have no regrets. Neither should you.
And finally, it is fluff. It's obviously, you know, a big blockbuster popcorn movie, but, you know, there's a discussion about technology and the importance of preserving humanity with it. That's quite important. Does it resonate with you?
The thing for me in any kind of form of technology is it's neutral. Power, money, AI, it's neutral. It's what we as human beings choose to do with it.
Thanks ever so much. Have a
Thank
lovely
you.
day. Always a pleasure to talk to you, and what a thrilling film to watch, but especially a president like Sloane. I think she's like a chocolate fondant. She's hard on the outside, but she's meltingly emotional on the inside. Is that how you wanted her to come across?
Oh my gosh, I didn't think about her in those terms, but she sounds delicious. And I love chocolate, so.
No, she is delicious.
I like that analogy.
Oh,
Thank you for
so
that.
much. Thank you. And is it a difficult role to play in the sense of, you know, knowing what she goes through in terms of the decision making?
You know, how to command the room, how to, you know, command attention and foster, you know, faith and confidence that we can make this through, but we have to remain level-headed and calm and open to what's possible. We can't sort of, you know, rush the decision-making, rush the judgment, because that could be our worst mistakes can come out of that, out of acts of desperation in the moment.
This can't all be true.
Every word.
How much did you work on her body language? There's a certain posture to leadership.
Absolutely. That was something that I thought about a lot, you know, and of course, you know, the costume, the power suit is a big part, you know, but yeah, trying to balance the duality of who she is, you know, as president in this important seat of power, but also, you know, as a woman, as a mother, as a friend.
Yes, as someone to look up to.
If we want to bring the world back from the brink, we have to deal with him. Should he choose to accept?
There's a certain dynamic between her and Ethan Hunt, although they don't meet on screen that much. So how much did you and Tom always discuss, you know, this kind of special relationship that they have?
We took a lot of time in the playing of the character, you know, just when they meet face to face. And because we had, you know, the luxury of extended hours to be able to do it, we could play around with that, even if it was not said. And which was great because there is a sort of you know, a look in one another's eyes and sort of speaking without speaking. So we had time to play with that, and it was interesting to see how it landed, how best it landed.
No, absolutely, because, you know, there's such a backstory to them finally being face to face. It must have been a thrilling scene, without giving too much away to film. How much do you enjoy working with Tom in general?
Tremendous colleague, person. He's there every take, 100%. So I really did appreciate that.
Everything you are, everything you've done has come to this. You gave him an aircraft carrier?
At this point of your career and success and fabulosity, what's important for you when you're accepting on a role? Because now you probably know.
Oh, I love those roles that sort of, you know, set us up, build us up, show, you know, us as women to in all our, as you say, fabulosity and complexity. I love that.
How to all get our groove back.
Yes.
Thanks ever so much, Angela. Great to see you.
Thank you.
Cheers.
Thank you.
I have no regrets. Neither should you.
I need you to trust me. One last time.
It's a pleasure to talk to you about this. It must be a delicious character to build. I mean, he's bad, but he doesn't think so.
No, but I think most real people, whether they're good or bad, they're the stars of their own movie, and they have their own objective, and they have their own traumas to deal with, to settle. So for me to play a character like this, he's the hero. He's trying to save the world by cleansing it, in a sense. Most of us believe if we were in charge, we would do a better job than those people now.
For every life you tried to save, you gambled millions more. And now the fate of every living soul on Earth is your responsibility.
What are the challenges of these, you know, big epic films? You know, you travel a lot, long hours, big ensembles.
That's a very good question, Raya. The challenge is to keep your wits about you when everything else changes. Sometimes the weather comes and you wake up at 4 in the morning.
Yeah.
You prepare for a sequence, or you memorize pages of lines, and then nature changes your plans. So I'm a big believer in the quote that life is what happens to you while you're busy making other plans. So I'm ready to pivot. So I've learned to not take things personally. I've learned that, you know, when the clouds are a certain way and it's better for another sequence and you're ready to go.
Our lives are the sum of our choices. This is your calling, your destiny. I have no regrets. Neither should you.
Tom likes the spectacle. What do you think is Tom's imprint on the cinema industry? He's not only a movie star, he's really a movie lover.
One of the first days of shooting on the first one, I came up to him because I've known him, I met him many years ago when we were like 19 years old. And we've only worked together now for the first time. And I said, do you know, I've got to hand it to you. You have stayed relevant and at the top of your game for not 10 years, which is an amazing career for anyone, not 20, not 30.
Over
4 decades of being in the top 10, if not top 5 movie stars in the world. I don't know of anyone in the history of modern cinema that has done that. We can name a list of massive stars, but stars come and they go. And this man is still doing it. And, you know, and still looking good and still
jumping off planes.
The thing I have to say about him is that he he wants to save the world through his characters. And in real life, I think he's concerned for solutions. And if you know him, his first question is, well, how do we solve this? Well, how do we fix it? And that's a sign of a great person, not just a great star.
You've always been on the right side, brother. I have no regrets. Neither should you.
A lot of thematics about dedication to Ethan's team in this one. It resonates in real life. It feels like the people that surround you, actors, production people, are very important to the craft.
People are important to me. That's the beauty of living life, of making movies. People are important. Every person's important to me. And, to lead is to serve. And so I'm both a teacher and a student. So that is a reflection, and if you look at that, it's very important to me.
I think we on this line the whole time. But that's good right there. Okay, go set.
Okay, shooting! Slide, please, thank you!
Just stay ahead of him. Here we are, rolling.
Here we go, we're set, and 3, 2, 1, action!
We're not going to discuss the details of the stunts because this is what the audience waits for. But it's air and water in this one.
It's air, water, cars. It's very these sequences are things that have never been done before at this scale.
As usual.
Yeah, as usual. And it's like, and it took years to develop this, and really. Not just develop these things, but it's been a lifelong kind of pursuit and passion when you're talking about my first underwater sequence was when I was a kid in Legend. And what I do is I shot it and I learned about it, and then I thought, how can I do it better? And I became a master diver. Or if you look at aerial sequences, it was Top Gun, the very first one, and then how I then became an aerobatic pilot and flew jets and then helicopters, and how I'm always thinking, I'm learning something and I'm going, what's the story? How can I do something and then do it differently or do it better? And what story can I create to make these things to entertain an audience?
3, 2, 1. You can't imagine how physically punishing it was for Tom to be on the wing. The wind distorts your vision. It's almost impossible to breathe.
Is there something that scares Tom Cruise?
It's not like I don't feel fear. It's that I don't mind it. I don't mind it. I mean, I know I've never been afraid to, or if I feel something, to learn something new, to try something, to go and if I'm interested in something, to, go learn how to jump out of an airplane or jump off a cliff or whatever. It's just something that it doesn't stop me from doing things or learning about something or confronting it. And a lot of, what happens is that once you start to, if you yield to that, then you're a slave to it, as opposed to, let's learn about something. Let's become more competent at it. Let's find out why, let's learn. I want to know what I don't know. So, and that's to me life. Like, how can I learn things that I don't know? And, find knowledge that I can apply. Knowledge is, for me, knowledge is a nice thing to have in many different areas, but I'm always looking for knowledge of what can I apply? How can I become more competent? How can I make others around me more competent, more able? That is my goal in life, to help others, and always has been my whole life. And so those things, when you look at the aerial sequence, I need to discover knowledge and apply knowledge that will affect what I need to create in my movies. So that's what I'm looking for. As I'm looking not just to know things, but to know something that I can actually apply and get the result that I want to get. So to me, that's valuable knowledge.
I guess that's why, in a blink of an eye, because that's also a theme
yes,
in the film.
I know, yes.
30 years of a successful franchise have passed. That's quite impressive.
Yeah, it's kind of amazing. I mean, when I think of my whole life, at a 4-year-old dreaming of making movies, and now still to be here to be able to do it, and love it more than ever. It's something, and I've been very passionate about this, and I just have even greater appreciation for it. From a character's journey to the landscapes, every aspect is there on the screen.
The philosophy of Mission Impossible is to transport an audience to a place they've never been, a place they may never be able to go.
It feels like decades are passing by in a matter of weeks. Seismic shifts in the world order.
Never, ever will be part of America. With so much happening and so much noise.
Whether it's political upheaval,
Canada has been ripping us off for years.
economic shifts, or social movements,
And no one wins from tariffs.
I think America can be more friendly to the rest of the world.
For in-depth analysis and all the latest developments across the globe.
To have an inclusive policy together.
The meetings with Hamas gave me some hope.
We're in another nuclear arms race.
the most important developments straight to your screen.
Welcome to the dressing room.
I'm on my own. I need backup.
And an insightful look at the issues shaping our world today.
It was not going to happen, that war, and it happened.
Join us on Arabiya News, where the world talks.
Amsterdam. Trust us, there are many reasons to see Amsterdam other than the things the city is notoriously known for. A few walks into Amsterdam and you'll certainly fall in love with it. The Dutch city is unique and amazing, and there's definitely so much to do. First, you can just enjoy the weather, take in the magnificent views, and ride a bike around the city. You can easily rent one. There are so many bikes, hundreds and thousands on the streets. It's definitely a great way to see the city, enjoy the scenery, and mingle with the locals. You must also visit the Dam Square for a dose of the city's history. You can check out the Royal Palace, the Nieuwe Kerk, or New Church, and the National Monument. Aside from seeing the sights, you can also shop or try the local delicacies. One of Amsterdam's specialties are its waffles. These sweet treats are excessively popular. Their famous Stroop waffle is made from 2 thin layers of grilled waffles stuck together with syrup. You can eat it however you like, with more sweets or fruits, such as strawberries. You'll also love Amsterdam for its local beer. It's a must for those who love beer. After all, the city is considered home of Heineken International Headquarters. Not much of a beer drinker? No problem, as there are many cafes you'll surely stroll by. What's best about these cafes are their seats that face the streets, the perfect way to people watch. Aside from that, there's also the Fashion and Museum District. Notable museums are the Rich Museum, the Van Gogh Museum, and the Stedelijk. Definitely not to be missed. The city is also a place to shop high-end luxury brands. Amsterdam is also known for its great shopping malls, housed in historic buildings, such as an old post office. The buildings are of great design and are luxurious sights to see. Inside it are the top-tiered brands for both men and women, beauty finds, and more. Indeed, the city's got everything you'll need.
From the White House to Gaza, Kiev to Beijing, elections, economics, and the environment compete with conflicts and other complex issues for our attention. In an age of fake news, deepfake, and artificial intelligence,
They've got to have a vote and a say.
it's important to look beyond the loudest voice to understand the truth. From newsmakers to groundbreakers,
My campaign is going very well.
presidents, prime ministers, princes and peacemakers, and cultural tastemakers.
As Arabs, as Middle Eastern, we're too emotional.
Join me on the Riz Khan Show for empowering conversation.
Our allies, in many cases, are worse than our enemies.
Stay informed and connected with the latest international headlines.
There obviously is a risk.
From breaking news to in-depth analysis.
It would appear that this war is coming to an end.
Who buys this stuff? Investors, pension funds.
We deliver the most important developments straight to your screen.
Iran always wanted to deal with militia.
Join us for compelling, expert-driven conversations.
A curfew order has been established.
And an insightful look at the issues shaping our world today.
There are a lot of proposals about European architecture for security.
I'm Leigh Ann Gerrans, and this is W News.
We dealt with this when I was chief of staff in the first term.
Where you don't just hear the headlines, you get the full story.
Hello and welcome. I'm Leigh Ann Gerrans and you're watching W News Extra, broadcasting live from the Al Arabiya headquarters. These are our top stories. Gaza's health ministry says 27 Palestinians are killed by Israeli fire whilst waiting for aid. The US say talks between President Donald Trump and Chinese leader Xi Jinping are expected to take place this week. And German and Portuguese police begin a new search for missing British toddler Madeleine McCann. Now to our top story, and according to the Gaza Health Ministry, at least 27 people have been killed and 90 others injured by Israeli fire whilst waiting for aid in Rafah. It's the third day in a row that Palestinians have died after Israeli military fired shots at crowds during aid collection. Israeli forces have confirmed the incident took place a kilometre away from the US-backed Gaza Humanitarian Foundation aid site. To discuss this and
all of today's stories, I'm joined by Dr. Eli Al-Hindi, Professor of International Relations at the American University in the Emirates, and Dubai 92 presenter Jono Hayes. Thank you so much for both joining me this evening. Jono, let's just start with you. So as each week passes by, we seem no closer really to civilians in Gaza who are desperately trying to get aid and also safety.
Well, we are seeing this increase, and as you said, even more tragic reports from Gaza yet again today. Ongoing discussions about ceasefires and aid mechanisms seem to be somewhat remaining unheard, and also the extremely vulnerable are who's suffering most here. This recent killing that we're hearing of today, 27 victims who were waiting for aid, is a very grim reminder of just how fragile, how dangerous this situation really is. We're hearing more about this because it's in the south of the country. A lot of the issues that we've heard so far have been in the north, but to hit for the south of the country where aid is needed most. This is where we've seen a heavy level of displacement. We've also seen a high concentration of people who are in desperate need of the aid, is why we're hearing more about this specific. Civilians are the ones who are suffering yet again when it comes to the ongoing crisis.
And Dr. Eli, UN Secretary General has called for an independent investigation into the killing of Palestinians near an aid distribution centre in Gaza. As we said, third day that this has happened. Sure. It's something that we're seeing on a regular basis now. But do you honestly think this is enough right now for the people who need food and are in desperate need?
Definitely not enough. Condemnation is not enough. But also practically what's happening in Gaza, as we've said over and over again, is not feasible. What the Israelis are hoping to do with that organization, the Gaza Humanitarian Foundation, is simply not feasible. The whole infrastructure is not there. The whole setup is not there, and then you are doing it by force, by military force, putting people in queues between bars and then moving them from the north all the way to the south to get the aid and so on. It's all fueled by political tension. On the other hand, you have people who are hungry, who are desperate, who are waiting for this package to save the livelihood of their children. It simply cannot be done like that. Now, what can the UN do? Unfortunately, the UN Secretary General can only condemn, but also he can do all the diplomatic work with other countries. We've seen other countries starting to move on, really putting pressure on Israel to change the way it's approaching all of that. But we have to see how much Israel can take the pressure and start to actually think about other alternatives on how to deliver and how frequently to deliver the aid that is coming into Gaza. Otherwise, it's going to continue like that.
And you know what I found interesting? I spoke to someone from UNRWA a little bit earlier who was on the show, and they said they expected this to happen with this new Gaza humanitarian foundation because it's, they had 400 aid centres there and they technically knew how to run these aid centres. And right now there's 4 distribution points and they've been run by a military service in some respects. So this is where the difficulty is coming in. People without the knowledge are on the ground.
Well, the GHF have already suffered with stand-downs in the leadership of GHF, as we spoke about a couple of weeks ago. They've already suffered a few times. So it's already on a precipice of something, either of collapse, but it's certainly not providing the aid that is required. And that is something we've said before. They have a job to do. It's almost impossible for them to do this job. And I think that is where the issue, and as we said, it's once again civilians who are really going to pay the price for this. The difference, I guess, with today's one is that the IDF have now said that they are responsible here and that they have actually launched this about less than a kilometre away from where the aid site is, which is a marked difference from what we've seen previously. We've not seen them previously say, well, listen, yes, actually we're responsible for this. The reasoning behind it, they said there were several people who'd strayed away from the crowd who were there to seek aid and that they were seen as a threat at the time. Now, Hamas have said there's no clear evidence of them interfering in aid whatsoever, so there is once again a back and forth of who he said, she said in this situation.
And again, on the UNRWA issue, of course, Israel has always claimed that members of the UNRWA are close to Hamas and maybe have been cooperating with Hamas. But what about all the other organizations that were active there, that were bombed, that were killed? Also clearly marked cars of the World Kitchen, of so many other incidences, the Red Cross, that were actually bombed, and they were forced out of that. So how can you replace all that infrastructure with one organization that is new, that does not know the terrain, that does not have the trust of the people, again? So I think this is a big dilemma that Israel has put itself in. We need to find a way out, otherwise the people are dying on a daily basis with huge numbers.
And the GHF have the right idea, but like
True,
you said, they
of
don't have the
course.
resources that are in place, and that's the unfortunate thing. The idea is there. The funding, as we know, as it is US-backed, is there. But the know-how and the logistics of it are just impossible. I think they're faced with an impossible task. So the idea is wonderful, but the putting it into practicality is virtually impossible.
But yes, the idea is a good idea, and that's something that, you know, we must take into consideration. But I think international aid workers traditionally go to the people who are starving. The argument from the aid agencies now in Gaza is people are having to walk absolute kilometres to get to an aid distribution site. It's an active war zone. Things might need to change at the moment. And I think this is what we're seeing and why we're seeing things escalate every day, because of the desperation at these aid distribution centres.
I understand having distribution center and ask the people to come if it's not feasible to go to them. This could be understandable. But again, as Yon was saying, it is 4 centers in the south. It's forcing people to come from all over to the south. And this has a political connotation. This is politically planned. This is not simply how it happened. So there's also manipulation. Again, as I said, it's fueled with politics, it's fueled with mistrust. And again, even if the idea is good, if you don't have a systemic, continuous flow of humanitarian aid, the people cannot trust the process, even if they trust the organization that is there.
Well, earlier I actually spoke to Adnan Abu Hasna, who's a media spokesperson for UNRWA, about what the answer is for the people in Gaza right now. Here's what he had to say to me.
People in Gaza, they are looking for justice. You know, they are now talking about the double standards of how the international community approach, you know, how they approach what's going on in Ukraine, as an example, or on other, you know, many countries where people, we are talking now about, you know, 10% of Gaza population had been killed, injured, or disappeared, or under the rubble, you know, and many thousands also had been, you know, they actually died because of, they were sick, because they suffer from cancer, kidneys failure, and so many things. So 10% of any country, you know, if Gaza, you know, counted 10 million, as example, we will be talking now about 1 million people that had been killed and injured inside Gaza. It is the highest number, you know, since decades, actually. We don't hear about, you know, after the Second World War. So there's still hope that one day, maybe it will be very close, you know, maybe the intervention of President Trump or the regional Arab, you know, powers like Qatar, Egypt, and the EU, as example, are, you know, exerting huge pressure now in Israel. They hope that at the end they will succeed to get something out of that.
So, Jono, we speak about the aid situation, like you and Dr. Ellie and I have been discussing, but, you know, there still needs to be a ceasefire plan. There needs to be a coming together of a deal between Hamas and Israel. Where are we right now in these discussions?
Last week, Hamas responded back to the US ceasefire agreement, saying that it was prepared to release, and they said, 10 living Israeli hostages, 18 dead hostages in exchange for a number of Palestinian prisoners. Now, Hamas also requested some amendments through to the plan. The group said that they are looking for a permanent truce. That is a complete Israeli withdrawal from Gaza, which, of course, we've spoken about this in the past, is not going to be. They also want continuous flow of humanitarian aid. None of these are a deal that's on the table currently. Steve Witkoff has said that he received a response from Hamas for the United States proposal, but said that it's totally unacceptable. He said, in fact, it works backwards and not forwards in terms of a peace deal, and Hamas needs to accept the framework proposal that they've put forward. Otherwise, there is going to be no proximity for talks. So it is it is always that 2 steps forward and then one step forward, 2 steps back, which is exactly what this has come to once again. So Hamas have said, yes, we've responded, but they've responded with terms which are unrealistic at this current point.
But Dr. Ellie, Hamas would argue that the deal that they were sent by Steve Witkoff was unrealistic and they couldn't accept that.
That's true. I think the two positions are still very far apart. And the position that came in, or the paper that came in from the American part, was much, much closer to the Israeli side rather than to Hamas side. But then again, Hamas is asking for some things that are related to the long-term solution, but also refusing to give in on their exodus from Gaza and their turning in of the power to the Palestinian Authority or to any civilian authority. So both sides are stuck on key issues that they think they cannot compromise on, and this is keeping the talks very far apart, and we're not being able to reach. The hope of Witkoff was to, okay, if we cannot get the final agreement on where we're heading, at least let's get the 60 days ceasefire and some exchange of hostages. But again, in the mind of Hamas, every hostage they give out is a losing card from their hand, and it weakens their negotiation strategy for the longer-term solution. So this is where we're stuck, unfortunately. And again, as we were saying, something needs to happen. The talks are still far ahead. I can't see any solution anytime soon.
And do you think anything will sort of see a breakthrough at this conference that's coming up, I think, in New York shortly in the next few weeks?
I don't think, unfortunately, it's going to be a breakthrough in the talks for the ceasefire. I think it is a very important benchmark where the international community is going to come under the invitation of Saudi Arabia and France to say we still believe in the two-state solution. This still needs to be on the table, and this still needs to be the basis for any ending talks or final talks in Gaza in that sense. Because the way Israel is going, we cannot see any viability for a Palestinian state anywhere, because also things are happening in the West Bank continuously as we are following. So the question is, what can the international community say about the two-state solution, and how far can they be putting it back on the table, and how far can they pressure Israel to start actually discussing the possibility of creating a Palestinian state within, of course, the norms and conditions of every state's safety and security.
Absolutely. So we await that conference, and also what more we'll hear about these investigations the UN has called for into the aid distribution sites. Thank you for your thoughts on that. Stay right there, and we'll be back with you in a short time. To another story now. The USA talks between President Donald Trump and Chinese leader Xi Jinping to try and iron out simmering tensions are expected to take place this week. But there's been no confirmation from China on whether they'll actually go ahead. The two sides have traded accusations that each have violated the terms of a tariff truce reached last month, fueling fears they might harden their positions once again. Patrick Falk reports.
Well, the sort of language that's being used to describe this potential call gives the suggestion that it may not in fact happen at all. White House Press Secretary Caroline Leavitt has said that she can confirm the two leaders will likely talk this week, but she hasn't said when and didn't guarantee that any call would take place either. And there's been no comment from the Chinese embassy in Washington whatsoever. It's difficult to see what might be achieved from a discussion in any case, given souring developments in recent days. Washington and Beijing have both accused one another of violating the terms of a truce, which brought down tariffs from astronomical highs previously. The main sticking point for the US is critical minerals. Trump administration officials have been complaining that Beijing hasn't sped up exports needed for cutting-edge electronics. Beijing, meanwhile, has hit out at Washington for restrictions on engine parts and access to chip design software, as well as limits on chips sold to Huawei technologies. The crackdown on student visas, though, has really taken the friction to another level, though, arguably. There's been a lot of resentment over that, in particular in China. Now, some interesting thoughts on this from former acting White House Chief of Staff Mick Mulvaney. Speaking at a forum here in Singapore today, he said there is a fundamental disconnect in negotiation style of the two leaders, and that President Trump wants to talk at the very highest levels, whereas President Xi prefers to use key advisors to iron out issues before any direct engagement takes place. Mulvaney says any deal could hinge on the two overcoming these negotiating styles. He says he does not see them being able to pull off a deal the old-fashioned way, as he put it. So that could mean a whole lot of market uncertainty in the coming days and potentially a breakdown in the 90-day truce that had been put in place.
So, Jono, is this likely to de-escalate tensions between the US and China? This trade war escalation is something we've seen for a few years now, let's be honest.
I think expectations should be a bit tempered with this one. Just hold back, because a call alone is not going to solve the trade issues that are at the heart of this. Obviously, it's going to clarify some positions. It's going to prevent a further escalation, one would hope. But is it going to de-escalate? It is the first direct conversation between Trump and Xi since the latest round of the tariff disagreements.
Actually, since the inauguration. They haven't spoken to each other since Trump's inauguration, which I hadn't actually realised.
So this will be the first chat that they've had a chance to iron out some of the... Obviously, we've had negotiations that have gone on a different level, whereby the agreement was made from the US's point of view to bring it down from 145% to a far more reasonable 30%, and vice versa, China from 125% down to 10%. So we have had that reasonable 90-day still the holding off of the tariffs becoming into real effect. So this is the first time we'll have a chat about this directly between both leaders, if it does go ahead, since then. So the timing of this is pretty important. Both sides will want to stabilise and make sure that the markets are holding strong and holding steady, and businesses will likely react knee-jerk in the next day or so when that actual conversation takes place. How they will go is anyone's guess. The last time when we had this agreement whereby they said, right, let's reduce the tariffs again, the Dow jumped by 2% on that day, but who knows how things will pan out.
But what was interesting is they obviously met in Geneva, the lower level delegation. They had this agreement when it came to the tariffs and to have a pause on it. But what happened is then Donald Trump accused China of not sticking to the agreement when it came to that. And then China retaliated and accused the US of not sticking to those agreements. So we've seen a sort of rhetoric building up. And then obviously we know that there's a lot happening when it comes to Chinese student visas and also the threat militarily of China. So I wonder if this renewed focus and phone call can put other things into perspective too, Dr. Ellie.
First, let's say it's the hope that, Trump's hope that with a phone call I can solve everything.
Or is it the hope that kills us?
I don't think this is a kind of issues that, as Jonah was saying, can be solved with a simple phone call, especially not with Trump's approach to things. The Chinese have a completely different approach to things, very much more holistic approach to things. And this is where the speaking about China's military threat to Taiwan, this is where the whole issue of the internal students in the US and all of that is coming into play. For both players, it is much more than tariffs. Tariffs is just one piece of the puzzle. It is actually a competition between the two major powers of the world that has every aspect in it, the political, the alliances, the economic, the military, the strategic, all of these come into play. And hopefully, at least the economy will not fuel that out. This is what we're hoping for. But definitely all other things are at play. Concerning the Chinese student, it's a big debatable of how Trump is approaching all things. But then again, we know for a fact that Chinese students around the world, but mostly in the USA, have brought back knowledge that was enabling China to increase significantly in the technology and all the different aspects. So maybe a point for Trump there. But again, how do you approach the whole thing? And how do you make of this competition not explode into something that is catastrophic for both countries and maybe for the world?
And I think that's what he'll want to avoid in any conversation that he has. We'll see something similar at play to what we saw with the UK trade deal. He will want to take the win for the US. He will want to take the win for the Trump administration and give somewhat of a win to Xi's government as well and say, OK, well, let's see what the win is for you guys out of this as well. But for sure, and this has been the rhetoric of this administration, there will be a win that Trump will take away from this, and he will see it. He said it's a long game. We've known this since the tariffs were brought in. The long game that he's currently playing, we are only at the very, very tip of the iceberg that some of the large superpowers like the UK and like China are now coming to the table to have conversations. There are many, many more countries that will follow suit in this. He will find the win. I don't know what that's going to be just yet, but he will find one from this.
But what's interesting, actually, is the White House says Trump is likely to speak with China's Xi Jinping this week. We still don't know the exact day that might happen.
And China has not confirmed.
China's yet to confirm. But the Treasury Secretary, Scott Bessent, actually says that he really thinks that things can be ironed out, and it's important that it's not just a handshake. So it's important that we actually have something material agreed here. Because, you know, as you said, the world's two largest economies, it really affects the whole global economic system if they are at sort of loggerheads with each other, let's be honest.
They both need a win on this situation, and they both need to come to an agreement which is feasible for both moving forward. We may not see the rollback to the previous agreement of the 10 and 25% respectively, but I think they'll find a common ground and discover where they can make amends on this situation. But as you said, Dr. Ali, so many other issues are at play here as well. There are many other facets to this conversation that really is not going to be, unless it's face-to-face, a lot of things are not going to be solved by just this tariff agreement.
And again, leaders would actually seal off the deal after all discussion have taken place, after all things have been done. Trump does things differently. And the Chinese are insisting, as you were saying, that things should be ironed out, should be discussed, and maybe a final call between the two leaders to finish it off or to seal it, or maybe finalize minor things like what happened between the UK and the US. But the whole discussion cannot possibly happen between the two leaders. And that's we understand the delays in the Chinese position until all these things are sorted out, and then they would announce maybe a call between the two presidents.
But markets actually haven't massively been reacting like they have done in the past. Maybe it's something that they sort of baking into the whole zeitgeist when it comes to, look, investors are baking in these things. But the dollar's fallen, markets actually higher today. But China's manufacturing figures actually suffered their worst slumps since May 2022. So, you know, China economically, you know, what position is it in to bargain right now? So there's a whole lot going on. But that was a really interesting conversation. And hopefully that phone call will happen this week. Let's just wait and see. But obviously the White House has said it's likely to happen. Now let's move on to our next story. And a new police search for British toddler Madeleine McCann has begun in Portugal today. Portuguese and German authorities say they are covering the town of Lagos near Praia de Luz in the Algarve. Madeleine was 3 years old when she disappeared from an apartment complex in the area during a family holiday back in 2007, becoming one of the most famous unsolved missing persons case. Jono, let's start with you. Now, what's the latest on this new search, and why is it happening right now? What's going on?
So we haven't had a search of a large magnitude in the Madeleine McCann case since 2023, but the reason behind this now is that the chief suspect, who we've heard about, who's been detained in Germany, who is Christian Bruckner, is due for release at the end of this year. There's no confirmed reports of this, but it seems that they may be attempting to try and make a last-ditch effort to get some evidence that would retain him in prison longer or have him extradited back to Portugal to face charges for the disappearance of Madeleine McCann. There's a cottage that has been used previously by the suspect, which is relatively close to the area of Lagos and Praia de Luz, which is where they're currently searching, which is very close to the land between the McCann's holiday home and also where this cottage lies, which is previously searched area. Now, this cottage did not just come to light recently. It has been previously searched. What we know now is that the authorities, both German and Portuguese police, are taking in ground searching radars, which allow them to go down 15 metres deeper into the ground to find out if there's any evidence which could be uncovered. This case really makes a reoccurrence to the headlines once or twice every year, and it seems that now is its time. The renewed efforts to try and get evidence against Christian Bruckner, the key suspect, is the important thing that both the German and the Portuguese authorities want to achieve here. Will they do that? We'll have to wait and see. There's 21 plots of land which they're going to now examine, and you can be sure it'll be an inch-by-inch examination. There is no further information that we're aware of or that has been released to the public which would lead them to this investigation, but one would expect that something must have come to light recently that indicates that they need to go back and search this area once again.
And Dr. Ellie, as you know, John had just mentioned, it appears to be a race against time to charge Christian B, the main suspect in the Madeleine McCann case. But we must know that he hasn't actually been accused of anything when it comes to Madeleine McCann. So it's kind of consequential evidence they're looking at rather than concrete evidence at the moment.
That's true, although the Portugal police has declared him as a suspect, as formal suspect. But still no direct accusation, no indictment in that case. And we are still searching, or the police is still searching in that sense. Definitely racing against time before he is released. But then I think this is where the media is pulled in. This is where the momentum is pulled in. But then if you discover something after a year, even if he is released, I think he can be still prosecuted simply to the crimes that he's done. But I guess it's, again, how much you can invest into money into the case, how much effort you can put into the case. 3 countries have been involved several years, more than almost 2 decades about the crime. So how long can you keep going? This is where the whole issue is. So I think the police is grasping the last momentum that they have to try to give it the last push before at least the funding and the support for a continuous search is lost.
And at the end of the day, this is still a missing person case. There is no body, and this is still a lot of money and a lot of resources that have been spent into a missing persons case. And the crux they're hanging this on for Christian Bruckner's point of view is that he is a convicted rapist who was in the area close by to where Madeleine McCann disappeared from. And the final one is the ping from his mobile phone in the hours before and after Madeleine McCann's disappearance. So all of this, for sure, if you were going to court, there's no DA, I think, worldwide who would probably say this is enough evidence to take this case to court. So they need to find some solid evidence to pin this, be it on Christian Bruckner or somebody else. Otherwise, I think this case will once again go cold, and until something comes to the surface or comes to light again in another 2 or 3 years down the line and we'll go back to searching another area, we'll end up just saying it was another dead end, which would be unfortunate, but it may be the way it goes.
You were sharing with us the amount of money that was allocated, more than 30 million? Or
15 million was the initial amount, I think, that was allocated to this search. I think they almost doubled that, and that's not taking into consideration that Jerry and Kate McCann themselves, the parents, had raised an astronomical amount of money to continue this search, aside from the amount of money that's been put in from the Metropolitan Police, which was also, I believe,
13 million.
13 million British pounds, I believe. Yep. So extra on top of that as well. Wow. And there's the resources, as we say, of Germany, of Portugal, of the UK being spent on this, as well as the crowdfunding which has been used. From the parents' point of view, a lot of money has been spent in 18 years into this missing person case. So,
but then every missing person deserves that much attention and effort. But why this case is taking more than all other missing children around the world and in Europe specifically, which are in huge numbers? This also gets back to the momentum, to the background of the family, to the support, to the media attention that was given, all of that.
I don't know, but, you know, I actually also wonder that a lot of the time. It's been a long time since Madeleine's been missing. It's been nearly 2 decades. But at the time, you know, the case just touched so many people's hearts. It could have been any parents on holiday with their children. And I think it was something that people felt could have happened to anyone at that time. And that's why it probably gained so much momentum. And I think that was the feeling. And once again, just an unsolved mystery. A 3-year-old girl goes missing. And after years and years and money and investigations, there just seems to be nothing.
No, and the human psyche, it played into that element of, like you say, your child could be the next.
Yes.
Yeah. And I think it was every parent's worst nightmare coming true, and this is the last thing that you want to experience.
But then this applies to every missing child case, almost.
Of course. And I think that, and the McCanns were very fortunate in the fact that they were the picture-perfect poster family for a missing person case, and it was easy for them to get the publicity because they were doctors and they were from an upmarket family. And I think it had everything. It had all of the elements together for what I would say would be a perfect Netflix show. And in the time when there was not that level of exposure for events like this 18 years ago, it just had everything. And therefore the media, I think, had a frenzy with that. But had it been any other case by now, I think it would have gone cold and that would have been it.
But think about it. Madeleine McCann today would be 22 years old.
Amazing.
Like, that is a 3-year-old who's gone missing. She's now a fully grown woman in many senses. We don't know what's happened to her, but 22 years old, none of us could have ever imagined that we would still be talking about this case 18 years on in lots of respects. And I think that, you know, it will always remain this mystery that so many people want to solve. And actually, earlier I spoke to senior global reporter for the Mail Online, Nick Pisa, and here's what he said about whether or not police have solid evidence on Christian Bruckner.
Christian Bruckner, who police in 2020 in Germany named as the prime suspect for the abduction and murder of Madeleine McCann, he is actually serving a 7-year jail sentence for rape. He was convicted of raping an elderly US woman who lived here locally in Praia de Luz, and he was convicted in 2019. And he is eligible for release at the moment, but he's been kept in for various reasons while pending the police investigation and other crimes that he was convicted of, minor misdemeanors, while he was in jail. But now that clock is ticking, as you say, and come September, he will be freed from his sentence. There is the possibility that he could actually remain in jail until January 2026, because I spoke to the prosecutor a little earlier this afternoon, and he told me that there is the question of an outstanding €1,500 fine. As I said, there's a lot of circumstantial evidence. Whilst he was back in Germany a few years ago, they found CD hard disks and USB sticks on which there was paedophile material on them, and there is some suggestion that perhaps there is data on that information that links specifically to this area of scrubland near Praia de Luz where they are searching.
So, Jono, he was just speaking to me there, Nick Pisa. He's actually on site at the moment. He's exactly where that search is happening. He explained it's a vast area and new technology is being used. But once again, no solid leads when it came to Christian B. So Friday, not many days for it to happen. But I wonder what we could see.
No, I mean, the last time we had a search was 2023, and I said that was a lake at the time, so a bit more tricky to do that. 21 plots of land. They said they will have them all covered in advance of it wrapping up on Friday. There may not be any great breakthrough on this, and the authorities have not shared what information they've been given in order to bring this to the fore once again. So I don't foresee any breakthrough, and I just see this being brought back to the limelight once again. And again, harrowing for everyone who's been involved in the case to have to once again go through it.
And on the human level, really, Dr. Ellie, Jerry and Kate McCann, the parents of Madeleine McCann, she also had twin siblings. Like we said, nearly 2 decades of this anguish to find their daughter. They've not given up. I mean, I wonder how they must be feeling.
Definitely, again, coming from Lebanon, we know the pain of the disappeared and not knowing what happened to your loved ones. And maybe, according to all studies, the pain and the anguish that the parents go through is even more horrific than actually losing a child, because you simply don't know what happened. You don't know how to grieve. You don't know when to grieve. You don't know. You keep hoping continuously. And we've seen cases in the US and other places where people were found after 20 years, after 25 years. I don't know if that's a better hope to hold on to, but definitely the family needs closure. Otherwise, it's a continuous open wound, and it's a horrific pain that the whole family goes through.
Definitely, and I do hope, you know, there is some sort of closure for the parents, and a breakthrough might actually really help all of those involved. So thank you so much for your thoughts there on the Madeleine McCann disappearance. But we're actually going to move to the part of the show where Dr. Ellie and Jono, you've come up with a couple of quirky stories of the day. And Jono, this is a little bit of a gear shift, but really, I don't know how to talk about the story. It's a real life nightmare, I would say.
This is horrific. An 88-year-old woman was nearly buried alive when she woke up in a coffin. The elderly lady lady, appeared unresponsive, and she was found in her home by her partner in Pilsen in Czech Republic. Fearing the worst, they called emergency services, who came to the house, and they declared that the woman had unfortunately passed away. When she was in the hospital, she was being laid out by the funeral workers in the morgue, and she suddenly opened her eyes when they placed her in the coffin. She has since been taken to a different hospital, I hope, but she's been taken to the hospital where she's reportedly doing well, or as well as could be expected for someone who has died and come back from death. The police said that it's actually the coroner's fault here. So this is the coroner who's gone to investigate, who's gone to call time of death, and who must have missed something, like a pulse, and therefore sent her off, saying that she'd already met her demise, when it was nothing could be further from the truth. I think it might be my worst nightmare.
I think that's my worst nightmare. It doesn't make me feel very well, this situation, does it? Well, I don't know, Dr. Ellie, what about you?
Definitely it's terrible. But I would think that with new technologies, with new medicine, with all this stuff, you can't do such mistakes. We've heard about them like in the past. Yes. But then, again, emergency services came and they checked and they said, she's dead, which is very weird to think about what kind of techniques are they using.
A stethoscope. I mean, a basic stethoscope would have gotten you out of a situation like this. But it's not, as you say, it's not been unknown to happen, and in the past it has happened quite a lot, where lead consumption, lead poisoning.
Can you tell us about this dead ringer, where dead ringer comes from? I found this fascinating.
Whereby you will meet somebody on the street and you'll say they look a lot like. So you'll say, oh, he looks like Dr. Ellie. He's a dead ringer for Dr. Ellie. It's a phrase in English. The phrase actually originates from when people had consumed a lot of their beverages from lead tankards or small lead cups. And lead poisoning was quite prevalent. And this would have been in the 1700s or even the 1700s. And so people would be almost clinically dead, but not actually dead. So what would happen is when they were laid to rest and put in a coffin, there would be a small pipe that would come from the coffin that would go to a bell that was on top of your grave. Now, they would place a piece of string on your toe, the toe of the corpse. And the idea was that if overnight, at any point, you'd woke up, your toes would move because you were frantically trying to get oxygen inside in a coffin, and you would be classed as a dead ringer. And it was someone's job to listen in the graveyard in case anybody did wake up. And it was known to happen now and again, not that often, but it was known to happen. And therefore they would exhume you immediately from the ground and you would be fine. But in the unlikely chance, if it didn't happen, which more often than not it didn't happen, they would just remove the pipe and then fill back in the coffin, which is the phrase dead ringer. So it's not unlikely, but it's 2025 and we are far more advanced, and lead poisoning doesn't happen as much anymore.
Definitely the worst nightmare.
I just feel absolutely terrified, you know. I don't know, maybe I will...
not sleep soundly tonight.
Yeah, not sleep soundly. I think that must be a lot of people's irrational fear, being buried alive. Yeah. But Dr. Ellie, let's move on to yours, because I don't know what to say about this situation, but I don't know if it's about the dark side of winning the lottery. Maybe let's put it that way.
Dark side about winning the lottery, or dark side about choosing a bad partner? I don't know. Well, the story is about a guy in Canada that won the first prize in the lottery, and it was up to $3.6 million. And then it seems something happened as they were going to check in the prize. His ID was not suitable or was not renewed or something like that. And then the girlfriend, who's been a year-long girlfriend with him, they agreed that she should check in her account the prize. The surprise was that the next morning she was not even there. She ghosted him. She did not reply to his calls or to his contacts. And eventually it seems they're going to court. She's saying, I did nothing wrong. He's claiming wrong claims. And we'll see what's going to happen in court. But eventually it was a huge case of mistrust. A girlfriend that you've been with for a year, you trusted her with $3.6 million. I don't know who would do that, but again, she was not up to that trust, and she simply took the money, as it seems. We'll see what will happen in the court.
I feel like there's more going on to the story, because his ID didn't match up. She ghosted him and ran with the money.
Well, a year is not a long time.
No, that's true.
You don't know someone well enough after a year to say, here's $3.6 million. I get the whole idea that maybe his ID or may have been out of date, so he said, you know what, you take it, and then I'll just get the cash off you tomorrow. But if
it's not the cash, it's $3.6 million.
She may have already been thinking, I'm going to call it quits here. And $3.6 million is certainly a deal softener if you think, well, I'm going to walk out of this anyway. Yeah. And she's walking away with the cash. I think well done to her. Obviously, it's a terrible thing, and it's a moral dilemma. But I do think she's done this very smart.
But you know, we see something like this happen a lot when people win the lottery and come into lots of money. You know, there's always these stories you read, or we won millions and then we got divorced, so we couldn't trust that person. Money and trust, and you know, I always think if you lend someone money, don't expect to get it back. It's one of those difficult things. And I wonder right now, have we just seen her true colours or his true colours? What's, you know?
Definitely, but more money brings in more parasites and people who want to, you know, feed on that money, especially if it's a sudden money. There's also the fact that people who come to sudden money usually don't know how to handle or manage relationships, but also finances in that. So all this comes to play. But again, definitely the trust maybe between two partners is how far do you go that and how do you deal with it? This is, I think, was the crucial point of the story.
I guess what price can you put on trust?
Exactly.
To me, 3.6 million sounds about the right price.
Yeah.
But I think if
Obviously
you're married,
you're not married, John.
if you're married, there's kids, I think it's a different conversation that you
absolutely.
have. If there's anything involved, you've got a house together, then that's a different conversation. If this lady is just in a one-year relationship and she thought she saw an opportunity and she ran with it.
Khalas for all the good reasons.
Yeah. She saw. But who sung More Money, More Problems?
Biggie Smalls.
I knew I knew you were going to know that. The radio DJ here, all I could think about was More Money, More Problems. Biggie Smalls, that is a life lesson that we all need to learn. Thank you so much for those great stories. Tono's still laughing. And that's all we have time for today. Thanks to today's guests, Dr. Ellie Al-Hindi, Professor of International Relations at the American University in the Emirates, and Dubai 92 presenter John O'Hayes. Don't forget to subscribe to our YouTube channel and also follow us on X. G&T with Tom Burges Watson is coming up next. Goodbye and thanks for joining us.
We have to take care of our people, and we're going to take care of our people first.
For in-depth analysis and all the latest developments across the globe, make sure you join us every weekday.
President Trump is trying to negotiate a ceasefire.
With so much happening, so much information, and so much noise,
international law will have no part in his administration.
It can be hard to keep track.
Tariffs will just fuel inflation.
We're going to fight these tariffs. But you can count on us to tell you what you need to know.
We stand by your side.
Join me, Tom Burges Watson, for Global News Today, right here on Al Arabiya News. Hello and welcome to Global News Today, bringing you exclusive interviews with leading experts every weekday here on Al Arabiya English. I'm Tom Burges Watson, and coming up on today's programme, we focus on Gaza, where it's been another deadly day at a food distribution centre, making today the third consecutive day of chaos and bloodshed during what was meant to be an aid operation. We ask what happened and who's responsible. Hello and welcome. We begin in the war-torn Gaza Strip, where an aid mission turned deadly earlier on today, with reports that at least 27 Palestinians were killed by Israeli fire near an aid distribution point. Well, the United Nations is calling for an investigation into what happened.
Deadly attacks on distraught civilians trying to access the paltry amounts of food aid in Gaza are unconscionable. For a third day running, people were killed around an aid distribution site run by the Gaza Humanitarian Foundation. This morning, we received information that dozens more people were killed and injured. There must be a prompt and impartial investigation into each of these attacks and those responsible held to account. Attacks directed against civilians constitute a grave breach of international law and a war crime.
Well, witnesses say they were shot at whilst waiting for food at a humanitarian centre in Rafah, a centre that is operated by the US and Israel-backed Gaza Humanitarian Foundation.
It's not humane. This is a bloodbath with bits of food soaked in it. We go there to die. They fire bullets and use quadcopters to target us. Death is everywhere. They encircled us after allowing us to come in and then shot at us.
Gunshots were fired at us and people fell dead on the ground. If they truly want to feed us, then why are they slaughtering us? If someone wants to distribute aid, then they shouldn't kill people. It's like they've put us in a designated place to shoot at us. Women are being shot and children are being taken to the hospitals. What's happening to us is unfair. We don't want the food if they plan to kill us.
We don't get anything. We just end up seeing people getting killed in front of us and end up leaving empty-handed. We are tired and we can't take this anymore. We'd rather die than deal with this. Death is more dignified to us than what is happening to us right now.
Well, let's get more now. We can speak to Jonathan Fowler, who is a spokesperson for UNRWA. That's the United Nations Relief and Works Agency. He joins us from Amman in Jordan. Thank you very much indeed, Jonathan, for joining us once again here on Al Arabiya English. I just want to start by asking you about the latest reports from southern Gaza, where we understand at least 27 people were killed, reportedly by Israeli fire, close to a food distribution site. I just want to ask you what your understanding is of exactly what happened there.
Well, we have obviously seen the reports. I mean, like the international media, we do not have eyes and ears on the ground right at that site, and that in itself is a problem. But certainly, I mean, regarding this incident, regarding previous incidents, we've heard, things have come up from people who have been affected by this, were basically saying that this is sort of fundamentally problematic in how this so-called aid operation is actually happening. But in terms of the specifics, I mean, clearly we're not able to comment directly, not being there. But what we have, I mean, the voice of the United Nations overall, the senior officials have said there have to be independent international investigations of these kind of tragedies because they've just been happening over and over. And our Commissioner General, Philippe Lazzarini, has talked about a death trap situation, and that is a very apt and accurate description, unfortunately.
Yeah, I wanted to ask for your personal take. When you see the sorts of images we've all been seeing on our screens, and you read the reports of this kind, people queuing up for food, a year and a half into a devastating humanitarian situation. I mean, what goes through your mind when you see reports like the one we saw today, I mean, which is by no means isolated? Third day in a row we've had this kind of violence.
Exactly, by no means isolated. I mean, we've seen a litany of tragedies, moving from one tragedy to the next since the beginning of this war. What we can say for sure is that the humanitarian situation in the Gaza Strip remains utterly catastrophic. The level of deprivation is man-made. This is man-made starvation. The utter denial of aid, the total siege on aid from the beginning of March, right through until a sort of tiny lifting of the aid restrictions couple of weeks ago, and then the beginning of this operation of this new mechanism. I mean, we're just seeing tragedy upon tragedy, and nothing indicates that in the current environment this is going to cease, and that really should focus minds. It is perfectly appalling.
Yeah, I mean, there are reports of people being fired on by tanks and by helicopters. I mean, I don't know if you think those reports are credible, but if they are, and it turns out that they are correct, I mean, what does that say to us about what point we've reached in this conflict?
I mean, there's a key thing in international humanitarian law which governs the operations of aid operations, but it also sets laws around war. One of the principles is distinction. So in other words, distinction of civilian populations and combatants. Another principle is proportionality. So in other words, the potential impact on a civilian population of military action must be as measured as possible. Now, over and over, I'm not from an investigative organization. We know what we see. We know what our colleagues have been through on the ground. 300 of my colleagues have been killed, which is a shocking and unprecedented figure for United Nations staff in the history of the United Nations. We know over and over, we've seen an utter disregard for international humanitarian law throughout this war. So while I can't comment on specifics when we're not able to have information directly, we know what we've seen before, and this feels like it's part of a pattern.
Okay, let's talk about this organisation, the Gaza Humanitarian Foundation. We spoke about it before, I believe, last week. I just want to get your thoughts once again on this organisation and what's going wrong with it. Why is it not able to distribute food in a less chaotic fashion? I mean, I'm wondering whether they're lacking skills. Are they lacking coordination? Do they lack familiarity with the terrain? As an expert who knows Gaza and who understands humanitarian principles, what's the GHF getting so badly wrong?
I mean, it's very hard to say whether this is, one factor is more prominent than another, but the sort of interlocking factors make this operation extremely problematic. And I believe when we spoke previously, I said to you, putting humanitarian in the name of something does not make it by definition compatible with international humanitarian law. I mean, the original CEO of the Gaza Humanitarian Foundation actually quit before it started operating, saying that he wasn't in a position to ensure impartiality, neutrality, independence, and humanity. Well, those are the principles of how aid operations are supposed to be governed under international humanitarian law. It's extremely... it's unprecedented, actually, for a kind of privatization and such a level of militarization to take over an aid operation from a well-established system, seek to replace humanitarian law-based operations which are run by the United Nations. I mean, militaries are sometimes involved in humanitarian operations in places around the world, but that is almost invariably in disaster zones. It's not when there's a war. So a party to a conflict should not be involved in aid operations like this, and certainly should not be seeking to replace the United Nations system, which is based on those principles.
You make a really good point there. I mean, I think that's something I'll put to the next guest we have from Israel, about, whether or not parties to a conflict should be involved and how they feel about this. But obviously the GHF, the Gaza Humanitarian Foundation, bypasses traditional aid groups like UNRWA. But can UNRWA help? And would UNRWA help if called upon by the GHF or by the Israelis to intervene and help rectify this chaotic situation?
I think we need to flip that around. We had a system in place which was, severely hampered and constrained from the start of the war until the ceasefire, and then proof of concept of United Nations-based aid operations. As soon as the ceasefire kicked in, we were able to scale aid up massively. We have a total chain of custody over aid right through into the hands of the people that receive it. Multiple allegations from the Israeli authorities about aid being diverted by the various armed groups, Hamas and others, which are basically, anecdotal, not systemic, and it's a false narrative. The system is in place. Why would we need to cooperate with another system? What needs to be done is for the original United Nations system to do its job of work. Why reinvent the wheel?
Fair enough. And I just wondered, another perspective I wanted to get from you was, given the dangers, it would appear, of going to a food distribution point in Gaza, do you think we've reached a point now where people are having, extremely hungry people, are having to say they might not risk it because it's simply too dangerous?
Sadly, that is very possible. If, the choice is between, death through starvation or potentially dying at an aid site, what kind of choice should a human being be pushed into to make that choice? Even going to these sites to collect aid is problematic. People having to walk, tens and tens of kilometers. What happens to someone who's in a wheelchair? You know, what happens to somebody who's injured, amputated, or orphans or widows? You know, the people who are less able to do to actually go to these sites. I mean, this is also a point of UN-based and international humanitarian-based aid, which is that goes to where the people in need actually are, not this kind of, you know, drawing people to locations and doing it in this kind of way. I mean, this is not done in the interest of the population, which is suffering.
We heard that 21 truckloads of food deliveries were made today. I'm just wondering whether that begins to address a day's worth of necessary supplies in a place like the Gaza Strip right now. What are your thoughts?
It absolutely does not. I mean, you know, maybe one could argue that anything is better than zero. The point is that the kind of benchmark minimum number of trucks that needs to get in every day to meet the minimum survival needs of the population of the Gaza Strip, so minimum survival needs, is 600 trucks a day. So, you know, 21 here, 21 there, it's not enough. I mean, you know, a colleague, another journalist was asking me a couple of days ago about a statement by the GHF that they'd managed to get in, you know, equivalent of 4 million meals. Well, the population of the Gaza Strip is 2 million or so. So 4 million meals might look like a huge number, but it's basically 2 meals per person. And that's not even been going to everybody. So, I mean, you know, these statistics in themselves, I mean, they illustrate the fact that this is, I mean, not even a drop in the ocean. That would be an over-generous description to call it a drop in the ocean. 21 is pitiful, to be honest.
Right, from what you're saying, I mean, doesn't require much mathematical. Now that's basically a 30th of what is needed is getting in. Is that basically what you're saying?
Yes, I mean, essentially that's it, you know, and that's, I mean, that's so... Like I said, you know, some might argue, well, zero is, I mean, nothing, you know, something is better than nothing. But it's not enough. It's just not enough. And then the question is, why is this supposed replacement to the UN system not delivering? So, I mean, that's a big question. I mean, not that it should. We have the system functions, the system is being prevented from operating, that's all. This is a policy choice. It's a choice made by decision makers to not allow the United Nations aid system to do its job. And they need to be asked, you know, squarely, what are the reasons for this?
The UN Human Rights Office in Geneva says the following: the impediment of access to food relief for civilians in Gaza might constitute a war crime. Do you believe, is your understanding that the situation we're in now meets that legal threshold for war crimes?
Well, I used to work for that office. I know that they don't make that kind of statement unless they have strong grounds to make such statements. So I'll leave it at that.
Fair enough. And when you hear people using words like genocide, ethnic cleansing, to describe the situation there, I mean, do those sound like apt word choices to you?
I mean, what we are seeing in the Gaza Strip is mass death, mass destruction. It's not for somebody from a humanitarian and development organization to make a judgment on terminology, but the level of death and destruction, the unprecedented nature of this humanitarian crisis, even the fact that I have lost, you know, hundreds of my own colleagues. I mean, all of that means that there needs to be proper accountability for this. There will need to be proper, independent, totally impartial investigations of what has happened, and they must not be delayed.
And Jonathan, just to sum up our conversation, and I know this means repeating some of the points you've already made, but just to give us a summary, how would you describe the humanitarian situation in Gaza?
I'm running out of words. I mean, we talk about, you know, catastrophic, tragic. I mean, those are understatements. The situation is just beyond description, frankly. And this is why a ceasefire must resume and must resume immediately.
All right. Well, we really appreciate you taking the time to speak to us. Jonathan Fowler, spokesperson for UNRWA. Thank you very much again for speaking to us on Al Arabiya English.
Thank you.
Well, let's get more now. We can speak to Professor Kamal Hawash, who is a Palestinian academic and analyst who is based in Birmingham in the United Kingdom and joins us now. Thank you so much for speaking to us once again, Professor. I just want to start by asking you what your understanding is about what has happened during what appear to have been 3 consecutive days of chaotic aid distribution in Gaza. What happened?
Well, first of all, this is supposedly Israel's way of replacing the distribution of aid through UNRWA and other organizations that has gone on for years because it accuses Hamas of stealing some of the aid. Instead of that, it has colluded with America, and I say that because they're not working for the Palestinian people, to have some distribution points in the southernmost point of Gaza, i.e. nearly at the border with Egypt, that there would be something like 4 distribution points instead of the 400 that were there over the whole of the strip in the past. So squeezing people in who are hungry, people have no choice but to go and get their aid from wherever it's available, whether it was dropped from planes, and as you know, some were crushed by the packages that came down, or they were promised that there would be a sort of a seaport to drop out in. They'd go wherever the food is. So they went in huge numbers because there are 2.3 million Palestinians. They tried to get their aid. Now, I haven't seen pictures that show this, but the claim from organizations on the ground is that on each of the days, a number of Palestinians were killed, sort of averaging about 20 or 30 a day, who had just gone to get some food. And the accusation is that the group that targeted them was the IDF, the Israeli Defense Force. So that's my understanding of what happened. People who went to get food for their families as well. There were fathers who didn't come back, who went to get some food, and they were killed by the Israelis where they were supposedly meant to be safe and just receiving aid.
Israel has disputed your version of events, not specifically about today, but the Israeli Deputy Foreign Minister Sharon Haskell says that she's seen a drone footage filmed in Khan Yunis on Sunday, which she says shows armed, masked men firing at civilians attempting to collect aid. What do you make of that? Could that be true?
First of all, it wasn't my version, if I may. It was the version of people on the ground who said, aid organizations and so on, that this happened. Secondly, this lady is a habitual liar. I've seen her on a number of occasions dispute everything and blame everything on the Palestinians or Hamas. Secondly, I haven't seen this footage that she keeps talking about. It's a bit like the footage which they claimed showed 40 beheaded babies on the 7th of October, which turned out to be a complete lie. I do not believe anything that Israel says, and I say to them, why won't you allow independent journalists to enter Gaza and to report from there? And the reason, of course, is they don't want anyone to see the atrocities. If it wasn't for the bravery of the TV reporters and journalists, the Palestinian ones in Gaza, we wouldn't have known anything about what goes on the ground, because Israel hasn't allowed independent journalists in. The only journalists who go in are accompanied and directed by the Israeli Defense Force. And it is interesting that they haven't taken anyone to this new distribution point. Clearly, they're worried that they might record things that they don't want them to record. So everything that comes out of Israel is a total lie, and I do not exaggerate.
What's your thinking about the Gaza Humanitarian Foundation? I mean, clearly, they don't have much experience on the ground in the same way that, for example, UNRWA does. What do you make of their intentions?
Well, first of all, it's Israel and America's intention to control everything. They claim, as I said, that they want to stop aid going to Hamas. Even the group that you mentioned that supposedly they claim fired on Palestinians, those gangs are protected by the Israeli army. And in talking to my friends in Gaza and in Ramallah over the last few days, absolutely
they completely confirm that these gangs are protected and have been organized by Israel. In fact, only a couple of days ago, there was a statement from a family in Gaza which disowned their own son, and I'm really sorry I can't remember the name, but for leading one of these criminal gangs, and they are criminal gangs. So it's all part of wanting to change facts on the ground through these plans. This company, as you say, has no experience, has been put together by the Israelis and the Americans. It isn't up to the task, bearing in mind that there are 2.3 million Palestinians in Gaza that need food. And the fact that they have to come almost every day to pick up food is absolutely dehumanizing and unacceptable. And the side that is causing this to happen is Israel, which claims that it hasn't killed children or women, hasn't, its policies haven't resulted in starvation. They all have. Every single humanitarian organization I hear speaking from Gaza or from Cairo, if they can't get in, or their spokesman, they all talk about Israel deliberately is deliberately using starvation as a weapon to control the Palestinians, because the ultimate aim is that, if we put ourselves in their position, if I have to run every day just to get a bit of food, what the heck is this life? I might as well leave. That's what they want them to think. But the Palestinians are so attached to their lands, unlike the settlers, which left their homes very quickly, rather than stick to the land that they claimed belongs to them.
Right. In fact, humanitarian organizations we've spoken to, including UNRWA, say that, the 21 or so truckloads of food coming in every day at the moment, it's about 1/30 of what's actually needed. So it's an interesting fact. And as an aside,
absolutely, it's a tiny amount. Plus this, even on the question of Hamas stealing the food, let's think of it this way. They claim Hamas is 30,000 to 50,000 strong. Israel claims it has killed 30,000. So let's assume, for the sake of argument, that there are 10 to 20,000 who are still alive. Now, how much food do they need is the question. Now, if you look at the number that supposedly should be fed, it's 2.3 million. So, in fact, they are starving 2.3 million in order to supposedly stop aid getting to the 20,000, when in fact, I haven't heard a single doctor or independent humanitarian person say that they've seen a single Hamas person or Islamic Jihad or whoever. This is why what Israel is doing is complete terrorism and is leading to a genocide. It is because it is using violence against the Palestinian people to achieve political aims. Anyone who will look at this in the dictionary will find that that's the absolute definition of terrorism.
Yeah, we're going to be speaking about definitions with one of our next guests in just a while. But just going back to the facts on the ground there are also these reports of people being fired at from helicopters, fired at by tanks. Do those sound credible to you?
I mean, since the beginning, this has been an Israeli war or attack on the Palestinian people, not simply on the ones they claim are Hamas members. And that just reconfirms it. Where we see pictures, I saw a video only the other day of what seems to be a quadcopter killing an elderly man who was just walking in almost, an empty piece of land, splattering his body into pieces. Israel is committing crime after crime, all sorts, whether it's ethnic cleansing, whether it's crimes against humanity, whether it's, any type of crime, including genocide. And don't listen to me on this, or your next guest who may be from Israel. Listen to Ehud Olmert and Ehud Barak speaking recently, only the last couple of days. Ehud Olmert says they are committing war crimes. And when he was asked whether Netanyahu should stand in front of The Hague, he said yes. So it is an Israeli former prime minister who is saying this, not Kamel Hawash sitting in Birmingham.
Sure. We will be speaking to a scholar of international criminal law and genocide in just a moment. So definitely we will address those definitions that you also have raised there. I want to ask you some more political questions now about where we head to from here, because one thing that struck me is that during the course of the weekend, Israel refused to allow a delegation of Arab ministers to visit the West Bank. I don't know if you saw that, but what do you think the motivation is for not allowing, which I should add, included ministers from Saudi Arabia and other countries across the GCC? What's the Israeli motivation in not letting them into the West Bank, do you think?
In fact, I was a bit surprised at the delegation going, but only from the perspective that the Palestinians sometimes call non-Palestinians going home, and whether they have a foreign passport or not, that they consider what they do is a bit of normalization. So the fact that Israel wants a normalization with Saudi Arabia, that this delegation is led by the Saudi foreign minister, they should have let them in, and then they should have begun to see how they can extract themselves from Gaza and head towards real peace. In other words, this delegation was going in to support the Palestinian people by meeting their president and to ensure that they learn as much as they can about the situation. However, we know, we've heard it from almost every minister I've heard speak, that they are against the Palestinian state. In other words, they do not want the Palestinians to achieve any of their rights, and that is because they want to push them out and achieve a truly ethnically clean, if you like, Jewish state, i.e. Israel. Not only that, but to expand it by occupying parts of Syria and parts of Lebanon and so on. So it's very difficult to see how the two can meet unless there's a change of not just the narrative, but the real desire in Israel to achieve peace. After more than 70 years, Israel has not achieved peace. In other words, it's still, I wrote once in an article that its body is in Palestine, but its heart is in Europe. It hasn't quite made it to be accepted because it is such a criminal occupying state. Even before the 7th of October, it had killed 200 Palestinians in the West Bank. But since the 7th of October, it has absolutely attacked the Palestinians in the West Bank, where there is no Hamas, or it isn't in control. So I think the summary of this is Israel is intent on ethnically cleansing the Palestinians, thinking that that will make it more acceptable maybe to other states. But wherever the Palestinians go, they will always, like me, I have lived outside Palestine the whole of my life. I will never forget my roots, and I will never forget my people. And I try and do what I can every day to help the Palestinian people, because they must achieve their rights like any other people.
Yeah, it was quite interesting at the weekend to hear Israel announcing the creation of 22 new settlements in the West Bank. And as they were announced, the Israeli Defense Minister Israel Katz vowed to build what he called a Jewish Israeli state in Palestinian territory. I mean, it sounds as though Israel, correct me if I'm wrong, has never been so flagrant in its disregard for the whole idea of a Palestinian state. Is that how it sounds to you?
Well, absolutely. This is, again, a continuation of what's every time something, whatever happens, it uses it to say, I'm going to punish you by building more settlements, to the Palestinian people in particular. But in this case, it is very much, it seems it's fear that there are moves like from France, possibly the UK and other states to join Ireland and Spain and Norway and recognize a Palestinian state. Once that is recognized, even though it will be on paper, it makes it an occupied, illegally occupied United Nations state, so member state. So it wants to continue, and its extremist ministers want to continue along the path of Greater Israel. And the important thing for them next is the West Bank. And then when you hear the American ambassador, Huckabee, talking about addressing the French president and saying, well, basically, if you want to If you support a Palestinian state, why don't you have it in France? I mean, imagine these are the countries that supported Israel completely over the last few years, and that's what he says to him. And if anyone says to him, Mr. Huckabee, you, the Americans, have plenty of space, why don't you create Israel in America, will be accused of anti-Semitism. Look at the difference in terms of even thinking about that point of view. And that is because there is no accountability whatsoever. Another minister said, look, we kill Palestinians. If we kill 100 more, nobody cares. And that's the mentality that Israel can do whatever it wants, even if it pushed the Palestinians out of Gaza. Who's going to stand in its way, it feels, and therefore can do whatever it likes. And that is why we need to have accountability. But unfortunately, particularly the United States is not shifting quickly enough or strongly enough to make it feel accountable. And that's really where we are.
Okay, but Professor, let's not forget that, going back to what we were talking about a few minutes ago, that delegation of Arab nations ministers that wanted to visit the West Bank, again, something that Israel described as provocative. I'm not sure what you read into the word provocative with regards to that visit, but do you think perhaps Israel somehow underestimated the resolve from a number of Arab countries, and not only Arab countries, other countries around the world, with regards to the plight of the Palestinians?
Well, first of all, the reason it uses words like that about the visit, provocative, is it regards the whole of Palestine as its sovereign land, even though technically it doesn't have sovereignty according to its law on the West Bank. But the reality is the Arab League offered the Arab Initiative back in the year 2000, which would have recognized and accepted Israel on the 1967 border if it left the Golan Heights, etc., etc. But Israel is intent on expanding, and it has now ministers who are settlers who think that, and as we know, that Smotrich, when he visited France a couple of years ago, stood behind a map of Greater Israel, which included Jordan, parts of Syria, parts of Lebanon, parts of Saudi Arabia, and parts of Egypt. So we shouldn't take lessons from Israel about provocation when it's provoking the whole world. We see the demonstrations supporting the Palestinians. We see the fact that it is losing support even from for example, MPs in the UK who used to support Israel, who stood in Parliament and said, I can't support this anymore, I condemn what it's doing. And it's because it's resorted, after all the criminality, to starving babies. The pictures we see of babies who don't have food formula even to survive are absolutely horrendous, and they are Israeli-made, not man-made, Israeli-made. That has to stop, because we all want to see an end to this, with the Palestinians realizing their rights as any other people.
Okay, well, we're going to have to end it there because we're out of time, but we really appreciate you taking the time to speak to us. Professor Kamal Hawash, thank you very much indeed for your time today.
Thank you for your time. Thank you.
Well, as the UN condemned the shooting near the food distribution site, Israel denied opening fire on civilians or blocking access to aid. Well, the Israeli military said it fired warning shots at individuals who approached its forces on both Sunday and Monday. However, health officials and witnesses reported that at least 27 people were killed during those incidents. Meanwhile, the Israeli Deputy Foreign Minister Sharon Haskell said earlier today that UN staff are delaying aid distribution. She also presented drone footage from the Israeli military, reportedly filmed on Sunday in the southern Gaza city of Khan Yunis, which she said shows armed masked men firing at civilians attempting to collect aid. Now, Aaron David Miller is a former US Middle East peace negotiator and joins us now. Thank you very much indeed for joining us once again here on Al Arabiya English. I'd like to start by asking you a little bit about the Gaza Humanitarian Foundation, because we've been very much focused on that, given the killings and the deaths that we've seen at these aid distribution points. Why does the United States support the GHF, do you think?
I think, again, and I'm not speaking for the Trump administration. As an analyst, I would suggest a couple things. Number one, any aid into Gaza is better than no aid. And the administration is under some pressure to press the Israelis on the question of humanitarian assistance. Second, look, it's quite clear, even though Donald Trump has broken extraordinary ground. I worked for administrations from Jimmy Carter to Bush 43. No American president, Republican or Democrat, has ever done the sorts of things that Trump has done. Opening direct contacts with Hamas, cutting a deal with the Houthis that permits them to, or at least accepts the reality that the Houthis will continue as long as they leave U.S. naval assets alone. They're apparently free to launch ballistic missiles and drones against Israel, and then opening up negotiations with the Iranians over the objections of an Israeli prime minister, removing Syrian sanctions from Syria and the Ahmed Shara government over the objections of an Israeli prime minister. These are extraordinary things that no Republican Democratic president I ever worked for would ever have done. And yet, when it comes to Gaza, the Trump administration has essentially, in my judgment, over the last 5 months now, allowed the Israelis, the current government, Benjamin Netanyahu, to dictate the tactics and the strategy. And I don't think the administration has pressed the Israelis as hard as they might or should have on the issue of humanitarian assistance. So the Gaza Humanitarian Foundation is rationalized as an effort to sort of get around the possibility of criminal gangs looting, Hamas diversion of assistance to be sold and monetized on the Gaza market these days, which is hugely profitable given the scarcity of food. So I think you have the practical reality. They've accepted the Israeli argument that some aid is better than none, and they're starting with limited distribution sites, so-called SDSs, in Gaza. The problem with all of this, I think, is clear. When you had a ceasefire between January and March, until the Israelis unilaterally abrogated it, the international community with reputable, credible NGOs was able to get a good deal of assistance into Gaza, almost 600 trucks a day, which was Gaza's pre-October 7th level. So this is not an efficient mechanism of delivery. You've seen the chaos, the shootings, the kinetic activity. It's hard to even conceive of aid being administered practically and without cost, confusion, and injuries, as long as the Israelis are operating kinetically in Gaza. So on balance, frankly, it's been pretty much of a disaster.
I mean, as you say, the amount of aid that's needed every day is about 600 trucks. We gather that around 21 trucks got in on Sunday, so about a 30th of Gaza's humanitarian needs are being addressed by the GHF. I mean, do you see a point, given you make a number of points in your opening statement about how President Trump has essentially torn up the rule book when it comes to its dealings with Israel? Do you see a point where President Trump could, frankly, say enough is enough and he loses patience with regards to what's happening in Gaza, or do you think it's perhaps not on his immediate list of concerns?
Yeah, I mean, I think your latter point is key. Remember, he's got 3 negotiations going right now. And frankly, from the outside, and having been around negotiations for 20 plus years, there's a lot that goes on the inside that we don't know about. But he's got 3 negotiations which are in serious trouble. Russia-Ukraine, Israel-Hamas, and U.S.-Iran. And I think from the president's point of view, I think, look, this is a transactional, instrumental president. I don't think he cares much about Palestinians or the humanitarian situation. I don't think he cares much about solving the Israeli-Palestinian conflict. It comes on his radar screen for one of 3 reasons. Either it's causing an embarrassment. Number 2, one or more of the actors are pushing him or demanding things or embarrassing him, in this case, the Hamas leadership or what remains of it in Gaza and Benjamin Netanyahu. Or third, it is a means to get something else that the president really wants. I don't think Gaza at this stage fits those. Gaza's not going to give him a Nobel Peace Prize. A successful negotiation with the Iranians might. Russia, Ukraine, depending on how it sorts out, might. So for a transactional figure, I don't think he's ready yet for what I would, or you intimated, and what I would describe as the or else moment. I don't see that happening. I think that he has it within him to, as I mentioned in some of my earlier comments, he doesn't seem to care about the political reaction for the things that he does. If a Democratic president had done any of the things Trump has done, open up direct negotiations with Hamas, for example, remove sanctions from Ahmad Shara without close coordination or consultation with the Israelis, or frankly, probably anyone in Congress for that matter, there would have been an uproar. Trump controls the Republican Party, so he eliminates the political opposition by taking actions that are that the Israelis don't like,
okay.
don't accept.
So these are
extraordinary.
These are unorthodox approaches to some old problems, and they haven't been resolved in many cases. You listed a whole lot of them: Iran, the Houthis, the peace process in the Middle East. I mean, these are decades-old problems. Do you see these unorthodox approaches bearing fruit in the long term?
I mean, you've asked the key question. I asked that of myself as well. Will all of this add up to the kind of pressure that the Biden administration was unable and unwilling, in large part because of Joe Biden's emotional commitment to Israel? Trump may self-style himself as the most pro-Israeli president in history, but in the end, he has none of the emotional, sentimental interest in Israel, the idea of Israel, the people of Israel, the security of Israel that Joe Biden had. Will Trump do one of the things that Biden didn't? Condition or restrict U.S. military assistance to Israel, introduce his own UN Security Council resolution or vote for someone else's, unilaterally recognize Palestinian statehood? I don't see the president anytime soon doing any of those things.
I want to ask you, as a former U.S. Middle East peace negotiator, how you feel when you hear Israeli officials saying things like this. When asked about a Palestinian state, one Israeli official said, such a state would undoubtedly become a terrorist state in the heart of the land of Israel. Israel will not cooperate with such moves aimed at harming it and its security. Does that sound to you like a large swathe of Israeli society, in particular in the political class, has basically never been serious about a two-state solution?
Well, never is a pretty charged word. I don't think the issue really was never. I mean, I worked, for Democrat and Republican presidents from mid-'80s until 2003. There were moments, I was at the last serious effort to solve the Israeli-Palestinian conflict at Camp David, when Bill Clinton, who was very serious, invited Yasser Arafat, who then presided over a relatively unified Palestinian national movement, and Ehud Barak, who put on the table proposals that couldn't solve the conflict, but took Israel further than it's ever been. And then Clinton, in December, identifies the Clinton parameters: 94 to 96% of the West Bank, a Palestinian capital in East Jerusalem. Yasser Arafat essentially didn't respond, which was essentially no. So no, there have been Israeli governments who have been very serious about this issue.
Okay, let me put it in a different...
Right now, you have one that isn't.
Okay, so has Israel perhaps never been so flagrant in its disregard for the idea of a Palestinian state as it is today? Because, I mean, again, to quote the Israeli Defense Minister, Israel Katz, who vowed to build, whilst visiting one of the 22 settlements that was announced in the West Bank during the course of the weekend, he said, we're going to build a Jewish state in the Palestinian territory. I mean, that's flagrant disregard to international law.
Right. That kind of rhetoric which has essentially come out of not just the two most extremist ministers in the Israeli government, Smotrich and Ben-Gvir, but from the Likud, is provocative, flagrant, and I would argue uncharacteristic even of previous Likud governments. So I think Israel's at a point now, in the wake of October 7, it was already a right-of-center country and has become one over the last several decades. But this Israeli government, the most right-wing Jewish supremacist, and a couple of its ministers are clearly avowed racists, have taken Israel's unwillingness to think in more broader terms about how to resolve the Israeli-Palestinian conflict. I think we've never seen something quite like this before. And I think, look, in the wake of October 7, which was the greatest trauma that Israelis and Palestinians ever inflicted on one another, the willful and indiscriminate killing of Palestinian civilians by Hamas, the sexual mutilation and degradation, taking of hostages, and then Israel's ferocious response, the exponential number of thousands of Palestinians, civilians being killed, the risk transfer. Israelis simply are prepared to accept a much higher level of Palestinian injury and death in the way they are prosecuting their military campaign than ever before. I think in the wake of all of this, if you ask me, do I think it's possible that you could actually have a serious Israeli-Palestinian negotiation leading to what I think is the only conceivable solution, which is separation through negotiations into two states? It's going to take time. But I think we run the risk, if we essentially abandon that hope and that possibility, of condemning Israeli and Palestinians to a future which could even be more horrific than the one we've witnessed.
Okay.
So, yeah, I think you're dealing with an Israeli government that is not interested, not able, not willing, and not interested. And a prime minister, remember, the only prime minister in the history of the state of Israel, on trial for bribery, fraud, and breach of trust, which means many of the decisions he takes are not related to, they're not enlightened. They're enlightened as far as his political career is concerned. But if you put another Israeli prime minister, I interviewed Ehud Barak, Ehud Olmert, Ami Ya'alon, the former head of Shin Bet. You put another Israeli prime minister in place October 7, I think the Israeli response would have been the same. But 6 months into this conflict, I think anyone else would have begun to understand that Israel's military power was and must be a means to some other end. And they would have begun, it would have been hard, they would have begun to envision a way out of this.
Well, let's get more now on the legal dimensions to what's been happening in Gaza and other parts of the occupied Palestinian territory. We can speak now to Professor William Schabas, who's a world-leading scholar of international criminal law and genocide. He joins us from London. Professor, thank you very much indeed for being with us here on Arabiya English. The United Nations Human Rights Office in Geneva saying the impediment of access to food relief for civilians in Gaza could constitute a war crime. It also goes on to describe attacks on people trying to access food as unconscionable. What's your response to that?
Well, yeah, I don't think there's much doubt, really, that we're talking about things that are probably war crimes. Civilians should not be targeted in any case, and the idea that you starve people for 2 months and then offer them some food, but then make it absolutely hazardous to their own lives in order to collect it is really just, it's so heartbreaking that it's hard to find words to describe it. So, you know, there should be no arms at this event. This is about providing food to hungry people, and it's not a military activity at all. So this is, you know, it will register as one of the violations of the Rome Statute of the International Criminal Court as a war crime, and be added, unfortunately, to a list that's rather long at this point.
Right, there are a lot of definitions out there, a lot of words being used, and you would know better than anyone I can think of which of them are apt and which are not. So we've got food as a weapon of war, ethnic cleansing, genocide. Which of those, based on what you've seen and read with regards to what's been happening in Gaza, are apt and which are not?
Well, ethnic cleansing and food as a weapon of war, these are not terms that are they're not legal terms, really. We don't find them used in that way in a convention or in a treaty, although they're very descriptive, and in that sense they provide an adequate picture of some of the things that are going on. What would be a war crime is targeting civilians. So if you're targeting civilians, or if you are being indiscriminate in your targeting so that the damage to civilians is excessive or disproportionate to any military objective, then we're talking about war crimes. As for genocide, this is a term that has been used and that has been debated now for more than a year and a half since the conflict began. I think that world public opinion, what could say, statements by politicians, by opinion leaders in various countries, is slowly moving in that direction. In my opinion, there's a very strong argument to be made that genocide has been committed, is being committed. That question is now before the International Court of Justice. It won't be adjudicated for 3-4 years from now. But again, I think that it's entirely an appropriate way to describe now the state of play in Gaza.
And you were just suggesting there, and I just want to pick up on this, that the word genocide is now becoming more common as a word to describe the situation in Gaza, in a way being normalized to describe that situation in the corridors of power around the world. Is that basically what you're saying?
Yes, I think so. I mean, it's a word that has a precise legal meaning that has been defined in judgments by international courts. It also has it's a word that has a broader meaning. I think in the general public, people would understand that it's a very serious allegation, but they might not be aware of the detailed nature of the legal definition. The legal definition requires the deliberate, intentional acts aimed at physically destroying a group, and that is something that has become increasingly characteristic of this conflict, where it seems increasingly clear that the current leaders of Israel want to enlarge the borders of the country by annexing the West Bank and Gaza, that they cannot do this as long as the Palestinian population, the Arab Palestinian population, remains, because it will form the majority of any larger state that is created, and that they have to get rid of them. But as we've seen in earlier genocides, one can think of the Holocaust or the Shoah, one can think of Rwanda. The borders are in effect closed. There's nowhere for people to go. And so physical destruction is the order of the day, and we're seeing lots of evidence of that. So this is why the term is quite appropriate in a legal sense, aside from the fact that there's this apparent momentum growing for using it also in a more popular or less, in a less professional way, but simply as a way of describing horror or outrage.
Right, it's important, isn't it, that words like genocide, which are extremely significant and have a huge and tragic impact on the world, are not used too liberally, and that they should be used only after very careful consideration. And you used the word evidence just now, and I just really want to pick up on that and ask you what sorts of evidence and what form that evidence might need to take for such a thing as genocide to be proven in this particular case.
The hard part of establishing that genocide is taking place has often, maybe even generally, been proving what we call the genocidal intent. That is, that the acts are committed, acts of persecution, of violence, acts that are motivated by racism, have this additional element of the desire or the intent to physically destroy the group. And there often we have very little direct evidence of it. We draw conclusions, we draw inferences from conduct, and we say, well, it could have no other, there could be, nothing else could explain that conduct. But this is very hard to do. It's like proving circumstantial evidence in any criminal trial at an ordinary level for a murder or some other crime. But what we have here, and I think for me this was the tipping point in being convinced that we're talking about genocidal crimes, was that the statements at the highest level in Israel of leaders who were talking about both about demonizing the people of Palestine by suggesting that they were all the enemy or that they're all terrorists, and also statements like the most notorious is perhaps the one that Yoav Gallant made very early in the conflict in October of 2023, where he said, we're going to cut off all food, all electricity, all potable water, all medical care. This can have no other consequence but the destruction of a group. And there have been many statements since then, extreme views, but by people at the highest levels in the Israeli government, and they haven't stopped. There are still more recent examples. They continue.
Okay, you mentioned Yoav Gallant, but are there other people, if so who, with whom you think the buck stops with regards to these events in Gaza?
Well, the buck obviously stops with Benjamin Netanyahu. I mean, unless we think that it really stops with Donald Trump. But at the highest level in Israel, obviously it's with him, and he has made coalitions with, the people with the most extreme views are people like Smotrich and Ben Gvir. But there have been others, and I can't list the names, I don't have them at my fingertips, but there have been other statements like this that have been reported in the media and that reflect this. It's a very unusual thing. We didn't even have this in Nazi Germany, where the leaders stand up and say, well, we have a plan to exterminate the population. But extreme statements of that nature, of course, coupled with what is at the most charitable, this indifference to the lives of the civilian population and the blending, shall we say, or the treatment of the civilian population as if they're all combatants, which they clearly are not. There was I think in the media, I heard reported earlier today, an explanation given by the IDF, by the Israeli armed forces, for the attacks on the people in the food distribution. And they were saying, well, they didn't attack the people who were there getting the food, but some people were in a zone where they weren't supposed to be, and they were attacked. But you don't attack people just because they're in the wrong zone. You can only attack, under international law, people who are directly participating in combat, and there was no such allegation. So it's this absolute indifference to the people of Gaza, to their institutions, the destruction of all the universities and the hospitals. I could go on. It's massive, and it's very hard to find anything equivalent, certainly in modern times.
Okay, so were the conflict to stop tomorrow, what would be the next steps with regards to bringing those responsible to justice, as you see it? What would happen next?
Well, if the conflict is to stop, I think that there's got to be a political consequence, which needs to be at some point the actual creation of a Palestinian state. In theory, of course, Israel should prosecute its own soldiers and its leaders for the violations, but it's not likely to do that. And there are, of course, the alternatives, which are international institutions or countries having their courts prosecute these crimes under what we call the principle of universal jurisdiction. But this also depends on taking the perpetrators into custody. So I think the idea that there'll be individual responsibility for all these crimes, there may be some at some point, but we're looking I think we're looking long into the future for all of this to come about. There may be some Israeli leaders who travel and then, without anticipating what the consequences, get picked up and have some state that's willing to prosecute them. But I think that will be very much an exception, and it will depend a bit on serendipity rather than on any organized plan. Of course, one could say that there should be a peace agreement that would also contemplate the prosecution on both sides, by the way, for war crimes, violations of international law that are committed. I think that would be unlikely, and making that maybe a condition for a peace plan might make the peace agreement much more difficult to negotiate as well. And I don't know whether that's a desirable outcome.
Right, and people in Israel would say surely Hamas bears a huge part of the responsibility as well. So where would they fit into a ruling at an international level with regards to, for example, the crime of genocide?
Well, Hamas, I don't think there's a serious allegation that Hamas has committed genocide, although there were a few claims made very early in the conflict that was what was going on. I don't see that playing out. But, of the people who were charged at the International Criminal Court, for example, there were 3 Hamas leaders and 2 Israeli leaders. It's become very clear that there are secret or sealed indictments or charges we call them arrest warrants, at the International Criminal Court. And I think it's reasonable to expect that there are some Hamas leaders who are contemplated by those as well. Though I don't think anybody seriously questions the idea that there should be prosecutions on both sides. I think that since October of 2023, the balance as to who's responsible for all of this has gradually the crimes of Hamas on the 7th of October 2023 have become more and more. The reaction has been more and more disproportionate from Israel. And I think, let me just add one other point about this, and I think this is relevant also to the conclusion about genocidal intent, is that Israel has not been very successful either at defeating Hamas or at liberating the hostages, which it claimed were the reasons for its very, very harsh and brutal military intervention. And is that because they're a failure at doing it, or is it because they're not trying very hard to do that? That really these are nothing more than pretexts for what amount to attacks on the Palestinian people, with the objective of clearing out that territory so that it can be annexed by Israel.
And just lastly, Professor Showas, I mean, how do you think history is going to look back on this chapter? Let's say 20, 30 years from now, people look back at the events of 2023, 24, 25. What are they going to say about us?
People will look back in horror at how this could take place. Not just the injustice towards the Palestinians, not just this brutal conflict that has gone on now for almost 2 years, but the fact that they were promised a state, in effect, an independent state, in 1919 at the Paris Peace Conference, when the mandate was being assigned to the United Kingdom over the territory of Palestine. They were promised it by the United Nations General Assembly in 1947. When it was decided what to do with the territory. And they're still waiting. We have people now, 4 and 5 generations of refugees, and we look upon this as one of the great failings of our international system. It already is.
Okay, well, thank you very much indeed for taking the time to speak to us. Professor William Showas, thank you. Well, that is all we have time for on Global News today. As promised, we've discussed a whole range of issues related to these latest tragedies in the Palestinian territories, in particular in Gaza, where there was another deadly incident at a food distribution point. We've talked about some key definitions, some legal definitions as to what all of this might constitute, and how history is going to look back on this chapter of modern history. That's all we have time for. Thanks for watching. Until tomorrow. See you then. Bye-bye.
cases, worse than our enemies.
Stay informed and connected with the latest international headlines.
There obviously is a risk.
From breaking news to in-depth analysis, it would appear that this war is coming to an end.
Who buys this stuff? Investors, pension funds.
We deliver the most important developments straight to your screen.
Iran always wanted to deal with militia.
Join us for compelling, expert-driven conversations.
A curfew order has been established.
And an insightful look at the issues shaping our world today.
There are a lot of proposals about European architecture for security.
I'm Leigh Ann Gerrans, and this is W News.
We dealt with this when I was Chief of Staff in the first term.
Where you don't just hear the headlines, you get the full story.
Hello and welcome to the Real Deal, coming to you from the Arabiya English headquarters. This is your weekly bulletin, bringing you all the latest business news, headlines and analysis from Saudi Arabia. Coming up, the foreign ministers of Saudi Arabia and China hold talks aimed at strengthening economic ties and boosting trade and investment between the two global powerhouses. Coming up, we're going to be taking an in-depth look at Saudi Arabia's rapidly transforming healthcare sector, which is a key focus of both Vision 2030 and increasing private sector involvement. And as Saudi Arabia prepares to host the Hajj pilgrimage, we examine the financial impact and the preparations being made for the 1 million foreign pilgrims expected to pass through Mecca. Hello and welcome to the programme. Nearly 3 weeks on from the visit to the kingdom by the US President Donald Trump, high-level talks have been held between the finance ministers of Saudi Arabia and China, the world's number 2 economy and the kingdom's top trading partner. Well, as well as focusing on strengthening bilateral ties, the talks also focused on economic and financial cooperation between the two countries. Well, addressing his Chinese opposite number, Lan Fo-an, the Saudi finance minister Mohammed Al-Jaddan highlighted the significance of both countries' roles in the global economy and the importance of deepening trade and investment ties. Well, he also drew attention to Saudi investment opportunities for China in infrastructure, in tourism and industry. Well, at the start of May, both countries signed close to 60 agreements and MOUs at the Saudi-Chinese Business Forum, which was held in Beijing. Well, I'm joined, as we are every week, by Ali Reza, who is the strategic advisor at the Saudi Arabia Holding Company, who joins us from London. Thank you so much for taking the time to speak to us. Ali, first of all, how much of a role do Saudi Arabia and China play in each other's economies?
Well, Tom, it's a known fact that China is Saudi Arabia's largest trading partner, and exports to Saudi Arabia from China equaled north of $40 billion last year. Now, Saudi Arabia has maintained, I think, throughout this entire economic transformation process that it is a land open for business, open for trade, partnerships and relationships. And China, given the economic dominance does it have, it makes sense that a close relationship is maintained. We saw the Trump visit a few weeks ago, and naturally there is some tension from a trade perspective between the two sides. But once again, Saudi Arabia has demonstrated time and time again that it would like to see this region be a neutral ground and a welcoming ground to all to come participate in the trade, build partnerships, relationships, and collaborate. China is actually has been one of the largest greenfield FDI partners, inbound FDI partners over the last couple of years, with trade inbound totaling between 21 and 24, north of $21.6 billion. So, to add on to the commercial trade objectives, it's also, very reasonable to expect that a close relationship will be maintained as the nation seeks to diversify its economy and build industries, and considering the fact that FDI has a major role to play in that.
So what you're saying is that Saudi is playing it's a delicate balancing act, diplomatically speaking. We've got the world's number 1 and number 2 economies, the United States and China, both on side. I mean, how's it all working out?
if recent events have been any indication, and I think we look closer to the sentiment across the world, yes, of course, there's some tensions between nations, between people, but when is there not tension between different regions? What's important, in my opinion, here is that Saudi Arabia continues to maintain the neutral approach, be respectful to the relevant partnerships that are being created with the different regions. There may be some points of contention, but if respect is shown to the various relationships and partnerships, then we can assume or expect that this will all see itself out in a positive manner. And I think that has been the case. There's a very long list of partnerships already in place, a lot of trade that is inbound towards Saudi Arabia, with China, for example, with the likes of BYD and Lenovo and Dahua, some of the entities that have created successful commercial partnerships in region. And similarly, there are many U.S. enterprises, particularly in the last couple of weeks, that have had some very successful relationships created as well. So, if all these things are highlighting any sentiment, it's that not only is Saudi Arabia happy to be playing the role of the middle ground, it is a neutral ground, and people are respectful of that fact, and they are willing and capable of doing business nonetheless.
Stay with us, Ali. We're going to come back to you in just a moment. There are just a couple of related initiatives I wanted to discuss. And in a move that looks set to further cement ties between Saudi Arabia and China, a visa-free travel initiative has been announced for Saudi passport holders heading to China. All Saudi nationals, as well as the nationals of 3 other GCC countries, will be able to travel to China for business or tourism for up to 30 days without a visa. This is on a trial basis. And as well as strengthening ties with the Chinese mainland, Saudi Arabia is ramping up efforts to boost trading activity with Hong Kong. Well, with that in mind, a 2-day event hosted by Saudi Tadawul Group and Hong Kong Exchanges and Clearing Limited was held last week, where it was announced that ETF tracking bonds issued by the Saudi government have begun trading in Hong Kong. So, Ali, just to wrap up this segment, I mean, China is Saudi Arabia's largest trading partner, as we've been saying, and Saudi Arabia is China's largest trading partner in the Middle East. I mean, clearly, this is a relationship between Riyadh and Beijing that has grown extremely significantly during the course of the last 20 years, hasn't it?
Most definitely, Tom. Most definitely. First of all, I think it's important to recognize that China is a great trading partner to many nations, and even those that they perhaps have some contention with right now, whether we call it a trade war or tariff challenges and so on, they're still significant trading partners to all. So, in my opinion, the reality of the fact is that, such economic powerhouses and prosperous nations, you have to maintain some relationships with, in any case. And Saudi Arabia has not only maintained the relationship, but the relationship has flourished. Over the last couple of years, especially with the Vision 2030 momentum well and truly underway, we've seen a number of very interesting and exciting developments there. The PIF committed some sizable investments and partnerships with China to the tune of nearly $50 billion last year. We've seen the creation of joint ventures in region, particularly in the photovoltaics, renewable energy, battery energy storage system space, which we know China excels at and has done for multiple decades now. So this relationship is flourishing. Earlier you mentioned there were some recent events with the Saudi Tadawul public market and the Hong Kong Exchange. I think what we will continue to see is a culmination of capital partnerships, commercial interests, knowledge and technology being transferred to both sides, and an overall economic and industrial development which is built on collaborative efforts.
OK, thanks for that, Ali. We'll be back with you in just a moment. Let's take a quick look now at some of the other stories we're following for you. And Saudi Arabia and Kuwait have announced the discovery of new oil in the partition zone. It marks the first finding since production resumed in the shared border area between Saudi Arabia and Kuwait and its adjacent offshore area back in mid-2020. Well, the kingdom says the discovery is, quote, highly significant. The Saudi budget carrier Flyer Deal may begin operating routes to Syria as early as July. That's according to the airline CEO Stephen Greenaway, who says approvals needed to begin flights to the war-torn nation have reportedly been granted. This follows another Saudi budget airline, Flynas, which has announced its first direct flight between Riyadh and Damascus as early as this week. All the Saudi carriers join a handful of international airlines in introducing or resuming flights to the country as sanctions against Syria are scaled back. And looking into Saudi Arabia's financial markets, the CEO of the Saudi Exchange says the country seeks to increase potential public offerings as it seeks to diversify its economy away from oil and develop its financial sector. Well, speaking to Bloomberg, Mohammed Al-Rumai says the markets can expect a series of IPOs from different industries, including tech and telecoms. Around 15 firms listed last year, with food and beverage taking the top spot. And the next highly anticipated IPO in the kingdom will come from the specialized medical company which operates hospitals in Saudi Arabia. Well, the retail subscription period will be the 15th and 16th of June, and the company has closed the books for institutional investors. Well, SMC is working with SNB Capital and EFG Hermes on the IPO. That leads us neatly into our next segment, because the healthcare sector is one of the many sectors of the Saudi economy undergoing rapid transformation. Well, driven by government initiatives, notably Vision 2030 and growing private sector involvement, healthcare has a critical role to play in the kingdom's economic diversification, and it contributes significantly to the non-oil GDP. We're now going to find out more about this sector, its long-term growth prospects, and how Saudi Arabia is firmly on the map for global medical tourism. Well, as we've been saying, healthcare is one of the kingdom's rapidly evolving sectors. Well, one company at the forefront of all this is the Specialized Medical Company, that is a leading private healthcare provider based in Riyadh. With an IPO on the horizon and major expansion underway, SMC is positioned as a key player in the region's healthcare future. We're going to cross to Riyadh now and speak to the company's CEO, Bassam Shaheen. Dr. Shaheen, thank you very much indeed for taking the time to speak to us. Could you just first of all give us a brief overview of SMC and its role in Saudi Arabia's healthcare sector?
Hello. SMC started in 1999 in the capital of Saudi Arabia, Riyadh, as a VIP center and a same-day surgery center 25 years ago, with the idea of providing superior healthcare to the resident of the neighborhood and the suburb that it was serving. And within a few years, it received positive perception from the population, and it started expanding organically in the same campus that it was initially, up to becoming one of the largest private hospitals in Riyadh. And shortly after, another hospital was built in East Riyadh, and also it was a very successful launch during COVID-19, and it was started the operation at 2020 Q1, despite all the uncertainties, and turns out to be the right decision. The hospital became successful and led the board to take a decision to expand further and build 3 new hospitals in north of Riyadh to cover the need of the population and the big development happening in the north of the city. And few months later, the decision was taken to go public due to the quality, performance, and perception of patients. So the board took a decision to go IPO with a belief in going public, that it will add to the reputation of the hospital, to the exposure. It will improve the governance. It will improve the performance of the hospital on all levels. And this is why the decision was taken. The intention to float was announced in April. The institutional booking finished last week, and we have the individual subscription and the IPO after Eid. This is 15 to 16 of June, and hopefully we will be a publicly listed company before the end of June.
Okay, you make a lot of points there. I'm going to pick up on a couple of the ones, the things you just said there. Let's start with that IPO then. I mean, clearly a huge milestone for the company. What do you think it means for the next phase of growth for SMC?
We believe the IPO will give better governance practices It will improve transparency and disclosure practices. Definitely, it will accelerate the growth, especially with the very ambitious plan to add to our capacity from the current around 600 beds to more than double, to become 1,275 beds, and from 250 clinics to 660 clinics. Being a publicly listed company, it's not only help you in the practices, the best practices of corporate companies and governance, but also it will help if you are in a growth path with a short period of time. And we are aiming to more than double our capacity in less than 5 years. So by 2030, our 5 hospitals will be fully operational in Riyadh, with a big market share in the north of Riyadh, where a lot of urban developments are happening. So we believe the IPO is a very good enabler, exposing the company and improving the performance, as I mentioned earlier.
Yeah, I want to pick up on those 5 hospitals in just a moment. But sticking with the IPO, what sort of interest are you seeing at this stage from investors?
Of course, we are in a period where we cannot announce the results, but there were a very good interest from institutional booking, the initial one, and after we issued the supplemental prospectus, and we will be able to announce the subscription and the pricing on June 3, succeeded by the individual prescription. But we have seen a very good interest, and despite all the fluctuations that are happening in the market, the demand on healthcare is still high. The interest of investors is still high, especially in sectors like healthcare that is truly supported by the government under the Saudi 2030 vision. So those sectors like healthcare are really less affected with the market fluctuations, and we were able to see that in the past few weeks.
Okay, so Dr. Shaheen, how do you think this is going to change SMC and everyone that works there? I mean, I'm talking about the IPO here. I mean, given you're going to be much more focused on profit and on the bottom line once you've listed, are you expecting a big change in the company?
It's one of the reasons when you consider going public is when you have solid performance. And SMC, since 2020, after the opening of SMC2 in east of Riyadh, has been having double-digit growth in EBITDA, in net profit, in revenue, and also in the number of patients and the quality of services that we are providing. And of course, when you become a publicly listed company, it's very important that you continue that growth, you continue delivering solid numbers to be able to satisfy the expectation of investors, and also to fuel the expansion and the growth momentum. So we believe we are in a very good condition to continue with that growth, and probably the maximum benefit that investor will get is once all our projects are completed in 2029, and then all the investor will get the maximum benefit of such a investment.
Okay, Dr. Shaheen, just before we move on from talking about the IPO, any details you're able to offer us or share with us about the pricing?
Yeah, the pricing that has been announced 1 week after the intention to float was within the range of 24 to 25 Saudi riyal. The company is selling 75 million shares out of the total 250 million shares. This is 30% of the company. And the price range has been finalized, and the subscription, as I mentioned, has been completed for the institutions and investing companies. And this will be open to the public on the 15th and 16th of June. And we believe that the price range will be probably hitting the upper category of the announced pricing range.
Okay, thanks for that. Now, we were talking just a minute ago about how your Riyadh base, you got 2 hospitals there in Riyadh, 3 more under development. Only Riyadh, or are you planning to expand perhaps to other regions of the country or even beyond Saudi Arabia?
The legacy of SMC has been well known in Riyadh since 25 years ago. Now, we are always open to any opportunity outside Riyadh although our first priority right now is to improve our market share and footprint and presence in the capital. That's why our short-term and medium-term expansion plan focus on the capital to ensure we cover all the major districts that are underserved and underpenetrated by healthcare providers. At the same time, we are also involved in privatization that will be announced soon with the government, and this is also in Riyadh. And whenever we see there is an opportunity that will not really affect our strong expansion plan in Riyadh, out of Riyadh, we will consider it, and it's always on the table for discussion.
Okay, now, Dr. Shaheen, clearly healthcare is being transformed, like many other industries, by new technology, amazing innovations, artificial intelligence. How central is tech to your strategy at SMC?
SMC, since we started 25 years ago, we really embrace technology. We have developed our own IT team. We have developed all our software or our modules or our applications. And we kept on improving and adding and innovating since. Now, of course, the Saudi Arabia ecosystem is highly supportive for investment in technology. And we've seen the services provided by the Saudi government and many public systems are really one of the top in the world. And if you can see the effect, as one example only with the COVID-19, it was because of the use of technology and automation in Saudi Arabia that the response of Saudi Arabia were one of the best in the world. And SMC is, influenced a lot by that, and we have really prioritized investment in technology. Our mobile application, for example, has been developed in 2017. And in 2019, we were able to check in patients online virtually without having to talk to a reception or a nurse. So this online check-in was a feature 6 years ago, even 1 year before COVID was there. So the culture of innovation and using technology for patient experience improvement, having the patient in the center of the care, this also not only led to superior patient satisfaction, but also to operational efficiency. It's because of such technology and the use of some breakthrough features that we were able to see big numbers. We were able to really utilize our resources efficiently. And at the same time, we did not stop innovation. We've been adding features every few months. For example, at the beginning of the year, we have added the AI feature on the application itself after utilizing this internally in the hospital in 2024. Now the artificial intelligence, it's a feature on our mobile application when any patient can ask AI to interpret in a very simple language what he's seeing as results, as reports. And we believe we are going into complete innovation in the coming few years where medical care is going more into predictive based on the behavior, based on the past history, with the use of artificial intelligence. Healthcare is becoming more precise, more predictive, more smart.
Okay, you paint a picture there of a competitive landscape, amongst other things, for healthcare in Saudi Arabia. Sounds like everything's going really well for SMC, but what challenges do you face? For example, do you ever struggle to find the right talent or human resources?
Probably if you ask any healthcare executive in the world and you will tell him what's your challenge number one, it will be your question. Having the right healthcare talents on board. Probably we're fortunate in Saudi Arabia that we are operating in an environment where education was supported by the government very early. Since 30 years, Saudi Arabia has been investing in education, especially of doctors, and getting them with the best training and degrees all over the world. And those Saudi doctors are coming back and working in the public sector, and they are really adding value to the healthcare in general. Now, recently we have seen with the increase in emphasis on the private sector participation, as mentioned in the healthcare transformation program, we are seeing that shift where Saudi doctors are going to the private sector as they see more opportunities to grow. And also they are seeing the major expansions and the improvement in the services happening in the private sector. So fortunately, unlike other GCC nations, Saudi Arabia have a very good medical Saudi workforce, and the private sector is benefiting from this. And this is the way we are going forward, because this is a very strategic thing, investing in Saudi doctors. And we have taken initiatives not only accepting and recruiting and retaining Saudi doctors from the public sector, but we are also running a Saudi residency program for doctors. And we've been running that program for many years in multiple specialties. And every year we have doctors graduating from that Saudi board program. Many of them are offered a job in SMC. Regarding other paramedical staff, like ancillary, lab, X-ray, the market really is well served. We have a good percentage of the national available for hiring. The challenge of nursing, this is, it's a worldwide challenge. Even the most advanced countries in the world, like US, like Germany, they are suffering from unavailability of nursing workforce, especially after COVID, when that profession is becoming less acceptable by many students who are thinking of other specialties because of the stress and the uncertainties and the risk at that time. Now, of course, the world has suffered, but at the same time, the world was able to have a contingency plan by exploring new markets in which there is a strong and acceptable and accredited nursing program where you have some graduates available and not being able to benefit needed healthcare system like GCC and like in Europe. And we have seen SMC like other private sector, and we have seen also all companies going into new markets where hiring of nurses was not available in previous years. Like we used to get a lot of nurses from the Philippines in the 2010 to 2020. After 2020, hiring from the Philippines, it became a challenge for all healthcare providers in the world. And we've seen more new markets being open to us, including some countries in Africa and some countries in Far East. And I believe this correction in the market in terms of finding the right nursing talent is very important and will continue to be a challenge of all healthcare providers in the region, especially in Saudi Arabia. One final thing, it's important to know that we've seen more and more Saudi nurses joining the workforce. And this is very important, especially with the presence of very good programs in Saudi Arabia. And also nurses are finding the private sector as a very challenging and opportunity for them to grow. And we've seen more and more Saudi nurses joining the Saudi workforce in SMC.
Again, Dr. Shaheen, just lastly, I want to ask you about health tourism. Is SMC seeing an increase in the number of people who come to Saudi Arabia from outside for medical treatment? And is SMC interested and focused on growing health tourism revenue?
Now, I've been in Riyadh for 25 years, and I remember 25 years, many of our patients used to come from GCC region, from Kuwait, from Qatar, from Emirates, from Bahrain. And all this shift of international patient was increasing with time. There are many multiple reasons for that. One of them, the very strong infrastructure of the healthcare system in Saudi Arabia. The last years, when you see Saudi Arabia opening up to the world, those mega projects, entertainment, retail, residential, attractions, it's the access to Saudi Arabia that is probably the easiest one in history. A lot of people from all over the globe can now access Saudi Arabia within an instant visa system. So this is all putting a lot of opportunities for Saudi Arabia to be targeted in a location in the region where will attract a lot of patients requiring international care. The care in Saudi Arabia has been always among the top in the region. Many hospitals in Saudi Arabia are ranked among the top hospitals in the world. The specialties and the experience and the expertise that you find in Saudi Arabia is unparalleled as compared to neighboring countries. So there are a lot of opportunity that we see in the future in terms of medical tourism. And I think the infrastructure and the ecosystem existing right now and what's happening in 2030 vision in terms of all those mega projects will all help in establishing more Saudi Arabia as a reference medical destination in the region.
Okay, well, thank you very much indeed. We really appreciate you taking the time to talk to us. The CEO of SMC, that's the Specialized Medical Center, Dr. Bassam Shaheen. Thank you very much indeed.
Thank you.
We're going to stay with healthcare now, and we're joined here in the studio by Dr. Walid Zaher, who is a distinguished medical leader and innovator. You're also recognized, Doctor, as a top healthcare leader by Forbes Middle East. Thank you very much indeed for joining us. Amongst other things, you are the founder of Rewind. I want to ask you, first of all, Dr. Zaher, you're described as being at the forefront of the transformative healthcare revolution in Saudi Arabia. Tell us a bit about that revolution.
So, yes, thank you very much for hosting me. And Saudi, in the past few years, have taken the transformative journey, which includes healthcare, which being a part of the 2030 vision. And that is transform healthcare from treating diseases and being able to detect diseases to also being predictive and preventive. That means that there will be a decrease in the disease burden, which allows the healthcare regulators and the healthcare operators to focus more on the disease burden, but also to focus on a healthy population versus focusing on a disease or sick population. That gives you a society where there is more healthy people who are contributing to the society, more people who are contributing to the transformation journey of Saudi Arabia and the Vision 2030.
Tell us a bit about how healthcare is central to Vision 2030. In what ways?
So, again, any society in the world is based on the contribution of their healthy individuals. And if you have a lot of sick people, then that for certain affects the, the momentum with this transformation is happening. So the focus and the initiative and one of the pillars of the 2030 vision in healthcare, one of them is the understanding the population of Saudi, understanding the background genetics of Saudi, understanding the disease burdens of the healthcare, and then applying that into actions that can prevent diseases instead of treating them. That leads to a society that has more healthy people, and healthy people are the pillar of executing the vision of 2030 for the country.
And that brings me to a question I was going to ask you later, but you mentioned it already. The Saudi Genome Program. It's an enormous database, isn't it? It's been built up over a number of years. Tell us how it works and what it's all about.
So the Saudi Genome Project is not a new initiative. It's actually an old initiative. It goes back to the mid-2010s. It's being relaunched now at the Saudi Genome Project 2.0 to cope with the Saudi 2030 version. But the Saudi Genome Project, in essence, is an ambitious project to understand the genetic makeup of the population of Saudi Arabia, and then trying to apply that to the existing healthcare by having a predictive and preventive and value-based healthcare. And that is the essence of almost all the new initiatives around the world. I was honored and lucky for a company that I owned previously, which we work with the government to do the national strategy for the relaunch of the Saudi Genomic Program, and to give insights about what is being done around the world and how can we reapply that on the Saudi Genome Project itself.
Okay. Can you give us an example of a practical application of how that information is then used, Dr. Zahar?
So, for example, let's take the example that you have previously said, cancers. By understanding the genetic makeup of Saudis, we get treatments that are done through clinical trials that are done outside of Saudi most of the time, which means the whole population that the clinical trial and the drug is being tested on are mostly from different people, maybe Caucasian, maybe African, maybe Asians, Europeans, but they're not Saudis, which means that while the clinical trial is positive and it's treating a lot of people, but it doesn't necessarily mean that it has the same efficacy when it comes to treating Saudi people. And by applying that knowledge from the Saudi Genome Project to drug development around the world, you can have diseases that are more versatile and more efficient in treating cancers, which mean less resistant people and more people who are recovering or being cured from cancers.
I know you're not sort of so much focused on the business side of things. You are, after all, a medical doctor. But there is a business argument to this, isn't it? That if you have a healthy population, you catch diseases before they become acute or serious. I mean, obviously, everyone's a winner, but there is also a financial advantage to all of this, isn't it? So that public money isn't wasted unnecessarily.
Of course, that's what they call the disease burden that a lot of healthcare regulators are going through. So every disease has a cost to be treated, and if you're able to actually detect or prevent or both, then you are decreasing the disease burden, which allows you to have a financial ease in spending this money on other things in the healthcare, let it be prevention or prediction or even keeping the people within a longevity / healthy aging perspective.
So it's more personalized for the Saudi population. Can it get more personalized beyond that and perhaps narrow down different segments or different gene pools within Saudi society and perhaps make medical treatment even more targeted than just saying you're Saudi, so this is the treatment protocol. Can you make it more personalized than that?
See, genomics is a very new subtype of medicine or science. And yes, while we're talking about a Saudi population, but there is a lot of intertwined genes between Saudi population and their neighboring countries and around the world. So we are not necessarily seeing diseases that are coming from a certain gene within a Saudi population, but maybe more prone. And if you discover new genes or new susceptibilities in the Saudi population, that doesn't mean that it's not applicable to other populations as well. And to add to that, Saudi is a part of the GCC and the Arabic countries, so we share a lot of common genes, so whatever applies to us maybe or most probably applies to other neighboring countries as well, because at the end we have lived here in this part of the world for thousands of years.
Tell us a bit about longevity, because I think that's something that you're quite focused on, and you obviously are an expert on that. What breakthroughs have we seen in longevity, and in what ways do you think Saudi Arabia is really leading in this respect?
So longevity is this new branch where when we studied medicine 30 years ago, it did not exist. Even the word did not exist. It comes now from all the advances in medicine and science being applicable to beyond discovering and treating diseases. How can we keep healthy people healthy? And that's the essence of longevity. Longevity does not, in my humble opinion, is not trying to make people live longer. It's trying to make people live healthier and increase the quality of life versus, increasing the length of life. A person who's 70 years old could be 70 years old with a matching healthy biological clock, or could be having a 50 years old biological clock, which means he's 70, but he's having the healthy of a 40 or a 50 years old. And that's the essence of longevity. We're trying to hold or rewind the healthy aging clock, which is, again, inevitable in any person. We're trying to just hold it or rewind it or make people age but with better quality of life. That is translated into either preventing diseases or keeping, the progression of disease halted at a certain stage. Saudi is one of the first countries in the region that have adopted the longevity notion on a national scale. That, for example, there is the mandate for the establishment of the NGO by His Highness, the Crown Prince of Saudi, which called the Evolution Foundation. This foundation is tackled for now into looking into the advanced sciences and promoting longevity-based practices, longevity-based medicine in Saudi Arabia. We are going to see a lot of changes in the healthcare based on the initiatives that are taken by the Evolution Foundation and other either public or private establishment in the region and especially in Saudi as well.
And what you've just said explains the name Rewind to me in greater clarity. How is society in Saudi Arabia reacting to this? Do you feel like these healthcare and longevity initiatives have captured the imagination of the Saudi public? Do you feel like everyone is on board?
Yes and no. Longevity and genomic sciences is because of their nature being new. It's not known to a lot of people. So a part of whatever the governments and certain institutions like Evolution is doing is educating the public about the existence of a parallel track than hospitals and being sick, which is sustaining or keeping yourself healthy. Once you educate people that you don't necessarily have to have a disease because you are aging. You don't necessarily have to. You can improve your lifestyle. You can improve your well-being by adopting certain practices. Of course, people are gonna adopt, these initiatives, but public education is a part of the longevity journey just because it's a new initiative and a new branch of medicine.
There is this ambition that Saudi Arabia should be on the map as a health and wellness destination. What's being done to put Saudi Arabia on the map and make sure it stays there as a center for medical and healthcare excellence?
I would say that Saudi is already on the map when it comes to, again, excellent healthcare, and that's one of the pillars of having longevity initiatives. You have to start from having an excellent baseline of healthcare, which Saudi already has. Again, I go back to the same example by having initiatives like the Saudi Genome Project or the establishment of Evolution Foundation. All of these and other things that goes within the pillars of the Saudi 2030 initiative for healthcare, all these localization of R&D and localization of research and development for pharma companies and drug development.
And obviously there's great ambition that Saudi Arabia should be on the map as a leader in healthcare and wellness. Are we starting to see an increase in the number of tourists coming to Saudi Arabia specifically for healthcare and medical treatment?
I would say yes. There was a boom in the number of tourism and tourists that are coming to Saudi because of the new initiatives that happened in the past few years. And I would say that in the next few years, we're going to see tourism as a part of the contributors to the Saudi GDP, and that's a part of the Saudi vision to diverse from petrol, and tourism is being one of them. And the initiatives that we have now with Al-Qidya, with NEOM, with the establishment of all of that, having medical tourism, which is a subset of tourism, is a no-brainer. It will happen. It's happening now. As a part of the big initiative of opening the country for tourism on multiple fronts, including medical tourism as well. Okay. And that also is led by the advanced healthcare and advanced healthcare institutions that we have in Saudi. We have some of the best hospitals in the world and some of the best doctors in the world, and all of that contributes to advancing medical tourism in Saudi.
And just lastly, you are, of course, an example of homegrown talent in Saudi Arabia. You did your medical studies initially in Saudi Arabia, your home country. I'm assuming a lot has changed since then. Are we seeing an increase in the number of applicants for medical studies, positions, roles in hospitals, roles in the medical field. Do you think this is a sector that's a magnet for an increasing number of homegrown Saudi doctors?
Of course, and medicine is one of these specialties where you need to be knowledgeable about what's happening around the world. It's not a local specialty, it's a worldwide specialty. You need to know the advances in North America and in Europe and in Asia and apply it to your home country. I would say now that we are in the phase where we're still seeking higher education outside, but we also are seeing applicants from other countries that are coming to be trained in Saudi Arabia, which is a testimony of how advanced is our healthcare. So that's, I would say, the shift from 30 years ago when I studied medicine in Saudi to now. Now we're teaching medicine around the world to other people.
And just very briefly, lastly, I mean, obviously you mentioned it earlier on that Saudi Arabia is diversifying away from oil revenue. Healthcare, do you think it's likely to be an increasing importance, contributing to that GDP bottom line? How much it actually contributes to the Saudi economy in the years ahead?
So this number is being increased by these initiatives. I think it's better to refer to the 2030 vision. It would have their expected numbers of how much healthcare and longevity and healthcare tourism would contribute to the GDP, but even 100%, we are seeing a drastic shift from Saudi doing medicine for Saudis to Saudi doing medicine for the whole world, and trying to localize and having the security for our own country, for drug development, for advances in medicine, for discovering our own pharmaceuticals as well, is a part of the whole contribution to the Saudi 2030 vision.
Okay, we're going to have to leave it there. We're out of time. Thank you very much indeed for coming to see us. Dr. Walid Zahir, thank you very much indeed.
Thank you, Tom. Thank you very much.
Let's get a check of some other stories for you now. Saudi Arabia's artificial intelligence startup Humane, which was launched in early May and which is backed by the Public Investment Fund, is set to launch a $10 billion venture capital fund. This as the kingdom pushes ahead with plans to make it a global AI hub. Well, Humane's expansion strategy also includes establishing 1.9 gigawatts of data center capacity by the year 2030. Saudi Arabia's renewable energy utility firm Aqua Power says that it's signed a preliminary agreement to develop some 12.5 gigawatts of renewable energy generating capacity in Malaysia. This with an initial investment of up to $10 billion. Well, Aqua says it's also signed a strategic partnership agreement with several Malaysian companies for energy and desalination projects. And the Chinese robo-taxi company WeRide has announced that it's expanding into Saudi Arabia. WeRide has been testing its driverless vehicles in Riyadh and elsewhere, and the company says it expects commercial services to start later on this year. And finally, Saudi Arabia is preparing to host the annual Hajj pilgrimage, which begins this week. Well, more than 1 million foreign pilgrims have arrived in Mecca to perform the Islamic ritual. It lasts several days and requires performing a series of rites. Well, with temperatures climbing to the high 30s and low 40s centigrade, Saudi authorities are taking additional measures to combat the effects of deadly heat. This includes more shaded areas, new cooler flooring tech, greater access to healthcare, the use of drones for monitoring, and even the use of AI to crunch data. Well, let's listen to what the Saudi Hajj minister had to say.
To mitigate the risk of heat, we worked on many different projects. We increased the shaded areas in walkways by more than 50,000 square meters. And also, we established more than 400 water cooling units. On the other aspect, also, we worked on new flooring technologies that reduce the heat when people walk in the different walkways. Also, we established more than thousands of misting fans to cool the temperature in the walkways. The Red Crescent increased their number of paramedics from 1,750 to 7,500 paramedics. and they established 71 mobile units where they can reach anyone in need in a very short time. We use a large number of sensors to monitor the movement of pilgrims across their journey. We use these to feed us with information about their movement and to ensure it's coherent with our crowd management plans, and it helps us to intervene in a fast way of if there is any risk and mitigate it. We use advanced AI technologies to do this monitoring and get fast feedback.
The Hajj Minister speaking there. Well, let's wrap up this program with a quick check-in again with Ali Reza, a strategic advisor at the Saudi Arabia Holding Company. Ali, just wanted to ask you a very simple question before we close. I mean, what is the economic impact of the Hajj on Saudi Arabia?
Tom, the Hajj is, of course, sacred to Muslims across the world. So if you consider the population of several billion people, all considering it's an important requirement of their lifetime to visit. Naturally, this is a big aspect of this. Now, I mean, related to that, there's also a range of services and infrastructure that's needed to facilitate all of this. So in Vision 2030, there is a dedicated program for the Pilgrim Experience. So the Pilgrim Experience program is a key initiative out of the 11 to develop the quality of that experience for people visiting from around the world. And one of the intentions was to achieve an 85% satisfaction rate of services that are provided in the Hajj and Umrah program, by the way. And it's estimated that the Hajj time adds anywhere up to 30% revenue to the local surrounding economy. And of course, the Umrah is year-round and also a key part of the pilgrim experience. So it's not limited to simply the Hajj period. So if you were to extrapolate this across the year and consider the infrastructure, urban development, services, healthcare, and general, travel-related services required, it's a very significant impact to the economy, but also an impact that's related to something that is very sacred and very personal to many people around the world.
Okay, well, thank you very much indeed for that. Ali Reza, Strategic Advisor at the Saudi Arabia Holding Company. Thank you very much indeed for your time.
Pleasure.
Well, that's all we have time for. Thank you very much indeed for watching The Real Deal here on Al Arabiya English. See you again next week.
From the White House to Gaza, Kyiv to Beijing, elections, economics and the environment compete with conflicts and other complex issues for our attention. In an age of fake news, deepfake and artificial intelligence,
they've got to have a vote and a say.
It's important to look beyond the loudest voice to understand the truth. From newsmakers to groundbreakers,
my campaign is going very well.
Presidents, prime ministers, princes and peacemakers, and cultural tastemakers.
As Arabs, as Middle Eastern, we're too emotional.
Join me on the Riz Khan Show for empowering conversation.
Welcome to the metropolis, the big city. This is where tech, trends, and culture meet. Meet the people. See the sights. Walk the city streets. And experience the lifestyle. This is your first-class ticket to the cities of the world. Dublin, the capital and largest city of Ireland, Dublin. It has become a historical and contemporary center for education and the arts, a fast-improving economic industry. And today, it's become one of the frequently visited cities in the world. Dublin's unique charms is its string of attractions that offers a bit of everything for everyone. The Guinness Storehouse is one, being one of Ireland's top visitor attractions. It is a massive 7-story building that once served as a Guinness fermentation plant. Now it has been remodeled into a shape of a giant pint of Guinness. The storehouse teaches guests how to make the world-famous beer. The Gravity Bar inside is a favorite, where they get to enjoy drinks while enjoying breathtaking 360-degree views of the city. The Dublin Zoo is a highlight too. See many rare and exotic animals in their natural habitats. There's a gaze of giraffes, zebras, scimitar oryx, and ostrich. There's also the Kaziranga Forest, where you'll see a herd of ancient elephants. One of the most innovative water parks in Europe is the National Aquatic Center. It's great for family fun and thrilling adventures with friends. Go through caves or water adventures, fly through the air, or have an enjoyable family day. It's got the biggest water rides and attractions. The National Gallery of Ireland is where you'll find over 2,500 paintings and some 10,000 other works in different media. Watercolor arts, drawings, prints, and sculptures are all there. Another museum is the National Museum of Ireland Archaeology, where you'll be transported back in time. The finest collection of prehistoric gold artifacts in Europe can be found here. Then, there's also the National Botanic Gardens. It has many attractive features like an arboretum, sensory garden, rock garden, and burn area, large pond, and extensive herbaceous borders. Plus, it has an annual display of decorative plants, such as a rare example of Victorian carpet bedding. Another popular destination is St. Patrick's Cathedral. It is one of the few buildings left from the medieval city of Dublin. It remains as the largest cathedral in Ireland, with a fascinating history worth knowing. Houston. Houston, Texas counts as probably one of the most interesting, mysterious cities in the world. And this is perhaps mainly because of its space center, the place for NASA's astronaut training and flight control complex. Alongside its outer space and otherworldly curiosities, the city also includes the Theater District, the Houston Grand Opera, the Historic District, among others. The city is beautified with 19th century inspired architecture with trendy establishments. It's known for being one of the diverse places to live in Texas. Welcome to Houston. Here you'll find world-class attractions and events. Its dining, shopping, entertainment, and nightlife are commendable as well. Space and science is, of course, one of the things unique to the city. Houston was actually the first spoken word from the moon. You'll find NASA's Johnson Space Center here. Energy, aeronautics, transportation, manufacturing, and with a leading healthcare sector are things to boast about Houston. Best of all, the city's resources for space and science is what provides tourists and residents an abundance of employment opportunities and educational advantages. At the same time, Houston is also home to a lot of shopping fun. The Galleria is the largest mall in Texas, providing pure shopping gratification for visitors. The suburb is in fact called a leading outdoor retail outlet spot, as it hosts over 200 specialty stores in its compound. Another thing you've probably heard about the city are its sports teams. Professional football, baseball, basketball, and soccer games are big here. Houston is home to Reliant Astrodome, Minute Maid Park, Toyota Center, and BBVA Compass Stadium, and sports enthusiasts flock to see the Astros, Texans, Dynamos, and Rockets play their best game. College sports are major here too. Houston has 5 prominent teams to follow. Minor leagues play around town as well, including the women's teams. At the same time, a variety of annual sports-themed events are scheduled all year round, such as golf tournaments, running marathons, and the rodeo, among others. Also find in the city a 17-block area full of entertainment and arts. Art organizations, galleries, plazas, and movie theaters line the streets of downtown Houston. Be sure to visit one or catch a show during your visit. Luxor, the famous city of Luxor, Egypt. On the outside, the city is admittedly not all that charming. So what is it that will make you visit the city, with its scorching hot weather and dust-choking streets? Dare to explore deeper into the sun and sand to find its hidden gems. Egyptian sites, monuments, tombs, and temples. Amid the ancient sites are modern attractions as well. First is the Temple of Karnak. It's a massive ancient site that has several different temples that are dedicated to specific gods. The hypostyle hall is a pinnacle part of this temple. The pillars, so grand, will make you feel like you're in the middle of a canyon with cliffs surrounding you. Visit this majestic place that will make you want to learn more about the ancient gods and their beliefs. Next is the Temple of Luxor, a rather easily accessible place right at the center of town. It was founded by Amenophis III, but altered in later years by Tutankhamun, Horemheb, and Ramses II. The secret is to pay a visit at night, as you'll see the illuminated yellow lights that paint nicely on the ruins and statues. It's a calm and curious place to sit by and hang out, or watch the people or little children playing. There's also the Luxor Museum, another breathtaking tourist spot. It houses some of the most important relics collected from temples and tombs around Luxor. The Valley of the Kings is also worth the trip. You can access it from across the Nile from Luxor. It's tucked beneath a barren mountain, and you'll see its top like a triangular pyramid. The valley is hollowed out like an anthill. Buried beneath it are some of the most legendary pharaohs of ancient Egypt. It is considered a sacred place that secures and ensures eternal life. You will surely be amazed at the relics, reliefs, hieroglyphics, and spells plastered on the walls and carved into the stones. Nearby is the Valley of the Queens. The place has been hailed as the resting place of royal family members and relatives. It is where princes, royal children, and of course, queens are represented. And then there's Deir al-Bahri. It is the mortuary temple of Queen Hatshepsut, the only female pharaoh to rule Egypt. Its interiors are quite deteriorated, but the view of its facade, with its multiple terraces and colonnades, is impressive. Indeed, a visit to Luxor gives you a dose of heavy history and a culture you won't have in any other city. New Orleans. New Orleans, a city of jazz, Mardi Gras, and Cajun cuisine. It's alive and buzzing with activity for adults and youngsters too. The largest city in Louisiana is located along Mississippi River and has one of the largest inland ports in the United States. It is considered a melting pot of cultures, with French-speaking Cajuns, including Creoles, Italian, Irish, and German residents. As a result, the city's cultural diversity can be experienced through many things: its music, food, and its schedule of fun festivals you should definitely be part of. To some, it's called the Big Easy. For others, it's referred to as the Queen of the South. New Orleans is foremost known for its regular festivals, the most famous being the Mardi Gras. Come Carnival season, which begins in January, flocks of people visit the city, but that's not all. A host of other events take place throughout the year. The Jazz Fest, perhaps the next most popular, happens every April. It offers visitors an event with local musicians together with other big names in the industry. And of course, there's the food. What makes up the unique New Orleans flavor? It can be described as diverse, unique, and easily recognizable. The Central Grocery is perhaps the most famous place to sample their authentic dishes. Jambalaya, red beans and rice, Creole bread pudding, po' boy sandwiches, and practically anything that includes crawfish. These are certain must-tries. Next comes music. As you know, the city is regarded as the birthplace of jazz music. The city's history of jazz music, in fact, dates back to 1835, a time when slaves used to congregate in Congo Square for some singing and dancing. Over time, the jazz and brass bands formed and expanded throughout, and have even influenced each other. Now there are Creole contributions, ragtime, Dixieland, and soon blues and rock. And then, of course, there's shopping. It's got everything from old world antiques to the latest in fashion. Food lovers should visit the popular Crescent City Farmers Market, while the art enthusiasts should head over to the Bywater Art Market for healthy inspiration. Popular streets for women's wear are the Magazine Street and Canal Street. You'll also find music stores, shops for tourists, and yes, even voodoo shops. Time to explore! It's time for us to go! Pack your bags and get your tickets ready. And we'll see you on the next destination. Catch us again next time on Cities of the World.
Our allies, in many cases, are worse than our enemies.
Stay informed and connected with the latest international headlines.
There obviously is a risk.
From breaking news to in-depth analysis,
It would appear that this war is coming to an end. Who buys this stuff? Investors, pension funds.
we deliver the most important developments straight to your screen.
Iran always wanted to deal with militia.
Join us for compelling, expert-driven conversations.
A curfew order has been established.
And an insightful look at the issues shaping our world today.
There are lots of proposals about European architecture for security.
I'm Leigh Ann Gerrans, and this is W News.
We dealt with this when I was Chief of Staff in the first term.
Where you don't just hear the headlines, you get the full story.
Coming up in the next edition of GNT, I'm going to be speaking to the Italian ambassador to the UAE, that's Lorenzo Fanara. He'll be with us here in the Arabiya English studios. I'm going to be asking him a lot of questions, amongst them how Italy sees its relationship with GCC nations evolving. And I also want to ask him what he thinks is the secret of Italy's enduring charm and appeal for tourists from the Arab world and beyond. That's all to come on GNT with me, Tom Burges Watson.
It feels like decades are passing by in a matter of weeks. Seismic shifts in the world order.
Never, ever will be part of America.
With so much happening and so much noise.
Whether it's political upheaval,
Canada has been ripping us off for years.
economic shifts or social movements,
And no one wins from tariffs.
I think America can be more friendly to the rest of the world.
For in-depth analysis and all the latest developments across the globe.
To have an inclusive policy together.
The meetings with Hamas gave me some hope.
We're in another nuclear arms race.
the most important development straight to your screen.
Welcome to the dressing room.
I'm on my own. I need backup.
And an insightful look at the issues shaping our world today.
It was not going to happen, that war, and it happened.
Join us on Al Arabiya News, where the world talks.